Solutions all loaded in. So, welcome, one and all, to the Opus Magnum 2024 tournament stream. This was week 5. Latch-Hook fireworks.
Hello.
So, last
You mean
4
Latch-Hook
weeks,
parade fuel?
the last 4
Parade
weeks
rocket fuel.
were me, like, being all, what's a good puzzle? How do I be sensible? What's like a sensible output, input? More like, traditional
Sensible.
puzzle design shenanigans. Try to make them interesting in a classical Opus Magnum sense. This puzzle was not that. This puzzle was... This puzzle, as I've described it a couple times, this was me letting the intrusive thoughts win. This was definitely a puzzle.
I wonder if I had let the intrusive thoughts win puzzle. I mostly did that in the weeklies.
Yeah, that was Arkwright.
Arkwright is just silly.
Arkwright was like a 5-minute long intrusive thought. But no, this puzzle definitely took people to solution spaces they've never been to before. The metrics
I
were...
mean, cost is there.
Cost is there. The other metric was area minus arms, which has been oft talked about in the Discord this week. Not all of the talk was positive. Some of it was very cursy.
Have y'all seen the invisible ink solve? Like that invisible ink solve?
No.
Yeah, this is how it's gonna feel. The invisible ink where it's just a bunch of hex arms rotating so you can't see shit. This is going to be like that. Have fun.
I mean, my Amarms solve doesn't have any useless arms in it.
Oh, mine doesn't either. There's still a
So,
shit
like-
ton of them, though.
Yeah, like, my final iteration actually, like, looks somewhat like an area solve. It's nothing like an actual area solve, but, like, it fits on the screen. You don't have to use zoom tool.
Okay.
I think mine fits on the screen, too. Spoilers.
Okay, so we will be starting with cost, and I'm hoping
Damn.
we can get through a little bit more quickly because
I thought we were gonna start with the interesting metric first.
I mean,
ouch.
cost is interesting in quotation marks.
Alright, so the thing about cost is that you may notice on
I
screen
want to know if this
currently.
is intentional.
On screen currently are many glyphs and things
Outputs.
that quote unquote need to access
Quote unquote.
quote unquote. Alright, so you need everything. No, you don't need the bellow wheel. You need everything on screen. There are, I think, if you want like full access everything, you need something like that.
Well, access everything requires a triangle track at least, just
Yeah.
because of triplex.
Yeah, I think you can get full. I'm pretty sure you get full access everything.
Yeah, but that's 3 more access points that you actually need.
Right. Anyway, whoa, I have the overlap track
Yeah,
thing.
but this
turned
feels
on.
like something we can, like, analyze during solves, right?
Yeah, right, fair enough.
Yeah.
So, do you want to just get...
Okay, anyway, that's 95G. So I'll show you how to do the lower ones later and get cracking.
Mm-hmm.
Let's boot up the solution. Actually, let's just undo everything first.
Oh god, overlap
There we go.
track.
I mean, we don't know if you actually need track or not. We'll see.
In theory, you
But
don't.
Zorflax knows. In theory, you do not.
Did I not just get told off
Because
for talking about Theoryman?
Oh no, I'm mentioning what
Oh, okay.
Mad Master's talking about in
Yeah.
the chat.
Oh.
They just made the horrifying discovery. Because
Oh,
the only thing
man.
that needs access is the inputs and the outputs. Yippee!
I mean, I think, wasn't it RPO in the tournament for, what was it?
Yeah, I
Lubricated
talked to
solvents.
Storeback and I was be like, is this inspired by the RPO zero access solve?
Yeah, we start at 210 costs. This looks like an area solve, if I'm being honest.
It's kinda, I'm not sure.
This is the reasonable
it might just be a
solve.
fast
Reasonable.
solve. Like,
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think it's
use it
just a
that
solve
way.
solve.
It's good.
nice.
It is a solve. No solution notes. One thing I will talk about is that we ended up with, believe it or not, 49 submitters. If I submitted, we would have cracked 50. Damn.
This is probably like the tournament with the most consistent submitter count.
Oh yeah, the submission count's been great. It has not been great for the
like
stream.
With Warfield, it's been like 30 something, and some 30 something for a puzzle like this.
Okay, so this shows you how to do it with Burlo. You get 2 whole pistons, a fair amount of track, and it's pretty straightforward. The puzzle itself is just you got to calcify and then make the triplex bond, and then recalcify and reduplicate back to their respective elements, depending on the triplex bond. Or if it's a fire, then you just make all 3 triplex bonds and output.
Yeah, that's how you just solve.
That's how you just solve the puzzle.
In case you did not know how to do non-fire triplex.
Mm-hmm. Kaboom.
Yes, Rico. Kaboom.
Okay, so first thing that's missing is, you may have noticed, the Van Berlo wheel, because the Van Berlo wheel is expensive. It is 30G. And this is cost, so
30 more G than needed.
One thing you can do is just use one of the inputs as the Berlo wheel, and that's basically free. Basically,
The second wheel is basically a tiny Burlo.
I say basically because it takes up an access point, so if you want to get technical, it costs you in that regard, but it doesn't cost you in the cost regard. Okay. The notes read, secret ingredient is crime. There you go. I don't know if that's a Madagascar reference or not. It might be. I didn't... My family likes penguins in Madagascar, but I don't. Alright. So other than that, 2 duplicators though, so still a little exorbitant. See how we go, if we can get that down a little quicker. Okay, so the next solve, I don't know why, but my solution parser doesn't like it. So I have it listed as last place, even though it's not. Comes at 100.
Does it have the -1 on it? Oh, it has a -1 on it. What error it caused?
Oh, one of the products got unplaced. Hold up.
Oh, what?
Oh, this is the old version of the puzzle.
Oh, yeah!
Oh, okay, right. So, alright, I have to tell the story now that I've exposed myself on stream. So, I initially uploaded the wrong version of the puzzle, and this is that wrong version of the puzzle.
Damn, Zora flags. Can't believe you don't double-check your submissions, SMH.
I thought I double-checked this one, and I booted it up, and I'm like, oh, this looks like a solve, no problem. And, like, didn't press play.
Alright, this one isn't going in the spreadsheet. It's an actual, not a put solution to this puzzle.
No, so username Void Strap did not submit for the actual puzzle. So the submitted count just went down to 48. Okay, so in 38th place, at 115G, is not Kevin.
We're at 115 already. Let's go.
Down 115. So we're down to a single arm. It's a piston track on a 3-track.
Just on a piston. I see. I thought it was gonna be like. No, 115 minus. Yeah, no, it can't be Burlo. But can it?
This looks straight up like an area solve. Like all of the glyphs are really close together.
Yeah. Except you could probably do one less area, I think.
Probably, yeah. I mean, it's like, yeah,
Maybe
23 area, and there's 1 arm. So this might be an Amarms solve, actually.
It's done. It would have placed around this exact placement for both metrics. So
so it's the only solve.
Yeah.
You are. Is this a new submitter?
Yes.
You are allowed to submit different solves for both metrics.
Yes, new submitter. Not Kevin writes in the solution notes, "Hi everyone. Just learned about this contest and finished the campaign this week. Had to try it out.
Let's go.
Solution may be bad, but the level name speaks for itself."
Nice.
The level name. Level name or solution? I think they mean solution name.
I think they mean solution name.
Yeah.
But yeah, welcome to the tournament. we're getting a fair. We're still getting new submitters. That Reddit boom really.
The tournament is a great time. I'm looking forward to week 6. Apparently, it's a good week that replaced Simulacrum. And Simulacrum was already pretty good.
I like week 6. I also.
But if we're going by what Zorflex thinks is good, though.
Now that we know that Zorflex thinks this qualifies as good. Oh. I think I needed this puzzle as like a tournament host because I needed to like free myself from thinking about like traditional puzzle design. I just needed one where I just let loose.
What would you say is my tournament hardest?
Your heart,
Radio Receivers TI.
Radio Receivers TI was. I liked Radio
Really?
Receivers TI.
I thought it was easy. I got 3rd place. Or something.
Oh
I
wow,
got test
already
solved.
down to this aforementioned free track.
Okay,
So
so
this is full access everything.
I mentioned it about 5 minutes ago. So this is one of the three cost numbers that we have to talk about. This first one being 95G. So this is like, so we've thrown out the piston. This is just full access everything. If you want to go below this cost, you need to start not having access. So what do I mean by access? I mean, like, for example, this triplex bonder. There are 3 spots, and with this triangle track, you can quote-unquote access all 3 spots. You can, the arm grabber can rest over all 3, so you can touch all 3. So if you want like a single arm atom directly over it, you can do that. To cut out any of that cost, to cut out any more track, say 2 track, you don't get full access to the triplex bonder anymore. In fact, if you work it out, I don't think you get enough access to all of the, like, stuff.
Oh, no, you do.
Oh, you do? Okay.
No,
The only thing you don't get access to.
everything else.
The
Oh,
only
sorry,
access
the
you don't
thing you
get
don't
to
get
is
access- So it's
it's
like,
the one single triplex hex.
sorry, what I meant is that you don't get, like, full access to everything. So, like, you might have to cut out both.
No, I think you do.
No, you don't.
I don't know
You-
I don't know about duplication, but I think you. I don't know. Maybe not duplication and calcification, but the other ones you do. Yeah.
I think you're
Yeah.
full access -1. So like you have to have half access duplication.
So what I mean,
So
like,
the inputs don't need 2 access points.
right, the inputs don't need 2
Yeah.
access points, but if you're a new player, that might be like, ooh.
True.
It's not something you think about. Which is, I think, is a relevant, like, point to bring up, just because it's 95G, which is
Yeah.
probably what...
Calcification doesn't care about your silly concepts such as access points.
Oh, yeah. Can I talk about the theory min for this puzzle? So theoretically, you don't need any track by just not
Yeah,
having
we'll
access
talk-
to anything whatsoever. That'll be a fun conversation.
Theoretically.
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 Has anybody done it? Wait and see.
Okay, so
I
Echo...
tried it. Gave up promptly.
So, Echo Lawrence writes in the solution notes, I started by attempting multiple versions of 90G layouts, using either half-access duplication or half-access debonder. Twice I started by pre-building a molecule that I thought could act as both a catalyst and a wand, but kept running into geometric problems that I couldn't figure a way around. After several hours of going a few steps at a time and trying to find a shape that could do all the necessary work, I then remembered that the solution space could very well involve glyphs without any direct access. I'll enjoy watching the 90G solutions of the Master Alchemists. Here's a 95.
Welcome to the tournament.
Welcome to the,
Welcome to the
Echo
tournament.
Lawrence might be a name that's popped up, actually.
Yes, they are in
Yeah, they
chat.
talk in the Discord chat a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're
Oh,
also
it's
in
just
Discord.
Echo,
Yeah,
right?
also in Discord. In the...
Oh,
yeah,
oh, of course.
It's in the name. It's Echo.
Yeah!
So, I didn't. Alright, so I saw Echo, I saw Lawrence. I did not put 2 and 2 together and that it was Echo in the Discord.
Yeah.
I thought this was a different person. I thought Echo would show up as Echo.
Good job, Zerfax.
Oh, man.
Right.
Alright.
This is building in a construction order that's probably smarter than whatever I did.
In 36th place, so we'll be at 95G for a while. Dropping down to 1,025.
Good to hear.
Dropping down to 1,025 cycles is Jammu. Also, yes, wait, never mind. I thought I saw a comment in Twitch chat. I didn't see it.
Jamu is still eating Biggie Macs.
Still eating Biggie Macs. Didn't change the submitted name this week. Sorry, Biggie. Jamu writes in the solution notes, thought this was Min because of the tri-bonder.
Access points are an outdated concept.
Access points are old school, dude.
Yes, this is a pretty clear order of operations. Calcify, debond it, do the thing.
Is there really any other way you can do it? I mean, you can. There is,
Make a
but
big
it's
stick.
24 at once.
Yes.
None of those routes are needed for 95G. It's very straightforward. Solve the puzzle at 95G.
Yeah, but
I
it's
think.
faster.
It is faster. See what the fastest 95G.
I want to know
clock
if there's a 6p 95G solve. There has to be, right?
Okay, so coming in at 1,008.
How would 2/3 tri-bonder work? You'll see.
Coming in at 1,018 cycles, Sock Boy.
Oh, that's a 7 cycle drop.
Oh yeah, big drops.
Oh, boy.
Only the biggest drops.
Rearm.
Cool layout.
Long arm.
Long boy.
Long.
I don't think this actually uses anything that requires the length rearm, but it's a pain to change things once you've started programming.
Also, I see people saying, can you just use one arm on no track? Theoretically. In theory.
In theory. So what it may look like, I guess I'll show it since people are curious.
Well, we can show it once
Yeah,
the
we can show that later.
90Gs come
once
up. Yeah, we can
Yeah.
show it when the 90Gs come up. It's fine. Okay, he's doing it. 85G would be hilarious. 85G is such a flex.
I imagine the winning solve comes out to 85G. Wow.
85G is the I am confident nobody else has 80, so I'm spending 5 on a track under the arm.
Well,
soon.
that or I am confident everybody with 80G is faster than mine because this is hecking slow. That's the other point.
That's also fair. But it's still a flex.
So, yeah, it's possible to... So it is, in theory, possible to do 80G, but I'm not allowed to show you how it could even, in theory, be done just yet, so...
Yeah, we're holding you by gunpoint.
Yep. They have a gun to my head. Send help. Okay. At 34th place, dropping down to 965 cycles, is Cosmic Horror.
When the horror is cosmic.
Cool name. Also on
Plus
Discord
4.
has a Court of the Crimson King DP, which is really cool. It's a cool prog rock album.
Forgot my cycle count for a cost, I'll be honest.
Okay, so we haven't seen
Luna
any...
is saying it's offended that you don't have the new Zoom mod.
I don't need it yet.
Yeah, these are golden area souls.
This is small week.
Yeah, but last week would have been good, but then you installed it on the wrong computer.
No, last week was production
Not last
week.
week, last week.
No, Touchstone.
Last week, yeah.
Touchstone, I think,
Yeah.
it would have been good. But then I haven't needed it the last 2 weeks. There was a mod I was actually hoping to use, and it was the one that Mr. Puzzle made on very short notice that gets rid of, that makes the arms invisible. My computer doesn't detect it as a mod though, so I didn't get it working.
You have quintessential. You have the old version of No, you
Yeah.
can't have the old version of quintessential if you've tried the new Zoom mod. Unless this one is in the new version.
No,
Anyway, we
no,
can
this one
probably
isn't.
move on now.
Alright.
Speeding through. We've got Amarms to talk about.
I wasn't the one being grilled for the Zoom mod tool.
Actual low cost. Oh, it's a elbow track difference.
Okay, yeah, so
Interesting.
we don't need
You-
a you don't
Yeah,
actually
you can
need...
also access everything with an elbow, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so a bent arm actually does still give you access to all 3 hexes on the triplex bonder. You could also do it with like a straight line 3 hexes of track, but then you don't get the full access triplex, which would be the main kind of selling point.
That's just funny.
Yeah. Okay, so Avenged Ruler here at 33rd place writes in
This is 6p.
in the solution notes, while I think I should get blown out of the water on cycles, I think this is actually the lowest cost possible this time. Although I find my low area, low cost solution much more satisfying. I don't really see any other way that you could access all points in the glyph of triplex bonding without having either an extending arm with 1 track, 2 non-extending arms, or 1 non-extending arm of at least 2 lengths, with 3 tracks, of which this is the cheapest. Unless I missed something, I believe everything else is required for this puzzle. So this is why we're talking about access points, because that's the trick.
So
that's
the
thing that we
input
missed.
is 2 atoms long. That's a hint for y'all. In case anybody still hasn't figured out 90.
Which I was also... People also made fun of me for it, but I needed to do it for this puzzle, or cost didn't make any sense. Or Amarms didn't make any sense either. It, like there was no other way to do it.
You could have made it.
Oh no, I'm
realistic.
not criticizing the 2 atom inputs and 2 atom inputs. They have a reason.
I could have used 3 atom inputs, but I think this puzzle was hard enough already.
Yeah, the two atom outputs are so chunky.
They're
They're in the way of my access points.
They are already
And
chunky.
They're not even in the way of my normal access points. They're in the way of the access points next to my access points.
Okay. Moseying on down to 32nd place at
I wonder if
928
this could have been
cycles.
easier.
At 928 cycles, Mr. Royal Spade.
These are actually pretty small drops.
Yeah,
Like,
I see
that's
Callie Race is
what-
talking
Arrow.
about 3 atom. Oh, you go first.
Oh no, just wondering because there's a pretty big pile up around 900
Around
cycles.
above and below 1,000.
Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah. Callie Reeses is saying, did you consider 3 atom inputs? I wonder how this puzzle would work if it's 1 3 atom input, 1 atom, and the 1 3 atom input with the everything but fire and then fire.
Well, I needed all 4
That
elements.
sounds horrible.
Well, I need all 4 elements, so I can't just do 1 3 atom input. So I would
1 3 atom and 1 atom.
Oh, I could have done that. Wasn't ever really considered because I'm already doing 4 2 atom outputs. It kind of would be nicer. I guess the question I would then ask is which is the 1
nicer.
atom.
I'm just curious. Fire is probably the 1 atom.
Fire's probably the 1 atom, and then how does cost
Fire
work?
being the 1 atom makes Amarms a lot simpler.
It also makes cost simpler
Yeah.
because it kills the idea of the funny
Yeah,
idea.
it kills the ADG idea.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, maybe. Does it really?
Hmm.
I mean,
Okay, so this
we
solve.
can deal with a single atom input.
Okay, so this solve. Mr. Royal Spade writes in the solution notes, I miss the person I was before this. I feel like if I were a seasoned veteran of the game, I would have made fewer mistakes along this journey. But I had to restart, so many times to get this. I'm well aware I have an insane number of cycles, but I think minimum cost is enough for me. I've never wished a puzzle had fewer reagents before. That's extremely clever. Enjoy.
Well, the reagents isn't the problem, it's the products.
It's an underrated puzzle design thing to just have more inputs and outputs. That's what I did
funny.
for Blue Vitriol. I'm like, wait, how do I make this? Oh, it's more inputs.
This is 7p to loop.
Also, there's a
7?
So there's a 6p.
well, not
Oh,
quite
it just
7,
it does a reset.
It outputs to reset, gets rid of the junk. That's cool.
Yeah.
That's cool.
That's the thing I originally did on my Amarms solve, but then I made an improvement and was too lazy to do it again.
So, another thing that seasoned veterans have is like a stomach for insane cycle counts. So, like,
Oh, yeah.
we're at about 920. We're at 928, which was described in the solution notes as an insane cycle count, and it gets
Have
worse.
you seen our like area?
Yeah, there's stuff out there with 4-digit cycle counts. There's stuff out there with 5-digit cycle counts. It gets gross. Personally, I can make it up to about 2,000 to 3,000 instructions before I start hating life.
Yeah, about the same.
Alright. Keeping things
Are there
going.
monsters that are less awful? There are external tools to make that less awful.
Yes, this is very true. At 31st place, coming down to 842 cycles, we have Bun Bun.
We're getting speedy.
Aries
Yeah, you
marked
can use
out on this
Finder
one.
site, you can use OM clone. Both are, especially if it's like regarding cost, and you only have one arm, that's when OM clone shines.
So the solution notes read, cost, easy. Cycles, shit.
I mean,
You say that, but you beat several people with
at least
secondaries.
5 other solves, yeah.
Yeah. The cycle cost is just slow. Yeah, it's a fact you have to accept.
Yeah,
Usually the biggest factor in terms of how fast cost is the amount of regrabs you have to do. And how direct all of your actions are.
you can already see it in this solve. Even the first real bit here, it does a lot of actions without needing to regrab. So it calcifies, duplicates, debonds, leaves the fire on the triplex, all before having to ungrab. And only now regrabs.
Regrabs are 2 extra cycles every time you do it.
Yeah. And they really add up when there's a lot of shit to do, like in this puzzle. Because it's not like none of the operations are particularly hard. It's just that there's a fair amount of them because you got to make 4 different outputs.
Mm-hmm.
But, it has to be said, pretty good cycles count.
That's the thing to keep in mind for for cycles when you have this many access points.
Yeah, maybe one. Yeah. Oh, actually, I won't say that. Spoilers.
You also want to reduce the amount of repeat actions, such as moving the catalyst onto the duplicator.
There's also stuff like
6P solves I don't know. Yeah, we have seen 6P solves, but the way you can improve cycles even more is that you make everything fire first. So that you don't have to put fire on the duplicator again.
We haven't seen any cursed shit yet. That's for sure.
We haven't seen the cursed shit yet, yeah.
Okay.
We haven't seen sticks.
At 30th...
We've seen 6P solves, though.
Okay. Yeah. Moving on. At 30th place, dropping down almost 100 cycles down to 745, we have Matrix V. Scraped in a top 30.
I wonder how low 95 goes. probably goes quite low.
Yeah.
Yeah, this one's just. Oh, this is a stick.
Okay, so
This
now we're
is
getting in.
we're,
Here we
speaking of
go.
sticks, this is speaking of doing all the fire first. Yes. We are doing that.
Hold up, did I mess with the... No, wait, sorry. I was blind. I couldn't see the other hex of the duplicator because the fire's just resting on it.
Yeah, so this is doing all the fire. This is what I was just talking about. You do all the fire first so you can like stop wasting cycles to put the fire back on the duplicator.
So now you have this giant fire stick. And now, if we go down the stick, all of these have the fire bonds. All these ones have
it's also
the...
an order. It does fire. It does the red bond last, so
Yeah.
you know you can keep the air.
So you see all the red bonds, all the yellow bonds, and all the grey bonds, which look visually similar to the normal bonds. And now we just chop them off and leave, like, the correct color on the duplicator. And then just output.
And I imagine we'll be seeing a lot more of this near the top end of 90G as well as 95G solutions.
Yeah.
This is I'd say the top end of 95G.
Oh, is this the top 95G solver?
No. It is the
It's
top
the
end
top
though.
end of it, but yeah. If you can think of this, you're probably in the top end. So yeah, it doesn't. You can see that it does not have to move the catalyst a lot, unlike the previous solves. It just sits there and duplicates. Yeah, it only has to move it like every time you want to do the different color. That's what makes this so good
Those are some
in
pretty...
terms of cycles.
I like this one in particular, how it rotates past the chain to get the earth firework outputted.
Mm-hmm.
And now we just make the full triplex explosive.
Make it loop.
Oh right, yeah, I forgot that was a thing.
Oh yeah, right.
That's usually the last thing you consider when you have track. That is.
So
'Cause it's the
interesting.
easiest
Hold
to do.
up. Because it made that last one, like, it just used the thing that was on the duplicator. Would it have been quicker to... Oh my god, why did I commit to this?
Like, I think we can leave
We
that.
love
Oh,
scrolling
you got-
745 cycles.
Oh god.
Okay, alright. Thank you, elephant mode. Okay, so it decides to use this last one and just, like, so it can loop cleanly. I have to ask the question, was it quicker to just, like, output a sixth one the way it was normally doing it, and then, like, get rid of that so it all loops? I ask this because the next solve
I feel
is...
like it's quicker because you don't have to debond.
Yeah, right. I asked this because the next solve is 4 cycles quicker.
Wow.
Yippee.
At 29th
I find it
place.
hard to imagine its exact same layout.
No, actually, and look at the area count, we are back to non-cursed. Or,
I see.
in fact, this
It
is a
can still be
bestagon.
cursed. Oh, it's a best. Oh wow.
I
I mean,
see.
is it actually a bestagon, or is it just look like a
I
'Cause
think
that
you can do
area's
it in...
counted.
Press P. Press P.
Oh, lies.
bestagon? Yeah,
Lies.
it's not a
It
bestagon.
lies.
Liar.
Fake bestagon.
Fake bestagon. No, this actually would have been
If it's in
bestagon
the
if it didn't
production
lie.
chamber.
This actually would have been, because I'm pretty sure the 19 hex one, I'm not sure you can, it's that. I'm not sure you can fit everything. I can try, but...
That takes 19 or 18 area or whatever it is, which isn't enough to fit.
Which is like
every
2, 4,
glitch.
6, 8, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, nah, not happening. I don't think so
It
anyway.
could be like min areas 20 because she's thinking about Amarms.
True, I should have just thought about Amarms. But this would have been bestagon if we weren't lied to. It's also the fastest 95G.
Yeah, I mean, this just has
It is?
both inputs next to duplicator, and that makes it the
Yeah.
most efficient. Because I had a lot of trouble with 2-track. You now don't have all those access points, so how do you move stuff to the duplicator? And
Ooh.
I think we might see a lot of that troubles if we're
As
going down to 90G now.
I'd say the layout has simply been well routed. Having, yeah.
Just follow the
Yeah,
layout.
this one. It's just everything is put in the right place.
You can see everything's nestled around that calcifying duplicator, because that is a focal point. So reducing the movement around that area is just reducing movement overall. So this has to move stuff around less, which is why it beat out that cool batching idea.
Barely though, by 4 cycles. I wonder if a better batch solve could probably like beat it.
I think the last solve might have had the potential.
Yeah.
You never know whether stuff like that's going to matter, though, whether you're 4 cycles behind or 400 cycles behind, so...
You know, at 741, I find it hard to believe I'm 400 cycles behind.
But what if?
But what if?
No.
Yeah, this community has surprised me before.
Okay. That is the end of 95G. It is time to move on to 90G, which we will be spending a long while at. First 90G solve comes in at 1,000...
All the way down to first place.
1,924 cycles. It is Guilty Bystander.
We starting off slow.
We're starting off slow. Okay, so you lose that third access, that third triplex access. That's the big thing. And a lot of these solves also...
Okay. That third access point for the triplex is not in an accessible position with those sticks.
Oh, yeah, no.
The one at the top.
Yeah, usually you want an access point next to the third point, but no.
That might explain why this one is so slow. Anyway, you're explaining something. So.
So this one also eschews full access on the duplicator. And this is another, like, kind of point of 90G, is that because the atoms are 2 outputs, you can do something like what Arm 1 just did. If I can find the part on the tape where it does that. Why am I doing this again?
This is twice the length. I think you should give up.
Okay, so here. Okay, so it was right here at the start. So here, Arm 1 can simply pivot the fire on, right? And you never need to actually touch that. And you can do that with, like, the other atoms as well. So you can, yeah, all 4 atoms can touch that by just having the one that it's bonded to pivoted. So you don't need access to that. And similar logic will get you full access to the triplex bonder, but it's more sticky with the triplex bonder.
Oh yeah. Wrong triplex bonds might be loathed.
That being said, you can't do it with where this triplex bonder is placed.
Yeah, that's what I was commenting on.
Yeah,
it does.
So what you might be able to do is like that, where you could like pivot, but this one does not do that. This one just put yeah. So this is true indirect triplex hours.
What Biggie mentions another interesting with this puzzle is that triplex is the only bonder.
You don't need a normal bonder.
Yeah, but the thing is, that means that if you want to bond everything together, they have to be fire, and that's annoying.
That is also true. This is... should you speed these up? I may as well. I'll play these off.
We're probably... If there's 6p, we probably should. Is the 6p?
Yes.
Yeah,
also, the solution notes are telling me to skip this one if it's not top 20, so I don't think Guilty Bystander will care.
Guilty Bystander says they don't do 6p. So yeah, we don't really have to watch the whole thing. Oh yeah, it's looping now. Yeah, I just saw the instructions go by.
Okay. In the spirit of the solution notes, which told me to skip them, I'm just going to move on.
We're on a tight schedule today.
Yeah, we're going to try and actually not have this one go for 5 hours. At 27th place.
It's only gonna go for 4.
Yeah, I know. Oh, wow.
Usually these things are 3 hours.
You're not doing a very good job of showing the next solution.
At 27th place, at 1,781 cycles, it is no longer breathed in.
Foreshadowing in the title.
Beatable primary. Yes.
Yeah, so this one has calcifier over there and duplicator all the way over there. And you have to duplicate a lot of things after calcifying them.
So that's a lot of movement already baked into the layout without programming a thing. Also, I'll read the solution notes while we're here. No longer breathed in writes, I don't know if this can be made cheaper, but I doubt it. Fairly certain you'd need no access for all 4 glyphs, which in turn means it'd probably have to be 6p, but it's theoretically possible. Hearing that word an awful lot lately. I have also tried full access debond and no access duplicator, but that was harder.
Full access debonder. First.
One of these inputs is that input via earth water input is taking up 2 access points. Interesting.
Oh, huh.
Another
Probably
thing.
for easier pivot.
Oh yeah, it would be easier pivots, I guess. Another thing about this solve is that because it's half access debonder, I don't think you're allowed to. Oh wait, you are allowed. You're not allowed to have like. Okay, no, I lied. Never mind. Okay, just forget it. Forget I was trying to say anything. You're not allowed to access. Wait, you can access that.
It is a very interesting construction method.
Yeah, because of the half.
It's really clean as well.
It's forced to do a bunch of crap, basically.
Yeah, it's just the layout.
It still looks pretty clean to me.
Yeah, it's like the layout itself is what forces this to be slow. Like the programming is pretty clean.
Yeah. It like does. After it debonds, the other half is already in the right place, which is pretty clean. Layouts are difficult. It is.
Layouts are very difficult. No, absolutely. You'll hear area mains talk about it a lot. It also is something that pops up a lot in costs where, like, even if you have a layout that works at a certain cost, even then you got to think about where you're putting shit to make it easier or harder, especially with cost because, you know, you have one arm doing all the work. You want to try and make its workstation as clean as possible, I guess is one way of putting it. Alright. Going to mosey on down to 1,440 cycles with Vilfuck.
Sounds like me. Oh, not me? Okay.
Alright, so we're going down to a 1-length arm.
Oh.
Haven't talked about the length of arms yet.
No access things. Interesting.
Apparently this is 60R. According to the solution title. Well, a firework a minute. I guess it's 240R then?
Yeah.
So that's an intermediary. Nice big 6-atom block. An intermediary is, so sometimes you can't just like turn your input shape straight into the output shape. You need what you might refer to as an in-betweener shape to get from point A to point B in terms of output shape. So that in-betweener is what we call an intermediary because it's, you know, halfway between what you had and what you need. So it'll be, yeah, this like diamond brick thing. Because you can chop it off into the output. The solution notes read, I literally just went with the first low-cost solution that worked. No optimizations at all. The only thing I did was add some instructions at the end to make it take the L. Writing so many instructions in Opus Magnum is not fun. I'm pretty sure min cost is 80 because you need full access only to the inputs and outputs. But I'm sorry for those who had to program it. You know, as they say, 6 sets of fireworks a day keep the machine running at 1 cycle per minute. That's what it reads.
Programming no access. It's less of the programming part. The programming part is easy once you get to it. It's the figuring out how the fuck you're gonna do it. That's the hard part.
You can drop the F-bomb on Zorflax streams. Go for it.
Yeah. No, I do it on my own streams.
Nice.
I just hesitated for a moment.
If I wasn't speaking
this
to
is a family-friendly stream.
If I wasn't speaking to an international audience, I'd be dropping C-bombs. Because that's a thing you can do in Australia, but not really outside of Australia.
That's an Australian thing.
Yeah. But no, I will be considerate to our international folk who don't like that word. That's fair. The firework bomb. Haha, nice.
How does it access the red bond? Oh, I see. Diamonds. Let cats say fuck. Hell yeah. Cats can fuck.
That they can. It's not fun from what I heard, because, like, cat... Why am I talking about cat physiology?
I think it might be time to move on.
That's a great time to move on.
I do not want to think about...
Let's cop that conversation topic off right there. At 25th
if you hear
place,
the cats yelling outside, yeah, they're getting freaky.
They don't have fun, from what I understand. Is all I want to say. At 25th place,
that's better than fox noises, though.
At 1,389 cycles, we have a grape jelly singularity. So we're way back out to length 3 arms. Those are also possible. So you can just pick the arm length. Length 1, 2, or 3. They're all valid here at 90G. They do come with different considerations. At length 3, you gotta think about swing space a lot more. You'd think about the layout itself less. Whereas with like a length 1 arm, you can probably think about you could probably think about I got them the wrong way around. Programming, layout, layout, programming. You can think about the layout less, but you got to program it more. Yeah. Wow, I butchered that point. Okay, so the solution notes read, this should be min cost. But it's not fast, and I don't feel like optimizing it any more than it already is, which isn't very much, admittedly. I'm mostly just happy I got min cost to work at all. So this puzzle...
Is it, though?
This puzzle was like... It was quite nice if you didn't want to sweat it and just, like, chill out a bit this week. So this was, like, good for those who accepted chilling out and not sweating it, but... This is not a fun puzzle to sweat.
I sweated on the other well, I say sweat, but...
Amarms is...
I spend a lot more effort on the other metric. I am probably an area main at this point.
Been playing the game for 3 years, Best, or thereabouts?
I don't know. How long have I been playing? I joined in 2021.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much. Except I already played a year before 20... I've already played a year before I joined the 2021 tournament. So like more like 4 years.
And you finally found your main metric.
I mean, I've always liked area better. You can probably tell from, my tournament puzzles. So many of them are area-minded.
Alright, so yeah, this is a pretty straightforward layout actually. It's just the length 3 arm allows you to like swing in between inputs and stuff, and it's very like easily laid out. So well ordered. Moving on though. At 1,371 cycles, we have Luna. Results day.
Cool. That's
Here.
re-rate.
It's hard here.
That is a great Critelli, by the way. Loving it.
Awesome pretend. We love to see it.
Okay, so the nice thing about 90G is that you do still get to like, especially, you still get to just like chop off certain atoms and just hold them aside for later, and then just like dupe and bond them. So like with this solve at the beginning, it like just leaves a couple of salts aside as it outputs one of the things, and then you see here it just like, yeah, leaves a couple aside, outputs one of the things, and then duplicates the other 2 salts and just cleans up its own mess. Which is the nice thing about 90G. So Luna writes in the solution notes. So these are pretty good notes. In fact, they're very good notes. The laws of alchemy are far less rigid than you might have been taught. At the fringe of our discipline lies a number of oddities, ranging from the simply curious disappearing quintessence to the mystery of long-distance bonds, and even the trade secrets of the commonplace glyph of disposal. Today, I'd like to bring attention to a particularly curious formula originally developed by Critelli himself that exploits transmutation under triplex. Chances are, your professor told you that triplex bonds are only stable between fire atoms. The especially inventive of you may have even tried and failed to produce a universal triplex bonding glyph yourself. It always fizzles out before it sticks, right? But, in truth, the formation stage is the most volatile. Once past that, both atoms may be transmuted freely, without worry. This formula exploits that fact to create a variety of colourful, sticky, volatile substances, all disguised as common fragments. Usually, the easily detectable explosive is what gives away its oft-illicit presence, but that does little to hamper its pervasiveness on results day. My construction, pictured below, produces slightly too much explosive, but leaving it but a dry dust instead. Ugh, I butchered that last sentence. Edit. I've had a couple people send me letters along the lines of, "We've covered this at my course." Lucky you! Please stop sending me letters. Edit 2. I know about Toscano's latest works. Please stop sending me letters. Alchemist Luna's blog. Those blog edits are on point. Bleats.
What did Biggie just send? Oh my gosh, you made that quickly.
I might just edit the meme into the middle of the video, but maybe not. It's like a bell curve meme.
Yeah.
All right. Why did I click out like that? All right.
I'm probably in the middle.
I need to optimize primary.
Caring, but...
Whoa. Okay.
Well, I gave up, but I tried.
At 23rd place, at 1,281 cycles, is John with a 4-digit area count at Tano.
Oh boy.
Oh, is this
a homage to 80G attempts.
In homage. Oh no. He
clean up with that.
He tried to shoot the moon and he came crashing down to 90G. Anyone who actually went for 80G, my hat goes off to you. It was hard as shit.
It was.
It was hard as shit. It was. It was hard as shit. It was. It was hard as shit. It was. It was hard as shit. It was. It was hard as shit. It was. It was hard as shit. It was. It was hard as shit. It was. It was hard as shit. It was. It was hard as shit. It was. It was hard as shit. It was. It was hard as shit. It was. It was hard as shit. It was. It was hard as shit. It was. It was hard as shit. It was. It was hard as shit. It was. It was hard as shit. It was. It was hard as shit. It was. It was hard as shit. It was. It was hard as shit. It was. It was hard as shit. It was. It was hard as shit. It was. It was hard as shit. It was. It was hard as shit. It was. It was hard as shit. It was. It was hard as shit. It was. It was hard as shit. It was. It was hard as shit. It was. It was hard as shit So, a complicated brick is being formed here. The idea is it's gonna do what those 195G solve that I think Matrix V submitted, where it's just gonna chop them all off and output them straight away after like duplicating. Not quite done yet. Is it duplicating the whole brick as well?
It's like calcifying, yeah, because it has to duplicate the entire brick. It's easier to do that than do everything individually with this layout.
Okay, so we're getting rid of all the normal bonds now. Well, not all of them, but like half of them.
Some of them.
Oh, it's just regular stuff. Okay.
Boy,
Yeah, I think that's probably incidental. So he can do one less. So he can do one less later.
oh, that's an interesting way. So it's gonna chop off the bottom row in batches of 2. So we're doing all the. See, we're doing all the Which one's that one? The Earth ones first.
Yeah, the silver bond ones first.
Oh yeah, it's doing both silver and
it makes sense to do that, so you don't have to, same concept, so you don't have to move the the catalyst.
Yeah.
And now it's gonna do the yellow ones.
I think this next one might be a full triplex.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I see.
No, these ones are the blue ones. And these ones output.
Yeah, it's an incidental. Oh no, it's not even doing it yet. It's just sitting it there.
We'll leave this one aside for later.
Yeah. It's a surprise tool that'll help us later.
And so I prepared this cake ahead of time.
Are there any notes you can maybe read while we wait for this contraption?
No, there aren't.
I mean, we're sort of tapping through the important moments as well, so it's probably not easy to read notes while we're doing that.
And
oh yeah, there it goes.
All right, and this one. Yeah, this will be the easy one. This is just the full triplex. So that one's fine. We still have the actual.
Have we done the air one yet?
No, we've not done the air one.
Oh, there they are. Yeah.
And it's re-bricks a few of the red ones.
Why?
Oh. Confusing.
But why?
But why though?
Oh, that's waste.
Oh, it's already outputted all the fire it needs to.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah, it's straight up waste.
I thought it needed to output more fire for some reason.
There's too much scaffolding.
It was simply too much scaffolding.
An attempt was made at APG. It was a valiant attempt.
I love this solve.
It's an amazing solve, but it is not necessarily cycle optimized. It's just that's where the cycle.
I mean, it's pretty cycles optimized as well. What does it do with the waste? I don't know. Maybe it doesn't. Who knows? Maybe it tries to loop.
Okay. Oh no, it does not even attempt to loop.
No, oh yeah. Look at that arm, just vibing.
Alright. Moving on to 22nd place. At 1,220 cycles, we have Mad Master 5000.
I've been expecting myself to come up for this whole time, but I'm apparently not yet.
Chance at top 20?
I don't know. At this rate, maybe. What? That sure is a catalyst.
Yeah, but Burlow at home.
We have Burlow at home.
Mom, I want Burlow.
That probably saves me a lot of cycles if I did that.
That's probably a better That's probably better than real Burlow, I'll be honest.
Takes up less area.
It's not even the Burlow at home is worse to me. I mean, I think that's just better than actual Burlow. Maybe not in terms of cycles, but with a lot of other stuff. That shape of a catalyst is a lot easier to work with.
This is that gourmet shit. Alright, Madmaster writes in the solution notes, can a dedicated catalyst make a G solve faster? Sure. Does it make this solve faster? Blah.
あの、What?
But does it loop? Might not. Build a complete Van Burley's chain.
I feel like we can speed through the rest of the solution.
Yeah, I think we've got the gist of it, I think.
Yeah.
Alright. Faster!
Oh, it doesn't loop. Okay, we can just get the solution.
Oh, it just immediately crashes. Okay.
I mean, it's almost done.
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go.
Okay.
At 21st place, at 1,174 cycles, it is best.
74? Yeah, that's correct. 21st. That's
ADG.
better than I thought I'd get.
ADG isn't real. ADG can't hurt you.
One of the first things I told Zorfax is that was what I was going to name my costs off no matter what I did.
ADG, never heard of her. Alright, how was your programming cost journey? Best?
I just did it. I was lazy.
Best did the thing.
I did like, I don't know, at most 30 minutes of ADG attempts.
Okay, so you did give a brief look at ADG and then thought.
Yeah, I gave a brief look at it
that.
and figured it was more effort than it was worth, and just did a very simple 1p 90G solve. It's very inefficient.
Your effort to
hundreds
placement
of cycles.
Your effort to placement ratio has been pretty optimized, I must say. Nearly got top 20 for a low effort solve. We take those.
Almost top 20.
Yeah. And the solution note simply reads a low effort 1p 90G solution.
Yeah. It's 1p. I just did whatever took the least amount. I did try to get 6p working, but like sort of gave up on it because, you know, I was tired.
My Twitch chat is allowed to talk about ADG, but I'm not. Sad.
You can probably talk about ADG now.
No. Now I don't want it.
ADG solutions are gonna show up.
Now I don't want it.
Oh,
no.
no.
Now you're all gonna have to wait. I have to wait, so do you.
Yeah. I want to see it happen. At
20th place, at 1,157 cycles, it is not great. Constant juggling. OM Clone helped program this.
So yeah, the fact that you have only 2-track means that getting access to your your catalyst for duplication is actually a lot harder than it seems.
Yeah. Those like just that much less access points matters quite a bit.
Yeah, so the trip down from 95G to 90G takes you down from 18 access points down to 12. And if you even want to think about 80G, then that goes to 6, which that does not seem like enough just looking at these solves, right? But... But that's pretty clean, actually, the way it slaps a couple of these together
These
into
are much more
item.
clever than what I did. They're impressive.
Like it does this fire air one because it will clip off one like that with the air fire already formed, and then clip off the other one eventually, and now we can just bang output triplex. Pretty clean order of operations. Not great, writes in the solution notes. I'm pretty sure it's possible to do it in ADG with some truly ridiculous bricks, but I'm not a bricky kind of guy. Instead, enjoy this min plus 10G solve. We are at top 20, so you know. Officially good solves.
Ricky
I don't know
Mac.
what the cutoff is for good solves anymore because these are all good solves, but yeah. Not many people, I don't think anyone is disappointed with top 20 anymore, which is cool. Alright. Going to mosey on down to 19th place. At 1,118 cycles, we have Zanuck.
Oh, this title implies we have Burlo at home again.
Alright, so you might... Wait, never mind. So
I
this
don't
is
see it yet.
This has a 3-digit area count.
Oh no, there it is. There it is.
Yeah, there we go.
Burlo, that is a full-on Burlo at home.
Also, we have like just
That is even more so a barrel at home.
there's just an access point sitting there on the Burlo, so didn't need it, I guess.
Oh yeah, one right there where the water atom is. Zanuck writes in the solution notes, "This is the best in my GCA series, which was based on my initial GA solve, which came about because I remembered the metrics wrong. Stay tuned for the showcase to see that one. It's too bad I wasn't able to brick all 6 outputs for 2 of the fireworks like I could for firework E, but I feel like bricking 2 outputs 3 times is a decent compromise. Hashtag who even has the time to loop these days."
There is no looping tertiary. You don't have to loop.
I did not make you all take the L. Especially with cost, because it's like I run these things once and I'm done. Speaking of which, actually, so we haven't. So I noticed so this has a 3-digit area count, but we haven't even gotten there yet. So there's still some shenanigans to come. I think it's the last 6 where we're gonna see some actual bricking now.
Last 6 what? Oh,
so the last output.
This is the easy, quote-unquote easy bond.
Yeah,
the bond you
because
have
it's the
to
one where you have both access points. Yeah.
I don't think bricking is actually faster here. 'Cause you have to break half of those bonds anyway. But it's a cool tag.
That is a cool loop. That is a pretty quick loop, though, to be fair.
Yeah.
That did look very slick.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's because it was the easy bond that Zanuck could be bothered bricking it.
Yeah.
Alright. Gonna continue down. We drop down to 1,034 cycles with Witch Push.
We're going sub 1,000.
Nearly at sub 1,000. Mr. Whip cracking noises himself. Alright, so we're doing the easy one.
This looks like 6p, yeah. It's doing all of this.
Yeah, it's doing all the
and then
fires
it's gonna do-
first.
And then it's gonna do all of the next one.
It's probably bets on the next one. I'm guessing air.
It's a good way to break down how you have to think about solving this puzzle, because you can just do 4 smaller puzzles. You can be like, okay, how do I do the triplex? Okay,
It
how
is
do I
air.
how do I do air? Okay, how do I do water? Okay, how do I do earth? And it becomes 4 smaller problems instead of 1 large problem.
Mm-hmm.
And that makes it easier to think about, also makes it easier to, like, try new different ideas. So, easier to optimize.
Oh, this uses the next output as a catalyst. That's smart. I
That's
didn't
pretty
think
cool.
of that. Because the catalyst is nowhere near any of the inputs. It's in the way.
Yeah, because
Or
also
obviously
because
duplicating
air is already in the input, so it's fine. If you don't precalcify, it's right there.
Yeah, it was like...
For the other ones, though, you use the extra input.
Yeah, so that last one used the catalyst as a 1, which is pretty cool. This is a bit more normal, just use the catalyst as a catalyst and then move it out of the way. Alright, one more
How's
to
it gonna
go.
do the gray bonds?
And we're going to save that catalyst. Yeah, it's probably just going to use that catalyst again. Yeah. Oh, so it's going to do this. Okay, that was different.
Oh, it's doing this thing again.
Oh, cool.
Except now it has that.
Cool.
So, yeah, that's how it does the gray bonds.
So it's a catalyst wand. That's cool.
That's clever.
Alright.
I like this soft. It's clean. It's good. It's clean.
It's good. It is
Thumbs
clean.
up. Up vote.
Can we get a like and subscribe for this solve? In 17th place, at 1,000.
Remember, hit the little bell icon
Hit the bell
next to the subscribe button and smash that like button.
Can we get 69 likes? At 17th place, at 1,007 cycles, which is pretty cool because 17th place, Egg Sucker 888.
Is this Egg Sucker 888's best placement so far? It feels like it to me.
There is a chance you are right. I can't really check that right now though.
I am
Let me
checking.
go check.
Go ahead, check for me.
Yeah, it's their first top 20. Congrats.
Nice! Top 20. Sick.
Also,
Can we-
I just noticed that I don't have everything set up for the spreadsheet today. Yippee!
Yay! Can we get 80 gil?
Because I'm at home on my laptop. I don't have my program with me.
Mom, I want Bist. We have Bist at home. Bist at home.
Oh, God.
I can probably.
It's alright.
Panic has the program. Panic can do it.
Patty can do it.
I'm not gonna go back to dorms with my stuff until like a week from after the weekend. So y'all might have to wait till then for the scores, but
We'll see. Alright, I might try and work out something before then, in the meantime.
yeah. Well, you can post the
I can definitely post the, results. Maybe I'll just do it myself. Is it hard?
Yeah, I have to run a Python program.
Oh, okay, alright. That rules me out. Alright, Egg Sucker 888.
I did a Python script that compiles everything.
Oh, okay. Yeah, programming. Egg Sucker 888 writes, spent about 30 seconds attempting ADG. No thanks.
That about reflects my experience too. Like, I put the arm down, I placed all the glyphs, all the inputs and outputs, because you have to access those, and then I just went, nope. 30 seconds, time wasted.
Alright, so there's nothing fancy or complicated about this one. It has a really nice layout. I'm a fan of how the inputs line up nicely with the duplicator and calcifier, which is what the fastest 95G solve did. Also had something like this where it nestles the duplicator and calcifier inside the inputs, because it is just a good ass idea. Yeah, it really saves on pathing and not having to move shit as far at all.
Yeah, just having glyphs close together, like you want to calcify, dupe, debond, and then make a triplex bond, and it just makes sense to do those in that order of this layout.
I've been thinking about how I'd go about the scores. I'll probably have to ask Panic for the Python file because he has it. And I'll download from the website, and then I'll work something out. It should be fine.
Alright.
Oh, I also have to install Python on this computer.
Oh, alright. In 16th place, at 941 cycles, it is Faindeer.
Fine, dear.
No optimization. Which is nice when you're a
The other
veteran and the solve
deer.
is already good.
It's the other deer.
It is the other
We
deer.
see this diamond intermediary, which Luna in chat is pointing out, because that just lets you make both the hard bonds for free, if you want it.
Yeah, but this is doing triplex while it had. Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's just diamond intermediary.
It's fast.
Is this 1p?
I think it is
Looks
1p.
like it.
Yeah, it is
Yeah.
1p.
It says no
Yeah, it's just
optimization.
clean double
So-
diamonds. So
Yeah, so,
clean
yeah.
solve.
Good shout. Yeah, so the diamond intermediary works for both sets of output. Well, alright, it's one output set, but like both pairs of outputs. You can just diamond the same diamond in two different ways, and that is a clean route to 90G. Very nice.
No optimization, but clean method.
Just a clean, yeah. No optimization required.
The optimization was done in the conception phase.
The real optimization were the friends we made along the way. Alright.
Yeah, the input suppression is pretty cool. It makes sense if you want. It's good for 1p, the input suppression.
Could have probably, yeah, the cycle optimization was probably just make this 6p. Other than that, it's
Yeah.
pretty clean idea. In 15th place.
We're at the point of the tournament where people are getting lazy.
It was bound to happen. It always, like, it's a long ass tournament. This is why I wanted to have 7 weeks instead of 8, because I always thought the tournament was a
The
little too
extra
long.
break week
And
is a
plenty
good
of break weeks. Yeah.
Yeah, I would. Yeah, one thing that I hope carries on to future years is that if we can, like, I think 7 weeks, 2 break weeks is good, personally.
Is Haxton next in line for the tournament succession lineage?
Well, it's not like set in stone or anything, but that's sort of. I mean, I think it'd be cool to see Haxton do a tournament next year, but like nothing's set yet, so I have to.
Haxton has issues with streaming though.
Yeah, Haxton might have to work something out with that. Okay.
I mean, we could stream for him.
We might end up just taking the streaming duties for him if he doesn't feel comfortable streaming. Okay. In 15th place, at 911 cycles, we have Genius 42.
Genius 42 has been talking about them being up next. Or next.
triplex before debonder. I guess that's. Oh wait.
Oh, we're doing it. We're doing it.
Go.
Nice. Alright, so
Oh yeah, this does all the bonds because it does both the gold and the silver bonds.
So this is a lot like Matrix V's solve, except 90G instead of 95G. Was it Matrix V? I'm pretty sure it was.
Yeah, but you only have to brick the 2 hard bonds because the other 2 you don't need the access point.
This is true, yeah. That's a good
So
find.
it's like half the size of brick.
The bricks.
For the area tertiary. Okay, so it's done its bricking, so now I can do the rest normally. Yeah. Easy. Alright.
I need a refresh so I have less stream delay.
Okay, so the solution notes read 90G was possible after all. If I managed 90G, that surely means somehow someone managed an 80G, even though it seems too limited to get remote access to the triplex bonder from enough angles? Question mark. This took me ages, unlike my early 95G effort. Strangely, this is slightly faster than my 95G, probably due to, by necessity,
Amazing.
creating a chain containing 2 of the products and breaking it apart. Top 20, surely. Unless there are 20 plus masochists doing this, which is likely given the high level of competition. Sadly, oh, it doesn't loop. Sadly, there is a high chance I miss week 6 completely, but I will be back for whatever horror Zorflax has concocted for week 7.
Oh boy. What horrors have you
horror,
concocted
can't
for
wait.
us?
Sorry?
Zorflaxian horror.
Zorflaxian horror. That's amazing. I need to use that sometime. We recently had an idea for week 7, and I mean recently. So we're still cooking a bit, but we might have made I'm pretty excited for the new idea that's popped up for week 7.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Watch this space.
Yes. Cancellation throughput. Let's go.
All right.
Zorflax is silent.
In 14th place at 901 cycles, Mr. Puzzle.
Is this a brick? I know Mr. Puzzle likes bricking.
No, this is no.
Biggie.
Oh.
You can tell by the
cancellation throughput.
Yeah, the area count. That's just diamonds, clean diamonds.
Diamonds are good.
You can immediately tell by the area count whether it's a brick or not. If no brick, double
55
digits.
looks clean.
Yeah.
This feels like a warp fuel where everybody is like making their low effort G solves that get pretty high placements.
Well, Warp Fuel last year we had 2 people hit min cost. I had
will there be any this year?
I had predictions sent in to me through DMs. How many people do we think hit min cost?
Well, Rebix, we have insider information that Rebix has submitted, so I think Rebix might have it.
So I can tell you Rebix submitted this week. Pentapig did not submit this week.
Caliresis had to have submitted, right?
Nah, Caliresis just decided he didn't want to win the tournament and didn't submit. No, he submitted.
Caliresis is saying around 10. Yeah, that sounds like somebody who has ADG.
I mean, I don't know. I feel like 90p can go lower with bricking.
Biggie Mac is hoping for far fewer than 10. That sounds like somebody who doesn't have ADG.
Or someone who has ADG, but it's awfully slow.
Yeah.
Then you guaranteed 5th place, or how many people got it.
Okay, I'll leave you all to speculate. Mr. Puzzle writes in the solution notes, "Hey, week 5 GCA, how's Theory Min? 0 access everything." Oh. Jesus Christ. So yeah, congrats to the ADG wizards.
Was that part of the notes or was that user line?
What?
Was congrats to the ADG wizards part of your notes or?
That was
part
the
of the
notes.
Or was that you?
Those were the notes. But
okay.
Also, I'll also say congrats to everyone who got ADG.
I'll echo that sentiment.
We'll see if that's congratulating anyone.
Okay, I think I just fat fingered it, but oh, come on. Okay, hold up. In 13th place is Moricon. I got there eventually.
So the 6p did actually matter quite a lot. That's a lot of placements.
How many placements did you improve?
I don't know, but it was at least 3. Between
was it
1016.
Was it 1,000 or high 900s or something before 16?
No, it's in the title.
Oh, it's in the title. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong title still.
6p from 1016. Yeah, that is quite a few placements.
Oh, it would have come 17th. Yeah.
4 placements. Goddamn.
Basically, you see how this pivoting this input thing, when the 1p version of this basically puts that input back every single time using this funny fire over here, which is now sitting there, never going to be picked up again. The 6p version.
I mean, not like we're gonna need that outfit anymore.
Oh yeah. Also,
there goes the
we
water.
now don't have any more water. Water is gone.
Bye bye water. This is now a dry solve.
This is such a silly 6p song.
No more water.
But yeah, no, I placed the first. I designed this around making the full triplex bond. So like this is a really clean loop for the first 6 outputs. Because you can see like it does like the bond dom duplicate debond move to triplex without any regrabs.
That's a really cool movement, and it's all just like one rotate, translate, rotate, and then you're like bang.
Everything else is terrible though.
But
say that, but it's 13.
But that first step is the one you got to do the most amount of times.
Yeah, that's why I designed, because you have to do that step like 24 times.
Yeah, right. So optimizing that one is going to save you like heaps and heaps of cycles, dozens.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway,
all right,
move on now.
Okay, in 12th place at 822 cycles, we have Kevalan.
The big names are slowly starting to pop up.
I mean, John's already popped up.
John.
Yeah, slowly.
John shot for the. He reached for the sun and got himself burned.
So we're back to diamonds. Diamonds are quite efficient.
Yeah, diamonds are a great idea here for cycle secondary. Which is definitely why, like, it explains how Faindir, with no secondary thought whatsoever, nearly cracked top 15.
Very, very good effort to placement ratio.
Very good. No solution notes here.
Also, I'll be right back.
No problemo.
Yeah, it's just efficient. Can't really tell at a glance how this is better than the previous diamond swords, but there's just less regrabs and less moving around.
So, this actually batches, so it doesn't, like, do what Faindir did, where it does, like, 2 different sets of diamonds, and that gets you 1 of each output. Here, it's just making, like, 2 of the same output with each diamond, so there are different types. So, I think there will ultimately be 4 different types of diamonds.
It's a high effort diamond solve.
Yeah, this is diamond with like secondary optimization.
I see now that's 2 of the same diamond at the end.
Yeah. So this is like diamond, but like with like, okay, how do I secondary optimize it? Diamond. Very clean. Alright. In 11th place.
It be returned.
In 11th place.
Just in time for 11.
We drop 2 cycles. Spiritual shampoo. New solution. What the fuck?
Is this overclocked or is your computer just dying?
What the hell?
Huh?
Oh, it must be overclocked because we're running modded.
Oh no.
Of course they would do this.
You're gonna have to load this in the main game.
Oh god. I can't load it in the main game. It'll spoil the last puzzles.
Oh, that's true. I think we do probably just have to skip this.
Yeah. Well, we can watch this for a while and laugh.
You can copy the instructions. Yeah, you can copy the instructions onto a new arm.
Oh, true. Yeah, but then aren't the glyphs also?
The glyphs are over.
And replace the glyphs.
All right. Okay.
How do you know where the glyphs were in the first place?
Where do I put them?
Yeah.
Where do I put them all? Alright. I know where the track goes. He's a filthy plus first person.
The track is the one that does not matter.
Oh, okay.
So what? Yeah, make an arm 2, start it like somewhere, and then Control Shift A.
Yeah.
Can I copy that many instructions? Yes, I can.
Yes.
Nice.
Control Shift A and drag down. Yeah.
And then
Alright,
And delete art.
now where
And
do I
I
put
think it's
everything?
pointing down. I think it's pointing down left. Down. Yeah.
Which means
yeah.
this might be like that.
Okay.
These are all guesses.
Oh
Be cool if
god.
I got it right.
It-
Well, I'll try it. If it doesn't work, I'll just move on.
You might have placed them in the wrong order. But like wrong orientation, but yeah, just double check. Yeah, because no, this is valid in the main game. It's just because we're running modded that's in the old game. So that it doesn't
I
work
forgot
properly.
I might have just. This
Okay,
looks like this should
let's
be
just
here.
skip it. It's probably too much effort.
It's alright. Alright.
Yeah.
It's all
okay.
good. I've placed it wrong. We tried. In 10th place at 7.
Norflak, can you send me the solution? I'll try to verify it.
Yeah, sure. In 10th
Like
place.
off stream.
In 10th place at 712 cycles, we have Goodbye Galaxy.
Always a good secondary optimizer.
King of the secondaries, might I say.
This is bricks. This is the brick. Well, it does the easy output first.
It does the
which
easy output,
is-
but then we will be getting brick.
Yes.
And yeah,
Do we get a brick with all 3? I wonder.
we haven't actually seen bricks in a while, since Genius 42.
Yeah. I mean, the thing with bricks is that they can go a lot lower. So I imagine there would be like, okay, all the non-brick solves and then all the brick solves. And here is a good brick solve at 90G.
Yeah. So it's doing, yeah, so it's gotten the easy one out of the way. We're doing the full brick though. And ooh, that's a nice duplication.
Oh, hell yeah.
Alright, so now we can banish that input to the Shadow Realm and do the water duplication, which is also clean. And now here we do the earth one, which is even cleaner.
Yeah, this is why bricking is so good. You can just make calculation and duplication all at once, as Bist was mentioning earlier. And then you just output
But
everything.
yeah. Regarding the previous solution, rules as stated, it just has to work in the main game, so if it works there, it's a valid solve.
Yeah.
I suppose.
Right, because the
It
main
has to work on the current rules as stated is it has to work on the current update.
Right, so on the current update, Spiritual Shampoo's solve will work because the game will mod 6 the whole thing before running it, whereas my version doesn't. So he's just trolling me by making it overclocked. It's pretty good troll.
Yeah.
So yeah,
So we're not gonna make him non-scoring. It's just because rules as stated, you know.
it's still valid. I'll validate it after. I'll
Uh-huh.
just validate it after the stream. It's fine. Okay. So Goodbye Galaxy writes in the solution notes, Mr. Zorflax, I'm pleased to announce that 80% of your puzzles have been bangers. Was not a fan.
Are we counting week 0?
I don't think week 0 gets
No.
included in that calculation.
Because then it'll be over 6, not over 5.
The rules is
So
well,
overclocking is
just doesn't
patched.
exist in the real. Yeah, overclocking has been patched.
It's been patched out. So like if you were to boot that solve up and play, you wouldn't know it's overclocked at all because the game would fix it for you.
I mean, maybe the glyphs aren't fixed. Maybe it's just the arms, but I think those don't matter.
Yeah, look, if it happens in the future, I'll just like skip the solve. Like I won't try to fix it. I'll just be like, okay, not looking at that one, moving on, kind of thing. Zorflax's skill issue trying to replace the glyphs. Yeah, it was. It was.
Yeah, I probably only had to replace the arm. Oh well.
Oh well. Well, so I did refer to Goodbye Galaxy as king of the secondaries, and that is because this is the fastest 90G. It is the only good brick 90G, actually. So, count them up. 9 people got min cost.
9 people got 80G for 0 access.
9 people.
Let's go.
I'm curious if it's length 1 arm versus length 2 arm.
I don't think you can do it with length 2 arm. I'm pretty sure length 2 is just gone.
Interesting.
So, the way you do
Are there 85G?
Do we want to just load up first solve? That feels like the easiest way to do it.
Yeah, just load it in.
Yeah.
We can just look at it.
No, I'm not going to reveal it yet. I'm not going to reveal it yet. So, I'm going to do it the hard way. So, thing about 80G, if you just place the inputs and outputs, you're already, that's it. You've already used all 6 of the arm's access points. Which leaves you with 4 glyphs that you still have to worry about. And because I made the inputs 2 atoms each, like, you don't need access to any single one of these glyphs. You don't place them like this necessarily, but yeah, you can squeeze it in. A concept that will be, a lot of the solution notes talk about it, is the concept of, I don't have a name for this, but it's like this 2 atom hex was also important because that's how you length.
That's the only places you can access triplex and debond. Well, not necessarily debonders, but triplex.
Because that's how you access, like, that's how a length on arm grabbing the length.
Yeah, you have to place triplex in that space, otherwise, So
that one's forced. Nothing else is technically forced because that triplex is forced, but
you need 1 hex of debond within that space. Otherwise
yeah,
you can't debond the 2
So I believe you need at least 1 hex of debonder within that space. I think you also need 1,
and the rest don't matter.
You might need 1 hex of duplicator as well, but I'm not 100% on
maybe.
That. Maybe it's a maybe.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, because of access points of the length of the catalyst.
Okay. That brings us to our first 80G. It was a pretty competitive race for slowest 80G, actually. But the winner...
Oh, Pentapig didn't submit.
Pentapig did not submit. The first 80G solve comes in at 12,973 cycles. Who?
Let's go.
Horton is
Did Hello Jasper submit? Maybe.
Hello Jasper.
Who?
Hello Jasper did not submit.
Oh, I think you need the instruction patch.
Hold up. I have it. I think I might. Hold up.
It might be disabled.
Frame rate patch. Okay, it was disabled. Let's see if that helped. Yeah, okay, that helped noticeably. Nice.
Notably, the area count isn't that high. So it's not a complete brick.
Yeah, it's only 3 digits.
Or maybe it's like a 1p brick, where it just bricks the 4 outputs and then debonds all 4.
What is it doing?
What
is this?
Who writes in the solution notes, I considered putting a single track very far from the origin as it would not change my standing and allow the audience to experience a tiny fraction of the frustration and suffering that was programming this hellish nightmare. Oh, I
do not envy you.
I would not have had the stomach to program anything like this.
Does this have to be hard-coded? Or is it 1p? If it's 1p, it's marginally less awful.
I have the sinking feeling it's not 1p.
What is this?
I
What
don't
is
think we're
this?
going to be able to fully digest this solve in the stream time that we have, but it's amazing.
Nah, yeah.
Congratulations on reaching 80G.
We can speed it up.
Yeah, I'll speed it up. It's gonna make the whole thing practically impossible to digest, but we'll get...
It hasn't, speed it up slightly. We've got time.
That's like the...
It's AVG, just show the whole thing.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the first output.
I am assuming some of the other ADGs did it more efficiently. It's a pretty wild guess, but yes. Correct.
We just saw the first output. What is that thing? Is the best way I can
That
describe
giant
it.
thing is a glorified... That's a bellow at home.
It's a glorified catalyst.
Oh, is it? Is
It's
this
got
a
no
steady
water
state?
on it.
Yeah,
Is it-
hang on.
The thing has no
This
water
looks
on
like
it,
that's
though.
not being built onto, and that's why this area count is steady.
Yeah, so it's
now.
steadied up. So this, like, there's an 8-atom intermediary. This 8-atom intermediary is, like, the important intermediary. Because it's who indirectly gets, like, the requisite triplex bonded without getting a wrong triplex bond and then duplicate.
Oh,
and
is
it'll
that...
break it off.
So
this
is
8-atom.
everything else a catalyst? Or is it just, like, steps until scaffolding?
This giant thing, I'm pretty sure is just a it's a bellow. I'm pretty sure it's just a bellow at home.
It's got no water on it, though.
It doesn't have any water. I don't think
We're
we've...
gonna keep speeding up the solve,
Yeah.
otherwise, because I think we're on track for a 4-hour stream, but that's assuming Amarms takes the same amount of time as cost.
No, Lamau.
So I think we might be on track for another 5-hour stream.
Solution. Submitter numbers go burr.
Yeah.
I'll try my best to keep the pace up on our moms because we're at a pretty good pace so far, I think.
Yeah.
All right, so we're doing firework E now, I think.
Yeah, very much so.
Everything. Holy.
We just we're about to cross
12,000 programmed out cycles.
Oh, it has to it
God damn, the amount of competition has raised so high. Like, last year there would have been 2 people that did this. Well, there's probably easier methods for this puzzle, but...
Yeah, I'm gonna wait because, like, I think the 2 were like Rebix and Penta, and they were around like 6,000 cycles.
It was Cali Erases, but yeah.
Oh yeah, Caloresis and Reb, right?
Pentapic was 3rd place with the plus 10G.
Pentapic optimized placement to time spent on that puzzle
Yeah.
by placing 3rd G. By placing 3rd without hitting min. It was the smart move, ultimately. But no, not this year.
It's
No,
a
you want
principle of getting min.
not this year. If you want a good placement on a cost puzzle this hard, you have to just sweat it out now.
This is why you think
I love
like,
this community.
play some puzzles instead.
Okay,
Much
so it
better.
never duplicates water. The water
It
just
just has
lives
space for the-
on the intermediary. I think.
Yeah. So glorified Burlow is doesn't need the water on it.
Now it's just an input suppressor. All right.
There it does. There it is. It solves.
Okay, so that was an
This is extremely impressive.
That
Warp
was a-
Fuel was much harder. Yeah, I can imagine.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, Warp Fuel probably still gets to keep its claim to the hardest cost puzzle in a tournament. But
I mean, there's still high gloss finish.
high gloss
right now.
finish, it is true, but also it was a simpler time in 2020.
And also the metric wasn't cost. The metric was 1-arm trackless.
Yeah, I think someone still did cost eventually, right? Right?
Yeah,
Did
cost
they?
was still done, but yeah.
Eventually, not during the tournament though.
I think Biggie has mentioned that if it was like this year, Biggie wouldn't have done that min glyph thing. He would have straight up have been a cost puzzle because you can't really be merciful to the community anymore.
Yeah.
Those days have passed. Which is why this puzzle exists.
You
Otherwise, I
can't be
probably wouldn't.
merciful and make it like also a sum as a second option.
For fuck's sake! All right. Hold up. Why is F? Okay. All right. Sorry, my F10 key went somewhere. All right. In 8th place. We cut the cycle count in half. I don't know if
That's
you're
good.
thankful
Let's
for that
go.
or not. It is Biggie.
Oh.
Oh.
So
Unfortunate.
so Biggie was not. I don't think Biggie was thrilled to hear that 9 people got min cost because Biggie knew her solve was going to be.
This smells like a brick. More area than cycles.
27,000. We might need to turn on the area mods as well.
Okay, so for this one, I'm gonna.
We have to turn on disable collisions too.
Okay, all right. For this one, there are really long notes because Biggie goes into the theory behind min cost a lot, and they're very helpful notes. So I am gonna read the whole thing. So buckle in.
Yeah.
Unlike any other cost puzzle I've encountered, Zorflax, you've outdone yourself. Obviously, you need to spend all 6 access points on inputs and outputs. Slightly less obvious, but still true, in order to make all 3 types of triplex bonds, the arm must be length 1. So, crowd all the inputs and outputs around the arm and place 4 no-access glyphs. Duplicator, calcifier, triplex bonder, and debonder. Now, among no-access glyphs, there are still more and less convenient spaces for them. I defined 3 separate classes of accessibility. Any tile that is not within a radius 2 hexagon of the arm, which is what I drew out earlier, and you can kind of see that shape almost perfectly replicated in this solve.
Yeah, it's a 19 area chamber set hexagon.
Where was I? Any tile that is not within a radius 2 hexagon of the arm cannot be reached by either end of a lone input and is thus called distant. The corners of that hexagon can be reached in only one way, and I call that line indirect. The centers of the edges of the hexagon can be reached in 2 different ways, and I call that elbow indirect. So elbow indirect is slightly less of a pain in the ass. The far sides of the 2 inputs need to be elbow indirect to support suppression from both directions. If either input is line indirect, you end up with parts needing to swap places around the arm in an impossible way. Am I echoing?
No.
Oh, okay. Where was I?
Oh, I don't know on stream, but it doesn't sound like you are on Discord.
Okay. If either is line indirect, you end up with parts needing to swap.
You are echoing on stream, apparently.
Oh. Let me try and turn that down. Hopefully that stops the echoing. Alright, if either input is line indirect, you end up with parts needing to swap places around the arm in an impossible way before you get very far at all. The inputs themselves also need to be adjacent in order to have one object suppress both to give adequate working space. There are 2 ways to place the inputs with these restrictions, and the one shown here, where they are in a line, works much better. It means some of your useful glyphs are behind the inputs, but that doesn't even feel cursed in this context. The triplex bonder needs one of its edges to be fully in the hexagon so that you can build anything at all. That means it takes up an elbow indirect slot as well. There actually is no freedom on the placement of the triplex bonder that isn't accounted for by a symmetry argument. Then comes the reality check. Try to satisfy all of the above demands, and it turns out that either the debonder or the duplicator must be partially distant. Initially, I dreamed of some clean intermediary from which you could pull off the output in pairs and leave the board empty upon loop, but as I reasoned, the access is not convenient enough for this. So we brick. I settled on the receiving end of duplicator being the distant tile. So within our nice hexagon of structure-free interaction, we have all parts of the solution except that piece of the duplicator and the furthest pad of the triplex bonder. Immediately, that means that the earth-water input will never be able to bond onto the brick. We sacrificed its capacity to become fire. So, the single instance of that input that spawns before simulation begins must be the only instance we ever see. Juggling it is not the worst thing, as we already promised that an object would need to spend much of the time suppressing both inputs, but it does just add to the list of fail conditions for the algorithm itself. Armed with this, I spent a couple nights tinkering. One night, pretty sure I was almost there, but too tired to think of the remaining work. And then one morning, programming it over from scratch, determined. The result was just under 8,000 cycles with 55,000 area. It worked. In order to create the yellow triplex bond, either for the explosive output or the partial yellow triplex one, a fire from the spine must be calcified. There is no simple recovery if a triplex bond ever forms in the other slanted direction. The other two triplex bonds can be routed without needing to modify the spine. Originally, every time I used the catalyst, it would be a huge ordeal to be able to recover a stable brick. I realized a better way and cut 1,500 cycles and 22,000 area. I'm sorry, Biggie, it did not matter. The previous solutions were 1p, but at this point, so it can be done 1p. But at this point, I wanted to call things done, so I did what I knew what must be done. I 6p'd it. Among my submissions are my best 1p, my best looping 6p, and this, my best non-looping 6p. As part of the final output delivery, it allows a new catalyst input to spawn. This prevents looping, but saves 8 cycles. Oh, I admire your dedication to your craft, Biggie.
We are only halfway through after all those notes.
God,
the solution is halfway done.
I read the entire, 700-word essay and was still only halfway through the solve playing out. Okay, so we've seen...
I find it amazing that we're not even talking about access points anymore. We're talking about access points next to access points.
We're talking about, yeah. It's amazing.
Access points are old hat.
This is amazing cost puzzle. I've not since the solution is still running. I want to know your inspiration on this puzzle. Is it lubricating solvents, the RPO solve?
So that was kind of. So I saw that and thought no access everything. I think it also came up in Ignition Cord, where I saw some dude put like I was enamored with the idea of how little access could I make a puzzle. And this is the simplest way I could find. It probably exists a simpler puzzle that has 4 no access glyphs, but yeah, this
is probably this was designed for cost, I imagine.
This cost was the first and foremost metric this is designed for. I had some people saying in DMs that I designed this puzzle for Amarms. No, I just got lucky.
No. Yeah, Zorfax and I also talked about perhaps height as a metric might work as well.
Actually, I think Yosh...
And it's probably somewhat similar to Amarms.
Yosh threw out the idea of width for this puzzle.
Oh yeah, perhaps.
Perhaps, but yeah. There was a couple puzzles where I'm like, could we make this a width puzzle? Nah. But yeah, this was firstly designed as a cost puzzle, and Amarms just was a bit of a happy
I can imagine, though, the access points, it's horrifying, but yet 9 people did it, and we're about to see it get better.
Oh yeah,
well, better, quote unquote, perhaps.
So, question now, how fast does it get?
I'm guessing about 3,000 is the minimum.
So, clocking in at 5,655 cycles, we have Small Crepe.
Yo.
Small. Not a name.
That's not a name I expected to hear up here, but yeah.
Small Crepe, 7th
Why
place.
have I done this? I agree. Those are some wacky output positions.
I feel like we probably need solution notes if they had them.
Oh, so for this solve, the solution notes are very short. You just-
59A.
Yeah. Also, no bricking, 59 area. So the solution
Wow.
notes read, almost all instructions were entered by hand with little copy pasting.
God.
Ew.
Is it
It's
1p?
6p.
If it's 1p, that's okay. If it's 6p, it's very not okay.
Hold up. It's 1p.
It's 59 area. It's
It-
1p. Oh, thank God.
It's 1p. Okay. Wow.
Alright, so we'll be able to watch this whole thing without speeding up, because it's just like 1,000
This makes it look much
Yeah.
easier. God damn.
It's just diamonds.
It's diamonds, but...
So, before the stream, Rebix the Mad Lad predicted that we'd get about 15 people hitting min cost. And that was like before I knew, but that was like before the submissions were all in. So I'm like, at the time, I'm like, whoa, 15, no fucking way, it's that easy. But I think, alright, in comparison to Warp Fuel at least, this puzzle does one thing really, really hard, but the others aren't so hard. Whereas Warp Fuel had like multiple big problems, like there was a single atom regent that you just can't suppress. You have to put down a Burlo wheel, so you can't just brick everywhere. And there was just, you had to worry about projection as well, and a complicated output shape was also a big problem. Like, there's just a lot of shit you have to do in Warp Fuel, whereas this just does
900 instructions place isn't that bad.
Yeah.
900
900, yeah, that's actually surprisingly reasonable.
It's 1p. I'm amazed this is 1p, honestly. I'm amazed you can do it in 1p. If I knew that, I probably would have gone for it.
So we haven't actually outputted every... So we're about to output all... So we just got our first output, and the loop's nearly done. So it kind of does most of the constructing, I think, through diamonds.
Yeah, diamonds are good.
It's like diamonds-esque, is how I'd put it. So we already highlighted diamonds as a good idea, and this kind of... It's not necessarily a diamond, but it's like diamond is part of the shape. Diamond is part of the intermediary, which allows you this. And also, the inputs are not next to each other.
Yeah. I guess the intermediaries are suppression enough. So
another thing is that... So you have to ask yourself, what is the thing you're going to put outside the 2-atom hex? The two radius 3... The radius...
This one happens to be calcifier. Out of the hexagon. Let's call it the hexagon.
Yeah, so out of this hexagon. So what do you put outside? So this solve elects the calcifier, right? The triplex is forced. So this solve answers with calcifier. If we go back to Biggie's... So we get that... I'm just going to dial back quickly to the last couple solves, and I'll fast forward to that cycle spot. So we see Biggie chose duplicator. The receiving end of the duplicator. Who... Whoops. Horton is a who the absolute king had one of your hexes in the hexagon just without a glyph on it, and had both debonder and duplicator outside of that fucking hexagon. God damn, I can't believe that solve works. So going back to Small Crepe, I'm gonna fast forward a bit.
Should have been Cortelli over there. Yeah, this one already looped. We don't have to, like... It already looped, so we don't have to speed it up. You can just slowly play it, or even move on to the next song.
Oh, I'm going to move on to the next solve pretty soon. I just want to have one
Yeah, this one loops. We don't have to see the whole thing.
Yeah, no, I won't, no. I'll just watch the next two outputs.
I'm curious, does this win GA out of the submitted solves? Are there any better area counts than this?
Maybe.
There are better area counts than this.
Okay.
Holy, okay.
Goes faster and smaller.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
This gets out Burrito. That's amazing to me.
Yeah, but yeah, very well done. Top 10 in a tournament in 2024 is... It sure is a thing.
Correct.
Basically, the top 10 requirement over here is get ADG.
Or be Goodbye Galaxy.
Or be Goodbye Galaxy, yes. Our secondary optimizing king.
Alright. In 6th place, we are taking a pretty hefty cycles drop.
Piggy Mac is saying she's feeling very calm before the storm area. Oh no, I remember that.
Ugh. And 6th place at 4,007 cycles. Kazian.
Damn, I thought that was going to be area.
It's not from the dubious region of France, so it's sparkling difficulty.
57!
So this solve had a lower area count for one.
And it's also 1,000 cycles faster.
1,600 cycles faster, just casually.
Is this also 1p? Because it could be, looking at that area count.
Also, this
Hold up.
destroys the notion that one of the inputs...
It is 6p.
One of the outer inputs could be in the hexagon corner.
I shouldn't... I'll let me play it from the start. So these are pretty long notes, because Kazian always writes good notes.
Yeah.
Here are all the legible notes recovered from Alchemist Kazian's transmutation records before they were found behind a municipal waste receptacle huffing living air fumes. No access. Can only touch glyphs within radius 2. Let's call it extended access. Not even extended access is guaranteed for all glyphs? Is this possible? How do I even detach a firework from a fire wad if it's somehow complete? Debonder, not any worse if it's at an angle, needs to carefully construct bond network for detachment anyway. Selective triplexing with calcification and reignition. How? Question mark, question mark, question mark. Attach firework to stick. Transmute firework. Detach from stick. How do I make a stick? This detached apparently may as well try to transmute it. Left side of the fork. I will not drink the syrup. I will not drink the syrup. I will not drink the syrup. Duplicate.
I don't know how you can syrup this.
Duplicator must be adjacent to inputs so a pivot can keep inputs suppressed, or I will cry and print salt. Stick firework to left side of fork. Attach both atoms securely. Break key bond. Replace with a triplex bond. Revamp bond network. Detach, finally. Calcification and reignition with maybe every step. My shoes are made of salt and fire. That's how many steps. It's working. It's working! No, fork stick can't lay a firework access... Sorry, no, fork stick can't lay a firework across every possible triplex bond. Get a better stick. Is there a stick that can lay across all 3 triplex orientations? Big, bang, bong, bang, bing, bang, bang, bong, bing, triplex music. Thank you for coming to my concert. It will take 5 more hours of brick rearrangement. Behold, the Shepherd's Crook. I love you, Shepherd's Crook. You're my best friend. So Shepherd's
I don't
Crook...
think you've reached that point in the solution yet. We're still seeing the fork.
I think we've passed... No, so... Where is the shepherd's crook? It's kind of on screen. It's that 4-atom thing, but it's not quite the 4-atom thing.
I thought that was the
Oh no, yes,
what the cats call it.
Oh, no, we haven't seen the shepherd's crook yet. You're right. I'm sorry.
Yeah. That's the fork, yeah.
Yeah. I pinky promise I will not make the poison bonds that can't be debonded. Slower than the fork, but it can lay across every triplex bond. White fireworks. Pew pew pew. And finally, I do not know of this fast concept. Can you eat it? Alchemist Kazian. Still not a brick.
I think we're approaching the second scaffold. It's appearing.
It's... Alright, there's the shepherd's crook.
It's forming.
We finally got it. So that's why it was mentioned pretty deeply in the notes, because it's this 4-atom shape that saved Kazian's idea here.
Kazian took the L.
Oh, you did take
That's
the L.
what I'm calling that. That's the catalyst.
Oh,
the
the L.
And not the scaffold, it's the L.
The shepherd's L.
Yeah, that's just an L. Not much other way to put that.
Sorry, Kazian.
Okay, I'm gonna skip to output 18 so we can see how the last batch is made.
I assume like the explosive was made last, according to the notes. Oh yeah, we're making the explosive now.
Alright, so let's just see how the... Alright. Wait.
And then the air one. Yeah. We're doing the air now.
Okay, so it is... Alright, so the last one is the air, actually. Okay, so it was not explosive last.
Yeah.
Alright.
I guess this scaffold does both, so.
You should ask Jamu if you can eat it. Alright, I'll play this for a little longer and then move on, because we still got another 5 of these.
Yeah.
Well, on the bright side, they get faster, right?
Right?
Yeah, that's technically true.
They should.
Well, we might have a secondary tie. Theoretically possible.
Theoretically.
Alright. Kazian, you're gonna hate how many cycles you were beaten by. Coming in at 3,999 cycles. Ebony.
Oh no.
Gosh.
8 cycles.
So we're getting quicker, people. We are getting quicker.
Even smaller too.
51.
So the error count went down again.
That sure is a shape.
So the area count went down again.
Yeah. So I think this is like it's
This
the
is an
same
entirely
class
different
of
layout. So
game where you're like,
there's the fork. Yeah.
yeah, you're making into me
Well, we
a
see the
different
L as
intermediate
well.
for everything.
Oh, is there another L? So that was not... That was like the... So Kazian had the intermediary before the shepherd's crook. So seeing that making a return. So the core idea with many of these, not all of them, but many of them, is that you have this like big 6/8 atom, like conglomerate, like intermediary, and you have to very carefully manipulate triplex bonds through that big 6 or 8 atom brick, and then with that you can get like a partial triplex bond without pissing off the other triplex hexes. And then you very, very carefully debond and very, very carefully duplicate and not so carefully.
You have to make sure you do the calcification so you don't do incidental triplexes that you can't debond.
And you also have to very carefully calcify. It's a good point.
Yeah.
Alright, so reading the solution notes. Ebenov writes, spoiler, no lustrous syrup is teched here. I spent a lot of effort looking at various intermediaries considering the quote-unquote left flag shape here bad, which I think is like the one on screen right now. especially worse than its mirror image right flag. Then I realized I don't have to get the first input intermediary triplex bond to end up in product, and this left flag shape just does everything. So, like, there is no, like, other intermediary here.
There
like,
is no L.
There is no... Ebenov will not be taking the L. I don't know if this loops or not. It continues writing, the shape being stable across products also means that only 2 of the tips need to be fire, and I can make the center be air and provide the air for firework A, which lowers the demand of input suppression to meet what left flag intermediary can provide. So being able to maintain that air item there on the intermediary the whole time means you only really have to worry about like duplicating with the other input, and so that only just like it's a mini Burlo.
It's a mini Burlo with only one. Oh no, it has fire as well. It's half a Burlo.
It's a half Burlo.
It only has air and fire.
So I like this idea of putting the debonder as like your half terrible glyph. Because having it. Also, another thing I want to point out is that Ebenov here gets a line indirect input, which I wasn't paying that close attention. I'm not sure if Kazian did it, but
we've seen another line indirect.
Okay,
not
Kazian? Was it Kazian?
I don't know if it's Kazian's. I don't know. Oh yeah, okay. Kazian did it too, and who did it? Yeah, basically everything since Biggie apparently. Well,
oh really? Oh, L.
No, Small Crab had cursed input layouts, but
I think
it was still
didn't do it either.
It wasn't like straight indirect. Yeah.
Who did do it? Oh, okay, I lied. A Burlo is a Burlo. You can't say it's only half. All right. Moving on. In 4th place, we'll drop a couple of 100 cycles this time at 3,783 cycles. Rebix.
Oh.
Also, the area count continues to drop as well.
That's amazing.
So this is a distant calcifier. Is that the first we've seen?
No. I think, who was it?
No, we've seen several distant calcifiers at this point.
Was it Kazian? Might have been Kazian who had a distant calcifier.
Small Crab had distant calcifier.
Oh no, it was Small Crepe. It was Small Crepe. Okay. Yeah. So this is, in fact, the smallest ADG that we do have. So
okay, this isn't getting out burritoed.
This is not getting out burritoed. This is the current GA record.
I find it amazing all the previous solves are getting out burritoed by this though.
Oh, it hurts. All right, Rebix writes in the solution notes simply no source. So this might be the easiest one to analyze so far, because...
Yeah, look at it. Where's our intermediary?
It's literally
just
scaffolding? Literally just diamond. It's literally just diamond tech, I think.
Where's our scaffolding? Is it 1P actually?
Where's the scaffolding? Alright, let's find it real quick. No, it is 6p.
Oh, okay.
Where were we? Oh, we're about here.
Yeah, I assume this can't be very easily 1P-able. It's just like turned into 6P to save cycles. Because, you can just reset the inputs and start all over. I see several points where there's only the inputs left and they're still suppressed, so...
So yeah, no real source. Really just diamond manipulation here, but like very careful, clever diamond manipulation. Revix
It's
is
just
very good at
it's just
cost.
clean.
Yeah, just knows what he's doing. No real source, but yeah, not quite at the podium yet.
Almost there.
Who do we have
Who's left? Fiesta,
Fiesta,
Calioresis,
Did
maybe
Spec
Hallow
submit?
Jasper. Did Hallow Jasper submit?
Hello Jasper did not submit.
Was it Spec?
It was not spec'd.
Spec did not submit.
Oh shit.
We have Fiesta.
Yeah.
Sergi D. Did Sergi D submit?
Sergi
Oh
D,
yeah.
Sergi D did not submit.
Yeah.
What unfortunate.
So Fiesta and Calioresis is the people I have in mind, right? I'm hoping Fiesta submitted.
Fiesta definitely
Did Fiesta
submitted.
submit?
Yes.
Okay.
Alright, well, I'm going to leave you people to speculate on who the third person is. In third place...
52. Oh, Cuckoo 52 hasn't shown up.
In third place, at 3,548 cycles, Fiesta 618.
Yeah, there's Fiesta.
Congrats on the podium.
Who needs access? So we're back to... Whoop, why is it slow?
Who
So we're back
needs
to...
access? Well, who didn't need access?
Who sure as shit didn't need access? Who needs access? Wrong. Alright. Okay, so let's have a peep at these solution notes.
It's still 51 area, goddamn.
Still 51. Fiesta writes, I
We're
went
still
down...
in the...
Hmm?
Oh, I was just saying we're still in the small area.
It's still small, yeah. We've been here for a while, actually, now. Small area. So, Fiesta writes, I went down the wrong path for a while on this puzzle. Seeing 6 regents and products, I assumed that track would be required, and that this would be a ferocious secondary contest, heavily determined by the logic of the layout. I spent 30 minutes or so with a 90G canvas, brainstorming efficient flows from one glyph to another. I had forgotten one of the maxims of cost. Glyph access is only necessary for manipulating single atoms. But here, the inputs are 2 sticks, the outputs are 2 sticks, and one of the inputs already contains fire. Once I noticed that, I understood that this was no secondary race. It was a zero-access layout hunt. Much trickier and better befitting a second half tournament puzzle. That said, it seems to me that there was not a huge variety of viable layouts. Triplex requires 2 hexes with distance 2, and life is much easier if the debonder also has both hexes within distance 2. Which is funny, because Ebenov actually had a pretty good time without that, but I digress. With inputs... Sorry. With inputs and outputs largely forced, that leaves only 2 more free hexes at distance 2. And it seemed logical that the calcifier be placed such that 4/7 of the required uses would be convenient. The duplicator placed such that the catalyst could suppress while sitting on it, and the inputs themselves oriented to make suppression easy. So other than tweaking the relative handedness of the glyphs, this was the only layout I seriously considered. Layout limited or not, there are still plenty of nuances here for cycles. Since I committed early to self-duping for fire instead of using a catalyst, most of these nuances lie in the composition of the scaffolding and the rotation of the triplex bonder, both of which are related. Very important point, I guess. Which is like a really subtle point too, but super important. For example, the most challenging bond to manage is whichever one has no triplex glyph hexes in line with the arm. In my layout, it's the red one. That one needs a squiggle-shaped scaffolding instead of a simple diamond, which is why we're not seeing diamond the whole time. The only way to attach a new input to the squiggle involves moving the new reagent counterclockwise through the catalyst instead of looping around clockwise. And we can kill two birds with one stone if that rearrangement has already been done by output time, by making that hard to manage bond the one that uses air. Hence my choice of triplex glyph rotation, which is something I've completely missed to this point, but yes. For cycles secondaries, the triplex orientation fucking matters.
So when designing this puzzle, did you have this length to access thing in mind at all? Or is
Yes.
this just something that happened? Okay, that
I assume
was
so.
intended.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
integral to the design of the puzzle.
Yeah, no, one of the things I did was I very much sat myself down and stared at layouts much like this and went, oh, wow, 2-access is going to be very important here. And like, yeah, was very much considered. Also, one thing that was a bit of a happy accident was that this concept also briefly pops itself up in Blue Vitriol. If you go back and watch cost for that one, also matters because of the 2 atom inputs that were also in that puzzle. And because the calcifier tragically needing to be line indirect for a theoretical 20A min cost layout was what made it, as far as we know, impossible. Because you couldn't put it elbow indirect because of the shape of the outputs for Blue Vitriol. Interesting aside there.
This is probably one of my favorite puzzles you've done in terms of concept.
Like, yeah, I was in love with the concept.
Yeah, I like puzzles that have like a strong concept instead of just haha very funny weird assembly.
I actually do as well, and I think Biggie's tournament was really good for it in particular, which was a tournament
I think Panics had a lot of good like concepts.
Yeah.
Puzzles. Like, for example, the second? Yeah, Panic's second week was everything is 3 height, deal with it. And then week 3 was a single atom input, deal with it. Week 4 is what was it called again? Sparse infinite, deal with it.
Sparse infinite, yeah, right.
Week 5 is a more normal puzzle. Week 6 is metal triplex, deal with it.
Okay.
I like Panic's tournament a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, I took a lot of inspiration
Do
from
we get a Cuckoo 52 win? I want to see it.
Alright, just real quick. I did take a lot of inspiration from Biggie's tournament when thinking about my own. But in second place.
Drum roll.
It is Cuckoo 52.
Aww.
It would have been sick, but yes, Cali Races. Whoops, sorry. Cali Races, congratulations on your 3rd win of the tournament.
Yeah, 3rd win.
Yeah, good luck catching up to Cali Races,
Okay, now
everyone.
he's way ahead.
Yeah.
It's 41 area. Okay.
New solution 1. Yeah, no notes either.
Yeah, we just have to understand this.
I mean, it's not really that much different from... there's the...
To be fair, we have to do this with Cuckoo 52 solves anyway.
This is very similar to previous solves, so...
Not one of the names I was expecting at ADG, let alone one that, like, came second. I was thrilled to see Cuckoo 52 this far up.
Yeah. Congrats on your first win.
Has Cuckoo 52 won before?
Oh, that's a good question. He's won weeklies before. I don't know if he's won a tournament before.
I don't remember seeing Cuckoo 52 ever winning before. And I
Yeah,
mean,
I
it's
haven't
Biggie's
either.
tournament.
Only a weekly, yeah, they said in the chat.
Yeah, I know he's won weeklies before, but yeah, no,
Cuckoo
Cuckoo, you
52,
were.
you'll get your Biggie blog spot someday.
But no, you were right to spend so long on secondaries, Cuckoo, because absolutely you were at the.
What did he start at?
I have no idea, but like we only have
Well,
to
I guess
go
I'll have
back.
to ask him. He's
Like-
here.
Like 6th place is only like just over 700 cycles slower than this. So if it was like if we're talking that number of cycles secondaries that were optimized, then absolutely 100% worth the effort.
Yeah, there were several placements that were probably improved over the course of the cycles optimizations.
The thing about this puzzle, which it was like a hell of a concept, but the thing about it that was regrettable, and we'll come back to this point a lot on Amarms, is that it was a pain in the ass to program.
Yeah, we'll see that in Amarms.
Oh man,
Amarms is amazing.
Hey,
in
do you
theory,
like track
but
loops?
in practice, when you have like a 50-arm track loop and has to have an arm on every. And we can talk about more than that more when we get to Amarms.
Yeah.
and also,
Yeah.
so when it comes to Amarms, you want to change this thing like earlier into the process. Well, time to re-edit everything because the arms are all gonna be in the wrong positions now.
This solve was so much saner than I was expecting from Cuckoo 52. He just had to like not do something insane, and this is his true power level. That's my headcanon anyway. He's like a board. He plays Opus Magnum like
the insane solution main.
he plays Opus Magnum like a board god. It's great. Okay. The winning solve by Calurasis clocks in at 1,971 cycles. It was not close.
Holy shit!
We have Burlow at home.
247A, not that close, but still quite a large number.
This is the first. Sorry, you go.
This is like reminds me of like what do you call it, Who's solve, where you just have that huge thing that's Bellow at home.
So this is a shockingly similar area count to whose solve clocked in at 279 area. This is 247 area. It's also the first solve without a 2-digit area count since Biggie's. All the rest were pretty small.
Biggie had a 5-digit count.
But we are going, Biggie had 27,000 area. Biggie's used to be 55,000 area. Actually cut the area count in half. And but yeah, so we're back to Burlow at home. But this one is like 6 times quicker than whose. Oh man.
Everyone like from like that we've been seeing is method, and this is like the winning solve.
You're right. ADG had a bit of a method, and this is not that. So this is kind of this is more like a batching kind of idea.
Yeah.
So let me read the solution notes. They're not that long, but they're quite informative. I thought about cost for this puzzle in terms of how far each glyph was from an access point. After placing the input and output glyphs, there are 6 free hexes at access +1. 2 of these need to have triplex, 1 needs to have a debonder, and 1 needs to have either end of the duplicator. This leaves 2 hexes, which can contain the calcifier or remaining ends of the debonder and duplication. This means one of these 2 must be at least 2 away from an access point, and the choice of which glyph to put at access +2 leads to very different solutions. Of these options, I found the elemental end of duplication to be the easiest. Placing half the debonder or the salt end of duplication at access +2 requires bonding products to a larger structure with a lot of temporary bonds and debonds, while the calcit access +2 or further means the Earth-water region permanently takes up access points and forces more complicated maneuvering around it, which I believe is pretty much what Biggie's had. So, I think we've seen like the other end of the duplicator be at that access +2, but I don't. Have we seen this
we're
end of the
attaching the water onto the quote-unquote Burlow at home now.
So yeah, this is
that's
absolutely
clever.
not Palioresis like lucking into the right approach. He just saw the other approaches and saw that this one would lead to the lowest cycle count.
He knew this one was
He
better.
right.
By a lot.
Incredible.
It actually does what Genius... So, funnily enough, Genius 42 did not really that similar thing, but like had a similar moment where his 90G came out faster than his 95. Because he's like, wait, I'm making two at once here, and that's quicker. Whoops. And Caloresis has done that, but on purpose. So his diamond is not the diamond, but just I want to make I want to make two of these at once, and I can do that with a Bellow at home because Bellow at home kind of synchronizes very well with this remote duplicator idea, and that very much checks out.
Yeah, just it's kind of similar to the
it's using
idea.
the chevron, for assembly. Oh, we're doing the fires now.
Yeah,
and it does the fires in batches of 3.
Well, yeah, because it's a chevron.
Yeah.
Does it loop?
Oh,
Might actually.
does it loop? Speed it up, speed it up.
Hold up. Does loop.
Holy. Amazing. The brick just gets larger.
Yeah, you can just add onto the brick. L indeed.
Congrats, Calioresis, on another amazing win.
This is amazing, yeah.
Well earned.
This really solidifies Calioresis as the best player we have.
He's the one. Well, he's the one to beat this year. That's for sure. All right, let me boot up Amarms. All right, this might actually take a few minutes because I'm gonna give the mod that Mr. Puzzle sent me one last try.
Yeah, I'm gonna be right back. So.
All right,
best. Probably.
Oh, what's up?
Oh, I was just gonna say I'll probably set up some scoring shenanigans.
Oh, okay, let me.
I think I can download the Python file from Panic's DMs.
All right, let me send you shit.csv.
Yeah, you can still send it to me. I'll still find out how to deal with it.
Alright, cool. Okay, so it'll take a few minutes here. So go grab some water if you've been watching the stream this whole time. Stretch your legs. Our hopes of keeping the stream under 5 hours is Whoop! I sent shit.csv to Mr. Puzzle accidentally. Whoops.
Why?
I thought I wasn't keeping close enough attention.
Okay, I found the combine.py. You know what? I don't feel like doing that. I don't feel like coding right now.
I don't feel like coding ever.
I'll do it after I return to dorms. You're gonna have to see the final scores tomorrow. I'll upload the sheet though, like the individual week sheet. That I can do. Wait, do we even have Excel on this computer?
What computer are you using?
It's a laptop that I haven't installed anything on yet because it's just the one I can use at home.
Okay. I'm gonna reboot my stream real quick. So, it's alright. It should be black. That's not a problem. Here's hoping the Amarms mod works. If it doesn't, we'll have to do Amarms with a lot of arms covering the screen. It'll be funny, that's for sure.
Alright, blank sheet.
So, Amarms.
File. Import. Upload.
Wait, why did that make the first version of it work? Oh, no, wait. I have 2 instances of the... Never mind. I lied. Alright, no, that's cool. It works. I think it works. Toggle for hiding arms is K. Oh.
There it is. Alright.
Oh, that crashed the game. Nice.
I can load this in. To the week 5 spreadsheet. GCA.
It might be because I had 2 instances of it running at the same time, so I just deleted one of them. Alright.
Alright, I have the individual week spreadsheet up.
It worked! Yay! Oh, look at that. It also visually gets rid of the Burlow's shadow. That's funny. Alright, sick. We are Amarmsing. Alright, I'm just, I'm very appreciatively thanking Mr. Puzzle, because that was very clutch of him. He got that shit working, like, yesterday on practically no notice. Like, keeping the bell is probably a good idea anyway. So, it is... Yeah, Luna's right. It's probably not too, out there for me to just go ahead and confirm that you won't really be seeing the Burlow very much in Amarms, even though...
Alright, individual week is up.
Oh, okay, you just have to do the total one later. That's cool.
Yeah.
Appreciate it, Best.
For the total scores, I have a Python script that combines all the different individual week spreadsheets into one big spreadsheet that has all the scores.
Nice.
Except I don't have that Python script with me right now, and I don't have all the previous weeks with me right now, so... Well, I guess I do have it. Maybe I'll figure it out later, but I don't really want to code right now.
That's cool, no rush.
You can do that in formulas in the sheet itself, but like the annoying thing is that there are people who are non-scoring. There are new submitters that aren't in previous weeks.
Mm.
There are ties.
Okay. I'll get cracking on Amarms. So this is a
The annoying part is like non-scoring people and the annoying part is new submitters that aren't in every week. That's new to the new week.
Alright, I'm gonna get started on Amarms because this is a new submitter. Speaking of which, I didn't show solve for cost, but I will here for Amarms. It is Ronan messes around.
For the spreadsheet, how are you gonna incorporate new submitters that weren't there in previous weeks? Do you just have to like manually input them?
Well, it seems like you gotta manually input them, right?
I just found the Python script easier. I mean, I guess you can do a lookup on all weeks. But
Oh, if it wasn't for you doing all this shit, I would have done everything by hand, and it would have taken a lot of time, and I would have been sad. Like I was prepared to do it by hand, but yeah.
I also did it for Panic, and he probably could have come up with something himself.
Okay.
But the infrastructure was already there.
Alright, so this is a new submitter. Ronan messes around. Welcome to the tournament. Writes in the solution notes, removed an arm.
Nick hates spreadsheets.
Why remove an arm? Why did you... Yeah, oh, so maybe this was intended for cost this whole time. That was my mistake. Because, yeah, Amarms, you don't have to worry about removing arms. It's boring. So this concept... So I'll talk about the concepts, I guess. So this was cooked up years ago by Shadow Cluster. The idea is you take the area count and you just subtract the arm count. Simple. Simple, but it's a scary metric, and as we found out this week, it gets very spicy to make one of these Amarm solves. You'll be seeing how spicy it gets. Pretty not that far in the future.
But starting a 43rd as well. Are there more Amarms than cost solves?
I think so. Yes.
Wow. All right.
Well, it's an easy metric. Like, it's really easy up to a certain point. Like for a while, for these next 5-10 solves, it's gonna be pretty easy. It's gonna look like, oh, what a fun, cool, nice metric, and I'll admit I wasn't.
It's like area, but you get more access points.
So I guess we don't really talk about the secondaries just yet because we're not. We'll get to Min. In 42nd place, River Soul. How do you pronounce that? Fry? I'm not a German.
Is that German?
I'm not a German main.
I can't yeah. I would also butcher
It's
that
German.
if I tried to say it, so I'm not going to attempt to.
Feel
Yeah, more Bello.
It's from a
Bello
Ramstein
makes
song.
this puzzle really nice.
I mean, you can use Burlow at Amarms. It's valid.
Okay, so I think I showed this
It's
solve.
also curves.
Okay, so I think I showed this solve.
I think I've seen this solve.
Yeah, so I will just move on. In 41st place, Rebix. It's just a min cost solve.
yeah, yeah, I'm about to say. Right.
In 40th place, 7T Storm.
Good thing we started with cost, so this wouldn't have happened.
We've also seen this.
Oh, we have? Okay, easy.
Yes.
All right. Making progress.
Yes, Rico Kaboom.
Yes, Rico. Oh, we have. In 39th place. In 39th place. All right. We might have seen this one as well, actually. Not Kevin. Yeah.
Yeah, just happy to do it.
Looking at the spreadsheet, I see some names that didn't show up, so.
All right.
Yeah,
so
Amarms.
This also
so
feels like you've seen it.
This is mid Amarms, but you have 2 extra track.
Okay, so the next solve is min. So
we're at min already.
We are at min already. 38 players got min primary. It's not hard if you just use however many arms.
I mean, you can look at this solve here and fill the 2 empty track slots with arms. This is now min Amarms. So.
In theory.
You can't. Okay.
Yeah.
But that kind of idea.
Yeah, because it uses the track as access points.
Yeah. So all right, so we'll just be talking secondaries from now on, and we're starting at 2,000.
Okay, but does anybody do Burlow? I want to know.
You know, I haven't seen
because that's
all
advanced tech.
I have not
and
seen
people who know.
Oh.
People who don't know. People
I like
who know.
pay attention to this solution title. It's a nice what is it? Palindrome. There we go.
Oh, that's a good segue to the solution notes. Thulk writes, I really wanted Amarms to be a palindrome, but it's not, so I made one. I like Amarms. It seems easier for me to get my head around than cycles. Maybe because, in my solution at least, there are less arms to coordinate and have in my head all at once. Yeah, that is...
Amarms is basically cycles.
I did notice...
doing a lot of juggling here.
I did notice, as a newer player, that doing a couple more campaign chapters was really helpful for seeing patterns faster, so I didn't spend a million years on this one. Once I got past trying to drop double bonded fire water on the single bond fire water output, things got easier, and I just stepped through the rest of the solve. With a minor detour into, oh no, I can't reach the calcifier, oh well, I'll just add another arm. It's probably obvious that I didn't even try to optimize secondaries or primaries. Pistons galore. We got min primary.
I think they mean tertiaries.
Oh, okay, yeah, probably min tertiaries.
Yeah. So I guess talking about min primary, you have to place 20 hexes worth of glyphs. Well, excluding the Burlow case for now. So there's 12 glyphs, hexes taken by inputs and outputs, 3 hexes taken by triplets, 4 from duplication and bonder, and then this calcification glyph. And that's 20, that's min Amarms.
So I didn't... Heading into this week...
I should have made a 20 Amarms for showcase. That would have been fun. With Burlow.
With Burlow.
Yeah.
We did get one of those. So you will be seeing it.
We did. Oh, hell yeah.
You will be seeing what Burlow looks like at min Amarms, but I don't know if there are any scoring solves that do it or not. It'll be a pleasant surprise if we get one. When unleashing this metric, no one, me or the playtesters, quite knew what to expect. We knew it would be a pretty heated secondary battle. We didn't know it was going to be this heated.
Oh boy.
Good lord. What a secondary battle.
Like,
I mean, yeah, secondary.
Maybe even tertiary battles. I imagine these secondary battles as akin to like some drops, some primary drops.
So, we have a grand total of 1 secondary tie.
Sounds like some are, right? Except some it's in primary.
I lied. 2 secondary ties. Is there another? Yeah, there's a last minute secondary tie. There's a third. There's another. All right. Yeah, that's also a secondary tie. 3 secondary ties. All right. So, all right, but with an hour to go, there was 1 secondary tie. So the main point is that practically wasn't.
I submitted with an hour to go. Is that me?
Maybe I didn't see his names. Potential spoiler. Oh well. But yeah. So it was really basically all in the secondaries. So I'll just be reading the cycles count.
Yeah, with Amarms. We're already at min primary. How is it not in the secondaries?
Look, could be a tertiary race, like that week 7 2021.
This is cycles, but funky.
Yeah, this is kind of the way I thought about it, was like production cycles in a trench coat.
Yeah, Luna put it well. Amarms area as a restriction.
Alright. Moving on down, we'll drop a digit. So, coming in at 20 Amarms. So I'm not even going to read the Amarms anymore. So
we don't even need to mention the Amarms.
Nah. Alright, so just at 671 cycles is Echo Lawrence.
600. Oh, dropping a digit like that. Okay.
The cycle count simply divides by 3 every time. Surely this is sustainable.
Sure. Of course.
It's still trackless.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, it might not be immediately obvious, but you can have track loops with Amarms.
So check this shit out.
Oh. Thank Mr. Puzzle for this.
Yeah. Oh, the numbers are still there. Fuck yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Puzzle, for this. So we can far more closely just track the route of the atoms, because that's the game here. That's like the entire game here is how the hell do you route this shit? Because like like, it's the thing with the cycle secondary. The faster it becomes, the more cramped it gets, right? That's essentially... Right, because, yeah, the faster it gets, the more atoms that you got to route at the same time. So we got to talk about, like, rate a fair amount.
Sometimes, eventually, you get access limited by arms.
Yeah. You just run out of spots to put arms, which is funny. I was hoping that would happen, but I didn't think it would. So the solution notes read, "This nervous novice alchemist is hopeful they understood the assignment to get min primary." Congrats, he did. "I learned about input suppression from this community. Also learned a trick from the Die Hard Weekly that placing the catalyst molecule back over the input...
Die Hard.
Placing the catalyst molecule back over the input can allow you to loop, even when extra arms are needed for the final products." So we're taking the L here. "I thought it made sense to put the fragment of heat next to duplication and calcification next to that. I think that's good heuristics. I know there's a ton of empty instruction space and even more room for arms, but I'm not sure how to improve without a cascade of reprogramming being required. Arm 10 is helping, it swears." After completing this, I started another area arms attempt with a track loop surrounding the 20 area, completely filled with arms. Did not finish programming that one. Thank you for the fun puzzle. You are very welcome.
I like the comparison that you can imagine solving Amarms with Waldos first and worry about placing the arm bases later.
We're going space chem with this one.
Yeah.
Hey, chat, do you want me to just leave this shit on the whole time?
I feel like
Nah, I like to see the arm
It
sometimes.
depends how, like, you can somewhat understand this solve because none of the arms are like overlapping each other. But imagine for later
Yeah.
solves that won't be a thing.
Okay,
So
alright.
Yeah.
So, with more extreme arm counts, I'm gonna start using that.
Yeah, show both. But both is better.
both, and then we can decide.
Both is
basically.
good.
Both for each solve.
Alright, at 36th place. At 520 cycles. No longer breathed in. Unbeatable primary. This is correct. Yeah, like a solve like this, we don't need to turn it on, really.
Yeah.
It's still cool though. We can still see it.
So I
The
guess
arms
talking about
are starting to
cycles-
sort of get in the way.
So talk about cycles here. The main thing with this metric is that for every non-fire output, you have to calcify, duplicate. That you have to calcify it,
Triplex.
duplicate it to fire, triplex, and then calcify and duplicate it
Calcifying
again.
it.
And that is what
And
makes
there's only
everything
one calcifier
hard.
and one duplicator.
And one triplex.
So you have to reuse it efficiently. Oh, apparently my D&D session ended.
Oh, alright. Well, selfishly,
I
that
expected
means...
it to. I think there was only... Yeah, there were less people today as well.
Oh. Well, selfishly, that means I do get to keep you for the whole stream, which I'm personally,
Yeah.
like, I'm not complaining, but I'm sorry you missed your D&D suggestion.
No, it's fine. I expected to.
So the solution notes read, sometimes regrabs save cycles, sometimes they don't. Was 2788 with just like 3 piston arms before week 4 stream, during which I brought it down to 544. Edit spotted an inefficient handover done 4 times per tape loop, saved 24 cycles from just that handover. Pretty cool. Alright. So there's a lot to talk about, but I'm going to try and like keep going as we talk about it all. In 35th place, at 476 cycles, we have Guilty Bystander.
The arms are getting there.
They're continuing to swarm.
This nearly fits in a cabinet, but arm 7 sticks out.
Oh,
The
yeah,
like
you're right.
3 Vestigan cabinet.
I don't think you can move arm 7 either.
It doesn't... Is it pistoning?
If it pistons, you need it.
Yes, it does piston. Oh, no,
Yeah.
it's arm 6. Oh, wait, yeah, there it's pistons.
If it doesn't piston, it could be placed elsewhere.
Yeah, it outputs. I don't think it can be placed elsewhere. Alright. Guilty bystander writes in the solution notes, a skip unless top 20, but it won't be because I'm garbage at this game. Aw. The people in this community are, like I'm very confident, like, we're the best players in the world. Like, there are other small Opus Magnum communities, and from what I can gather, they all kind of suck compared to us, so... Yeah.
Damn.
Being like I've seen some of the like other tournaments. It's like I could come in and smoke them, no problem. But yeah, this community is cracked. So like still very.
And we
good
also
player.
have cracked puzzles that are cursed like this one.
All right.
Inter-community competitions.
Bro, I'm like, let me at him. Like, I'm just saying, I'll turn up for that. All right, coming in at 349 cycles is Cosmic Horror. At 34th place, 349 cycles. That's also very sustainable.
That's a hex arm.
That is a hex arm.
I never considered
I
this.
guess you can have a hex arm.
Yeah.
Alright, hex arm's a little bit, it's a bit more confusing with the K tool, but that's okay. Interesting idea, hex arm. Definitely gives you movements and rotations and extra grippers.
But then
Why
you
use
have to
hex
have
arms
the
when you
arm
can
in
use
the
6
border.
pistons and then hexagon track loops?
We are the Alchemical Symposium attendees.
I wonder what the lore is going to be like for the tournaments on for the eventual journal pages. Are we going to have like individual lores for each tournament, or is it just going to be a general thing of like these are competitions?
So Zach said he's prepared to give up on the storyline for the journals and just be like, these are competitions. But I'm like I might argue the point.
Like we can make it like so that like the competitions are something that canonically happens in the universe.
I might try and argue the point with him just a little. Like, be like, no, we like this tournament, for example, definitely like it's the story of Crytelli. Like, yeah, that's gonna fit fine. Hell, I don't even have any. I don't even have any.
The first 3 tournaments didn't really have much story though. Well, I guess rookies did have some.
So, actually, one thing that came up in our conversation with Zach about the Reductive Metallurgy campaign is that he's like, no quint, because we had, the timeline wouldn't add up properly, because Henley Servan doesn't discover quintessence until well after the campaign, and we've got like we had like 1 or 2 quint puzzles in the campaign, and Zach's like, ooh, well, that doesn't line up at all with the story, and so we're gonna have to cut those. Exactly, the chronology is wrong. But my journal...
Just have time traveling.
So if this tournament makes a journal issue, my journal won't have quintessence, so I don't have to worry about that shit.
Oh, you're not gonna put a simulacrum?
Nah. I think I got 5 puzzles that are all more interesting than Simulacrum. Alright. Enough rambling.
I'll put an Aether detector. Not Aether detector, Aether reactor.
In 33rd place... at 306 cycles, we have Daniel L.
Oh, new submitter. Welcome to the tournament.
Welcome to the tournament.
Daniel L. That's like 2 L's in a row.
Why you gotta do that to the poor dude, Best?
No, I was thinking it was like Daniel L. without a space in between.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's what you meant. I thought you meant, oh man, Daniel L's taking the L? God damn.
Oh, is that a journal author name? Huh.
Could be. That'd be cool, actually. Daniel W, actually. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Welcome to the tournament, Daniel. The solution notes simply read min area solution. So we're seeing the rate starting to become a bit of a factor. So rate gets a little complicated to measure in Amarms. Very helpfully, Shadow Cluster has thrown together a spreadsheet for me, and this is just on my end, which details like sub rates. So depending on the output and whether or not they're like batched or it's all 1p, they can have different rates. Like the explosive is rate 6, but the air is rate 7. So I have numerical breakdowns of all that shit.
Also, IEE is here.
Oh, hey IE. This metric is going to degenerate into Moloch Synthes. Oh, it absolutely fucking will. I think I could have put in the Moloch Synthes mod, and it would not have changed this metric very much. Okay, moving on to 32nd place. We drop down to 275 cycles with Small Crepe. Definitely focused a lot more on cost this week.
We've still yet to see a track.
No track at all.
In a min Amarms solution, I should add.
Also some non-pistons.
I have some non-pistons in myself.
Pretty close to length 3 swing here, actually. So, I was damned a few, like, crazy swings because of the fact that you can just place arms wherever you want, and arms cancel out extra hexes that are taken up by swings. Of course, this one, you don't really need to worry about that, because that length 3 swing is, like, already covered by output glyphs, but that could also be covered by pistons, and you can just keep placing pistons.
You don't have to put pistons, you can put regular arms.
But notably, you can't place a regular arm in the middle of a length 3 swing.
Yeah, I know, it hurts. There was some cursed shit I saw with length 3 swings, though. Like, there are, like, cursed ways around that. I don't know if we'll see any of them. There might be showcases that feature them. Hopefully there are. But, alright, so still at a pretty steady
You can
rate.
do a left 3 swing with 3 track loops. Right, if the arms are moving, you can do it, probably. Oh no.
Alright, keeping the pace up. So, yeah, we're still at, like, a cycle count where it's not like people aren't sweating out the cycle counts just yet. It's like, we're doing it with, like, lots of stationary pistons, and that is only going to get you so far. At some point, you're going to need to introduce track loops and shit like that, but we're not at that point yet. So, at 267 cycles, we have Mad Master 5000. TFW, your arms are Zarms.
See our fast track loop.
Now that's a track loop.
Hey yo, track loops. We haven't been seeing 6P solves yet. Those are probably coming up.
So as Mara pointed out a bit earlier, so the routing for all these gets very complicated.
Oh, the numbers move.
Oh, that's cool. That is cool. So the routing gets very complicated because unless you're doing the explosive output, it's like calcify, duplicate, unbond, triplex, calcify, duplicate, and that's like... So you have atoms moving between glyphs all the time and spending a while needing to have shit done to them before they can actually be outputted. But you have 4 different output glyphs, which gives you a lot of, like, room to, like, shuffle shit around as well as the glyphs and inputs themselves. So you're gonna see the cycle count go down quite a lot from here. Alright. Mad Master writes in the solution notes, I can't be the only one, right? I don't know exactly what he's referring to, but probably not. In 30th
Does
place.
it have notes on the
What?
rate of each product
What?
by Shadow Cluster? Does this have Shadow Cluster notes?
Oh, no, this won't. This was submitted last fucking minute.
Oh yeah, right.
In
Damn, does
30th...
that mean there's a tie?
That does, Best.
There's a secondary tie.
At 30... In 30th place, also at 267 cycles, but at 295G, is Bun Bun, which is way cheap.
Well, that is cheap.
Not close. That is one track loop. It's a small one.
Mad Masher, you aren't the only one, if
You-
you're referring to your cycles count.
You aren't the only one. No.
Bun, 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 bun.
So how did you guys go with like, so when you had to answer the question of routing, like what did you do with like inputs and layout and placement and outputs stuff? Like what were your trains of thought on that?
First thought is just Catalyst.
That's true. Yeah, I don't think we've seen. Actually, this all does it.
Also because moving catalysts take time, so 6p. Those are the two immediate things that came to mind.
The bun grows stronger every week. The bun does. Absolutely. Bun Bun's been DMing me pretty diligently, and it's been really fun seeing Bun Bun's progress. I can feel Bun Bun's power level increasing every week. It's quite cool. Keep DMing me, Bun Bun.
Leveling up.
Even if I don't respond to all your DMs, I read every last one of them. Bun fun.
Yeah.
Sometimes Solfax can't respond because of spoilers.
Yeah, sometimes I'm just like, I can't think of a response that doesn't just spoil shit, so I just like can't respond sometimes.
Yeah, no,
that's when you send the Azuri poem out.
Yeah, no, I'm more with Jamu here. I kind of place the glyphs down, but here it's like, okay, you want all 4 glyphs to be next to each other, like they are here, because you need to calcify, dupe, triplex, calcify, dupe. So how do you get that to work? This is one way.
So Bun Bun writes in Bun Bun writes in the solution notes. So Min Amarms was trivial. The challenge lies in the cycles. But cycles are heavily limited since you have to use the inputs as a catalyst for the final step of each product. Some optimizations here and there let me drop cycles significantly, but I'm not sure how much lower is possible. P.S. It's my first week reaching Min Primary. Please don't place 35th.
It's 30th.
30th. You got top 30. We'll take top 30. Alright. Coming in at 259 cycles, we have 42 Genius 42. Who unfortunately had to leave the stream because he's having internet problems.
Yeah. Oh, no, he's here.
Oh, okay, he's here. Oh, okay, cool. He didn't have to leave. Nice. So, Genius 42 initially did it with Bellow, but then realized later on in the week that it's just less cramped if you don't use a Bellow. So, writes in the solution notes.
Yeah, I thought Genius 42 talking about, like, does Burlow count as an arm in the chat, and I figured they're doing Burlow.
Yeah, asked me in DMs as well, and I'm like, ooh, Bellow, huh? But he writes in the solution notes, this is better. Bellow wheel version demoted to showcase. So we will see it later.
Yeah.
So we've seen the last few solutions do something that becomes apparent pretty quickly with this metric, and that is that one of your inputs can just be catalyst and just live on its own input glyph, and it doesn't. And so the real routing and stuff, and that's not going to be entirely true, but the routing and stuff mostly comes from the hot input, the fire air one. I think I called it fragment of heat in the lore.
Yeah, we don't even know your input names.
Yeah, no, it was a reference to essence of heat and essence of cold in waste reclamation last year. I remember this shit. Alright. In 28th place, at 247 cycles, we have Zanuck. Build a bellow.
Is that arm 1?
It is arm 1.
That looks like arm 1. But even outputs too. That's amazing.
So arm 1 is a catalyst outputter, which is a cool idea if you ask me.
Amazing.
It's kind of got its atoms perfectly. So it's got like a clutch fire and a clutch air atom positioned perfectly so that input's suppressed no matter what arm 1 does. But it gives arm 1 a couple of free grabbers to, be grabbing outputs and outputting with them. I like the idea for this solve. This is cool. Very well ordered. And you have all your glyphs next to each other, and that's what the pistons are all mostly worried about. It does have to output the air fire one, but that's okay. If I submit a showcase right now,
actual pronouns.
Jamu, if you submit a showcase right now, yes, it will show. I'll have to re-download the showcases, but that's fine. That doesn't take very long. All right, starting to get more use out of that. Oh no, wait, sorry, there are solution notes, but I am starting to get more use out of this thing, which is really cool. So Zanuck writes in the solution notes, a burlow on a triangle track and only one input is the same Amarms as building your own burlow, which needs both inputs. Assuming you put your glyphs or inputs on all the spaces it would cover. But building your own comes with a few extra advantages that are useful for secondary cycles. Since you never need to pull the second input after building the bellow, it frees up the usage of other glyphs, making it easier to transfer the products to their outputs. Not to mention that you get 2 additional spaces in the custom bellow. You could even use it to grab the output. Nicely done. Alright. In 27th place, at 231 cycles, we have Not Great.
Secondary in quotation marks.
Secondary?
2 big track loops, but that's it. So that track loop handles everything. On the left.
Yeah, those pistons are putting in pretty good work. They are very much pistoning. Alright, Not Great writes in the solution notes, I can see a lot of ways to reduce the cycle count here, but min primary is min primary, and that's enough for me.
That's a good way to go about it.
Oh wait, is this each piston handles one different input, and that's why there's 4 of them? Because this looks like 1P.
Right, yeah, actually.
That makes a lot of sense if you don't want to have to program out a bunch of crap track loops.
So each piston, I think, each piston grabs an air input, and will never let go of it until it outputs. There are exceptions to that, but that is for the most part what's happening here.
That's a neat concept.
Very well ordered, simple idea. Very nice. Alright. In 26th place. Maybe there's hope for a sub 5 hour stream after all. In 26th,
Maybe.
in 26th place, we dropped down to 224 cycles with Avenged Ruler.
It feels like the drops we've been having so far.
And that is a lot busier.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, here we
Echoes in
go.
disguise. Here we go.
Here we go. That is a
Oh, look at the stack. Look at the stack outputs.
that is a cramped looking layout, I have to say. It's all very like single atom goes through the pipeline and catalyst.
I want to see length like you see the bottom right of that track loop, like 17, 18.
Yeah.
16, 17, 18. That can do a length 3 swing on the Firebond, but it doesn't ever do that.
What?
Yeah, it does a length 2 swing. Because that 3 swing is valid. That doesn't take up any extra area.
Nope.
I did that for one of my solves.
Alright, Avenged Ruler writes in the solution notes. Okay, this took a while. I am quite convinced that there is a more elegant solution, but I couldn't figure it out myself. Made something that worked and didn't want to take it past that. Really, really interesting puzzle and metric. So you kind of get the sense looking at these solves, like it's coming. There's like cursed shit coming up. But I think we're already actually starting to. This solve already.
We're
feels
getting
pretty
to the cursed shit territory.
Yeah, this is already pretty cursed, eh? This could probably save some latency by doing the closest glyph last. Yeah, does it do the closest? Yeah. Because there's like a regrab that needs to happen on the air one. And if it's doing air last, then that saves at least that probably saves a couple cycles to not have to worry about that. Yeah, it does. Even just...
Does it matter much, though?
Yes.
Oh, no.
Coming in exactly one cycle faster than this is Luna. Top 25, much less cursed.
The normalcy.
Well, power-ups are happening. Oh yeah, this looks normal. We have a sense of normalcy for a moment.
Alright, so Luna writes in the solution notes. The laws of alchemy are far less rigid than any of us were taught. When the conditions are right, preconceptions break down. Immense machinery surrounding a compact core. Incredible.
R7 and 8 do anything.
I don't think they do. I think they're just there to reduce the area count.
Yeah.
Incredible stress twists bonds, distorts symbols, a complete and thorough symmetry breaking, the kind that would shake foundations. All the theory points to it. They misunderstand. That is the true missing piece. A procedure that may see Moors for what it truly is. If only there was an engine extant today that could see it through. No material of the past could ever have handled it, but the metallurgy of today must. If not today, tomorrow. It must. Alchemist Luna's research notes. No bleats here. These were dead serious notes.
The bleats are cute though. Have you ever seen those videos of baby deer? Oh my god, they're adorable.
Oh my god, they're ridiculous. They're too cute. They're not even real.
Oh, this one's the output in order, I think. It
Sorry?
goes from top to bottom.
Oh, it does.
That makes sense for latency, I think.
Yeah.
Oh,
I don't know, some are, yeah.
I think if it swapped the
I
fire
think
and
water
earth
is the
around...
last. I think the water is the fastest though, in terms of latency, yeah. Because Earth has to retract. Water is just there.
Yeah, I think actually if it swapped the earth and water, just like the last solve, it would have been one cycle quicker. Or a couple.
Does it matter?
This time it does not matter. In 20... so before we move on to our next scoring solve, we have a playtest solve by Haxton.
Let's
I
go.
love Haxton.
Our favorite playtester.
Absolutely. Best playtester. Though Shadow Cluster does come in very clutch when it's like a puzzle he's interested in. He's extremely helpful.
He gives tips for the puzzles as well.
Oh, this does something new. That catalyst is now sitting
Suppression.
on an output, and it has been replaced with a new catalyst.
So it's found a new home.
Well, it's not. Is this our first 6P?
No, it's not the first 6P, but it's the first one that just covers one of the outputs once you've used all of them. Outputted 6
I see.
times.
Alright, so it outputs the earth first. So now it'll do the water, and once that's done, so now we want the fire and so now we want the air to be the catalyst. So we just like make that input live somewhere else where it's no longer needed. And now neither of them are needed for the very last one because it's the explosive. Very simple order of operations. Very nicely executed. This was, no one in our playtesting server made anything faster than this. We were not fully aware of how...
This is, would be 24th.
We were not fully aware of how cursed it...
Wait, Shadow Cluster didn't make anything?
No, he didn't. He did a lot of analysis,
Damn,
but
okay.
he didn't make anything. Yeah, we weren't fully aware of just how cursed it got. Heading in.
You should know that by now. You've seen Amarms, right?
Yeah. Okay, so we're taking a...
This is worse than my first solve.
We're taking a bit of a drop.
Mm-hmm.
Down below 200. So coming in at 196 cycles, we have... Welcome back to the tournament, Ravi Lolly.
Hi.
I've seen that name before. Was it like week 7 or something of Bist's tournament?
They join every once in a while.
Yeah.
When they find out that the tournament is happening again.
That's a length 3 swing to output water.
I've seen this motif of the inputs and the duplicator a lot.
Yeah, that length 3 swing is a swing that just works, even though there's an arm there.
Yeah, it just moves down the track so that there isn't a collision, because otherwise there is totally a collision. So that's some Amarms swing tech. You're getting a taste.
Yeah. Earth output also has length 3 apparently.
I think around now would be a good time to start reading Shallow Cluster's analysis on rates, because now we're getting into cycle counts where rate is something that makes sense to look at.
I would, but Ravioli also submitted last minute.
Oh. Doing the division, this is about 32 rate, so about like 8 rate per output.
Yeah, there's like an output. Did he give me an output average? Yeah, there's a pseudo rate that he's giving me for every solve. That gives you like, what's the sum total? And so dividing that by 4 kind of gives you an average for each output.
Yeah.
Okay, so the solution notes read, I realized that you don't need to pull any new inputs for duplication because you can just pivot onto the duplication glyph. This led to a funny little solve. I don't expect to score high with this, but it's nice to finally submit something for the tournament again. Welcome back.
Mm-hmm.
Earth output also has length 3. Oh, okay, cool. Oh yeah, so it does. No. Yeah, good shout. I believe it's this one. Yeah, that's a length 3 swing as well. But you don't need to move arms for that one. That's just a length 3 swing.
Yeah. That's the length 3 swing that just works.
It just works. In 23rd place, Dropping down 2 cycles to Sockboy.
Keep them, keep the power-ups happening.
Yes, I think with a lot of these like close to 8 cycle loops per output, you have this whole it's just happening in series where one input gets pulled after another, and each loop takes about 8 cycles before the next input can be pulled.
Okay,
and that's
so
because of the amount of regrabs happening.
okay, so this one is well, let me just hit the replay button. So this one is 1p. It outputs the earth one, then the water one, then the air, then the fire. Air has the most. The air happens every 12 cycles, whereas the fire one is very quick at every 4. Whole thing has a pseudo rate of 31.
So just under 8.
Yeah, right. It's like 7.875 or something. So I wonder why water's the slowest here.
Yeah, usually it's the fire. Usually it's the fire X triplex that's the slowest
Oh,
because
so
it's
you
a
can
4 triplex.
So it's not like the order of operate. It's like it doesn't. Water doesn't have to do more or anything. The thing about water is that it simply has to wait on that triplex glyph for other shit to get out of the way for like 4 cycles, and only then it has to wait for another cycle there. Whereas fire doesn't have to wait at all. So that's why that
Fire
one's the
does not
quickest.
have to be calcified and duplicated again after being triplex bonded.
Right, and the output's right next to triplex, so it doesn't take up like any other space. Sockboy writes in the solution notes. The calcification and duplication glyphs get a real workout in this one. A figure 8 pattern seems to keep everything moving over those glyphs, though making the last explosive feels slow, since I have to wait for the last firework to duplicate before I can calcify the explosive. I suspect there's a way to suppress the inputs, so you can make the final explosive while the last firework is duplicating, but I couldn't get it to work in the minimum area minus arms. Nicely going, Sockboy. I like that name, Sockboy. Alright. In 22nd place, we drop down 2 cycles again to 192.
Again!
Which push?
Keep them coming.
Which... Oi.
Here we are.
Oh boy, that's 37 arms.
I think you might want to turn on that thing.
Oh, that makes sense.
They're not blocking that much. They're not really that long into the solution.
Actually, it makes the whole thing so much less visually cluttered, though.
Yeah, like this just looks so clean, and it's
good for the bit, right?
Alright, let's see if I can find which push.
At least it's still 1p. Says Cali.
So this has the same pseudo rate. It's just better latency. There's no one particular thing slowing everything down. Fire gets done last, and it's the quickest one yet again. But other than that, they're all like 9.9. It goes 9.985, with 5 being that last fire one. Here comes the curses. So,
I mean, fire is probably the slowest.
Well, fire kind of has to wait again, right? Oh, not really. I do like that swing that outputs air. It's a pretty logical layout, this. It can't really... It's very orderly. Can't, judge it very much. It's very... making sure we do everything one at a time. Nothing gets pulled until whatever's been triplexed gets duplicated, at which point it will only then get out of the way, and then the next one comes in, where it gets calcified and duplicated and debonded and all that. So yeah. Moving on. We'll drop down 5 cycles to Egg Sucker AAA.
Wow.
Many. Not as cursed. We don't have any tracks here, actually. Surprisingly, yeah.
That fire output location, because you don't want to pass that fire output through the crab, so you kind of can put it on the other side of the triplex glyph, and I imagine we'll be seeing that quite a lot.
Yeah. Yeah, so here, looking at the numbers breakdown, fire is the slowest, and it's the one that comes immediately after fire, which is the quickest. Has a pseudo rate of 30 though, so we're bringing it down just a bit. So this is an interesting layout because triplex is pretty out of the way. The last solve was like right in the middle of everything, and then after because it's out of the way, whatever's triplexed, it either is the fire one, so it gets outputted or way off by itself, or it comes back through the duplicate calcifier.
Go through everything.
Right, and it does so in a pretty clean way though, which I kind of like, where it just like gets translated nicely through that calcifier.
It gets threaded through.
Yeah, it gets threaded. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. It's a pretty cool threading motif. Air is the quickest one to output, and it's the first one outputted, actually. Water is the last one outputted. So there's some potential latency there. Alright. It would not have mattered, though, because we dropped down... Oh, wait. Sorry. Before I move on, Eggsucker writes, saved 3 cycles by speeding up the last water output. So there was already latency done to that water output.
Yeah.
More latency shaves wouldn't have mattered, though, because the next solve is 10 cycles quicker at 177.
Oh, boy.
It is Mr. Puzzle. Arm 29 is helping. It is this one way back here where my cursor is, and...
Oh, here comes the cursed. We can turn on the mod.
This is already looking visually busier.
It does all the fire first so that catalyst can just stay there.
Yes, this one's batched.
Yeah, I think so.
So it gets fire out of the way pretty quickly. Fire is all done at a pseudo rate of 5. And then it's air, pseudo rate of 7, and then water and earth last both with pseudo rates of 8. But the earth is outputted with a better latency. So pseudo rate of 29 with pretty good latency. I like this bit at the start here in particular. This fire is getting through very quickly. It does slow back down to the kind of rates we've been seeing in the last, few submissions. Where everything feels very one at a time. But that fire one in particular was pretty quick. Also, after fire's done, we just get, a bonus input that lives on that output glyph. Because it's out of the way, so yeah.
This one debonds before calcifying and duplication, which I don't think we've seen before.
That's an interesting point.
Now you have to grab 2 separate atoms, which is both a good and a bad thing.
Also, some pretty clutch duping here with the air output. That's what that one is all about at the top here. But yeah, I guess because of all the fucking pistons and you get as many arms as you want, this could be why everything debonds first. Because the debonder, that is a step you only have to do once. That you do not have to redo.
Yeah.
You do have to redo calcifying and duplicating, but you do not have to redo debonder. So that can be a bit more out of the way. Which is another feature of this solution that I like. Alright. Mr. Puzzle writes in the solution notes, needing to dupe twice for the fireworks makes it hard to keep a tight pseudo loop. Alright. So we're in top 20.
Mm-hmm.
In 19th place, at 173 cycles, is a grape jelly singularity. Which might
They're
be...
dropping slowly.
Which might just be grape jelly's first top 20. Correct me if I'm wrong,
yeah.
but I think it's...
Track loop.
Wow,
11,
that's a track
12,
loop.
13, 14. That.
Oh my god, look at that!
Those
I think they're just there for swings.
Oh, they're literally just there for swing space. They are vibing! Holy shit, that is amazing.
Pretty sure they don't do any work.
No, they don't do...
They're just there for swings. Yeah.
They don't do a damn
that
thing.
that one fire swing outwards.
They don't do it. They have fun. That's what they do.
I like the opportunistic triplex bonding.
So this one is 6 paid because it does like a bunch of, I think it does, what's it do? It's like, it has like a fire at the beginning and then a fire at the end. Or something weird. Oh, it like sneaks it. Oh, interesting. Whenever there's like spare time over the triplex glyph, it like sneaks the other two triplexes.
That's clever.
That's pretty nice. That's pretty nice. So, fire's handled very interestingly, so that one I'm not gonna... I don't even know what Shadow Cluster bothered trying to give it a pseudo rate, but the others are 8, 9, 7, which is earth, air, water respectively. But the fire, because you get to sneak it in, this whole thing has a pseudo rate of 28.
Wow.
Jelly bringing us some joy so we don't forget what this game is actually about. This is a good point. As we march on down, the cycle count will continue to drop. Number continue to go down. But we are actually trying to...
Number go down.
We're already seeing a few, like, pretty cool, unique tricks pop up here. Before we move on, a grape jelly singularity writes in the solution notes, I'm sure there's a way to go faster, but I feel fairly confident in saying that it would require a complete redesign and I couldn't find a more promising layout. I also created a version of this where every arm moved around as much as possible while idle, but I decided against submitting that one because it made the whole solution almost completely incomprehensible to watch. Actually, would have been cool, but yeah.
That sounds funny. This has a lot of arms that are just there to take up area.
Space.
Mm.
Or arm space.
Yeah, there's the 4 arms in the left in the track loop is also 19, 20, and whatever that other one is, probably 21.
So I want to check something before I reveal the next solve. This next solve, if I'm not mistaken, is the most expensive one submitted.
Oh no.
Oh no!
At 1,605 cost, we have... At 171 cycles, we have who? What is
that?
Track loops, alright.
Oh, thank God for this mod. I can't tell... If this was what we were stuck with, like, I was fucked. Like, how do you analyze that? No, we'll be leaving this one on the whole time. This is what alchemists have been demanding your respect for.
These are some very expensive fireworks being made.
Oh, so
Doesn't loop.
So, we have a... If anyone's read the Jabberwocky, we have a Jabberwocky poem, but, like, Opus Magnum. So, brace yourselves. Who writes in the solution notes? 'Twas brillig, and the slithy toves did gyre and gimble in the wabe. Amarmsy were the borogoves, and the maim raths outgrabe. Am the Jabberwock, my son, the jaws that bite, the arms that catch. Am the Jubjub bird, and shun the Amius bandersnatch. Am in uffish thought he stood, the Aberwock with eyes of flame. Aim waffling through the Amargy wood, am barbled am it came. 1, 2, 1, 2, arm. The Varpal arm went arm. Aram, mom. Amam. Amam, amar, arm. Amam.
Great reciting of the poem.
Thank you, Bist. That last what do you call it, stanza was not in the original poem, but it's pretty good. It was really good. This motherfucker's spitting bars. Oh, that was good. All right, I'll try and do a quick breakdown of this. Who? I say quick, but I've been running the solve in slow motion and it's still finished. Oh, we didn't get time to do a breakdown other than this has 55 arms. Okay. Shattercross didn't get around to this one. Oh, it was submitted last minute, that's why. It was submitted with 6 minutes to go, so no cool pseudo rate analysis. I'll eyeball the layout at least.
Yeah.
This is a hard one to eyeball too. There's a lot of shit flying around.
Yeah, everything's going on at the same
40
time.
arms.
Oh my god, there's a lot of single fire atoms being twisted and
Earned and just intertwining with each other.
yeah, this is about as sorry.
I was gonna say you can sort of see the path they go on.
If you track each one individually, you can see the path. But that is one way to decrease the rate. Actually, it's
Just
a good.
have more arms.
It's actually a good one to slow down, but I'll play it at normal speed, just to give you a sense of. God damn, I would not have. Yeah, all you programmers diligently programming like God knows how many arms on tape loops. You have my admiration because look at this shit.
I have basically one tape and I was already thoroughly annoyed. One loop and I was already thoroughly annoyed by it.
Let me just say, I managed to annoy players like Biggie and Spiritual Shampoo with this metric. Normal players stood no chance.
Difficult player to annoy, to be fair.
Normal players stood no chance. Maybe Cuckoo52 wasn't annoyed.
Yeah, this feels like Cuckoo 52's thing. But
which is funny because of how well he did in the other metric. Alright, moving on.
yeah, Cuckoo 52 said that he loved it.
That's my goat.
There's a person that does like one giant track loops for a single solve.
Alright, so this actually... So, you know I mentioned this is the most expensive solve? This is actually one of the only solves to have a secondary tie as well.
Oh.
So we actually have another 171, but it's about half of as expensive. Vilfuck. Like how many people had arms that were very much helping out. Aw, look at him, he's vibing.
We love the vibing arms.
Check out
I
the...
didn't have space to put any, sadly.
So, Vilfuck writes in the solution notes, programming this sucked so much that I had to come up with a faster, as in fewer cycles, solution multiple times before I bothered finishing programming it. The process was tedious, but some discoveries were made. Huge thanks to Fadir and his Fadit. It helped so much with 6ping this and my cost solve too. If anyone knows an even better tool for copying and moving instructions, it would be greatly appreciated.
OM clone is pretty good. From what I've heard.
Yeah, same. I haven't used OM clone, but I hear great things about it. Okay, so this is pseudo rate of 27. Of particular highlight is the water and the fire. It is earth, water, air, fire. And both water and fire are pretty quick here. So if we... Alright, yeah, that's a lot better. Alright, so earth is done first here. It is kind of... It needs to... Water has to wait for a bit, but... Oh, interesting, the water only has a rate of 4, because it spends the longest time on the board, but... Right, it spends a lot of time just waiting for the air after it to, like, finish its thing, which is why it's a pseudo rate of 4. So interesting, yeah, water just kind of, like, hangs out for a bit, and the air just kind of, like, barges in, goes, my turn, and hogs the triplex like a greedy bastard. And then fire is done at the end, and is outputted very quickly, because it's fire, because it's the explosive one. So more rates decreasing tricks here at play, and it's only going to get more and more. We're only going to see more and more of them, because decreasing rate always is the best way to decrease your cycles count.
Yeah, just trying to decrease the regrabs, because everything, like, by the metric has to be next to each other anyways. It's just, can you get rid of these pesky regrabs taking a cycle every tape loop?
Yeah.
That's what track loops are for.
Hopefully when we get the
one track loop per product, let's go.
Let's go. Also, just to in response to Twitch chat real quick, hopefully the wiki can, once we get that off the ground after the tournament or some shit, we can start documenting more of the modding stuff. Also, just more of the terminology a lot better. It'll be very helpful. I don't know how much I'm going to be able to contribute, though. In 16th place, we do take a bit of a drop. 9 cycles down to OMG at the best.
That's me.
So missed top 15. Nice. Invisible fireworks. Whoa, that is visually cluttered. Leaving that one off. Alright, how'd you go, Bist?
It's mostly that top loop. It was a lot of reprogramming. I started from 180 something and then slowly, like, reprogrammed down to this one.
Whoa!
Was there
that's quick.
Any input in particular or output that gave you a lot of trouble or was really nice?
Not really, they were all just normal.
The
air one was particularly annoying. The air one was a bit annoying.
Oh, this has dupe and calc the other side of triplex. That's interesting.
Yeah.
So you have to take an
That
extra
probably
dupe
isn't a good idea, though.
But it makes it very convenient to do afterwards because it's not in the way of your inputs.
Okay,
Yeah.
you get this water one super quick, though. I have to say, that water one in particular is... In fact, all 3 of your fireworks are pretty quick rate. It's actually the fire that's slowing you down, which is...
Yeah, the fire's a slow one.
Which is funny, because it's been the other way around for everyone else.
Yeah. The fire's just slow because of regrabs.
It's actually not that it's not that much slower.
Actually, it has to wait for... mostly it's the air that has to wait for the fire to get out of the way.
Shadow Cluster put the pseudo rate as 26.5 question mark.
But yeah, it's fire has to the next input of fire of each fire has to wait, so that's why it's slow.
So we're going back to duplicate. So this also works. This idea works well with debonder first as well. Having your calcifier and duplicator surprisingly out of the way because it makes for quick outputting.
Mm-hmm.
That's what's impressive about this. The outputting is super quick.
Yeah, that's what I based this solve on. So like, since that's 3 outputs instead of like just, and I sacrificed the 1 fire output, making that slightly slower.
Yeah. All right.
But apparently, there's probably ways to do all 4 of them fast.
Apparently, there are 15 quicker solves. In the solution notes, it reads, a nightmare to program. Burlo can also get you to 20 Amarms, but is a bit too chunky IMO. Why is Burlo chunky? Alright.
Why is chunky?
Why is chunky? In 15th place, at 156 cycles, it is Jammu.
Wow, top 15. Congrats, Jammu.
Return to form, I'd say, for Jammu. Oh, whoa.
Oh boy, the arms.
Oh boy. It's good to just have that, like, visual shock of, wow, this is cursed, and then I can just turn the arms off. And we can actually...
and looks somewhat normal.
Jamie writes in the solution notes, Zorflax, what is this silly metric? Alright. Okay, so this is 1 paid. No batching here. It is it is air, then earth, then water, then fire at a cadence of 7765. So it gets, yeah, so it does the slow ones first. Finishes with water and fire at the end, which is faster. And it's not that slow. It's actually not that complicated either.
Mm-hmm.
So seeing debond first gradually replace, like, duping all that shit first, and I am not that surprised to see it, because, again, debonder is the only glyph that you can really afford to place out of the way, and it means you can afford to place your, hot input even further out of the way. So most of your busy space is taken up by your, actual glyphs and inputs and outputs. More degree of movements to play with. Outputting's very impressive here. This is like, yeah, all the outputs are very well routed. And yeah, the triplex bonder is just kind of working well in tandem with the duplication and calcification. So, well done, Jammu. I think Jammu's had pretty bad luck with placements this tournament. Has, like, just, like, missed a couple of things that otherwise, if he didn't miss, would have had very good placements. But, like, that will stop happening the more you submit to the tournament. Like, I can guarantee it.
Yeah.
And, like, yeah,
eventually you get the theory down.
Yeah, exactly.
I can see it, like, quickly. See things quickly.
Yeah, like, once you get all this, like, theory shit, like, once you know, they're like, oh, I can just no-access this for a cost puzzle or whatever, like, your actual programming skill starts to shine a bit more, which I think will happen with Jammu as we keep going.
Mm-hmm.
And especially in, like, experimental metrics where there's no, oh, there's this one trick that the entire community knows about, but not you. Because no one knows any of the tricks in a new metric.
Yeah, but sometimes things happen, like sparse infinites, where some people just don't know that's a thing.
Yeah.
And find out.
Alright. In 14th place, we drop a single cycle to Mr. Royal Spade. Just a pretty good-ass placement for Mr. Royal Spade.
Yeah, man.
Nicely done.
Yeah, I guess. It's the new metrics.
Yeah, new metrics.
New metric advantage. This one's not that visually cluttered, honestly.
It's because there's the 4 track loops, but there's only 2 arms out of it. There's no random arms for swing space.
Mm.
So that track loop just for duping the catalyst is very cute.
Not very informative, but does this invisible arms thing work with the GIF recorder? It does!
Oh, that's amazing!
That's awesome. Okay, back to the solve. Mr. Royal Spade writes in the solution notes, minimum area is much more fun when you can plop down arms whenever you need them, and it's infinitely cooler when you can make this many arms work in such harmony. I'm really proud of myself for how few cycles this ended up being. I could reduce cost a bit more, but that would require a lot more work with the instructions, and I'm simply too lazy. After spending so long grinding out min cost, it's nice to have fun making a big dumb machine. Well, the big dumb machine was actually... I'm pretty sure, I'm not 100%, but I'm pretty sure it got you a better placement than grinding out min cost. So that's the thing, because cost is like, it's one of the main metrics. Everyone knows all the theory. But with this and no theory, like, this is a better one for new players to, like, try hard a bit more on. Because there is no theory.
Yeah, there is theory. The theory is called go fast.
Right, yeah. Look up a few production cycles records and hope it applies. Well done, though.
It has more freedom than production because, you know, you can place arms anywhere, unlike production where people complain, if only I had a nook over here.
Yeah, right, yeah. In this metric, you get
over
that
here,
nook.
you get all the nooks.
You get as many nooks as you want. Dental amalgam, but Amarms. Oh, God. Oh, that sounds awful.
Oh, no.
Sounds
awful.
No. Alright. Dropping down 4 cycles to Fuyu. In 13th place. The Rhythm of the Chimes.
Another player that's...
Oh, yeah, we can't hear the triplex for us on Discord, but...
usually seen a little earlier than this, but has done really well in this metric.
Congrats. I don't understand. Dental amalgam was... If you put another arm, it still increases the area by 1. Yeah, it's area minus arms. So that 1 increase in area is compensated for by the decrease in, like, because every arm count takes 1 away from the area. So, like, I can very much just, like, if I turn arms back on real quick, like, if I do this, if I put, like, 1 arm right here, like, that counts plus 1 area, but it's minus arms, so it's minus 1, so it just, like, the area count doesn't change. So you stay...
The arm doesn't have to do anything.
It doesn't even have to do anything. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you can just get away with, like, you can place arms wherever the fuck you want.
As long as you make sure the grabber is within used area.
Yeah.
So there's a whole ass output between the debonder and the triplex.
There is.
Where is the debonder? We might need to turn on the thing again. Oh, it's up there.
Hang on. Oh, debonder's way out of the way. Jesus.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Calc dupe then debond.
There's a 2 swing away.
I like how it's...
Well, the good thing it's the full fire, so you don't really need it. That one doesn't matter as much.
Yeah, I like how it's actually snuck in the fire output right there. It fits very snugly. And it just compensates for the distance between bonder and triplex by doing a bunch of length 2 swings.
Yeah.
We are back to duplicator first, and Fuyu's made it work very well here.
And this is 1P too, no batching, just both inputs. You can see them hugging the duplication glyph rather.
What I like about this one, especially with this air duplication, is that the air kind of runs over the duplicator, so it serves as a catalyst here, And then that just, without hesitation, continues right on its journey of becoming an output.
Yeah.
And this is something I completely missed. So the fact that you can just use the next air output as a fire in, as your next fires. So that might come to bite me. It's very cool.
Mm.
It also means you don't have to 6p.
No, you don't.
For you, a lot of frustration. Like this tape loop is. Yeah, this tape loop is exactly 24. It's 24 period, 24 rate. 24.
That is correct. The breakdown is so it does water first, then air, then earth, then fire. Water is the slowest at 7. Air is the quickest at 5, and then the other two are both 6. So there you go. Very nice. In 12th place, we drop down a bit on the cycle count. We drop down 8 cycles. Boy. 8 cycles down to Cuckoo 52.
Ah, yes, the Cuckoo 52 metric.
Whoa! Holy shit.
That makes sense. This is the Cuckoo 52 solve. Right?
There are a grand total of 3 pistons.
How many arms are there total? 42? I see 40. Oh, no, there's more over there. 48 is the largest.
51.
50.
55.
55.
Arm 55's in the middle.
I was trying to look for the largest arm.
Okay, let's break this one down. Okay, so this one is 1p. No, wait. It's not 1p. No. Oh, God. It's a bit weird. It does the first one and the last 5 differently. So I think there's like some initialization stuff. So air, earth, and water are all very quick, each at a pseudo period of 5. It's just the fire that's different, I believe. So the fire does something weird at the beginning. Or just, like, gets itself started, and then... Huh, okay.
This also does the threading thing.
This threads nicely, so it decreases rate by just, like, forcing different, like, outputs to take turns with the duplicator and the calcifier. And because it's threading, there's no, like, extra swinging. And so... the threading works very well here, because there are a lot of... yeah, it's pathed out well.
Mm-hmm.
The way 2 of the inputs just path themselves directly over duplicator is very nice. No, wait, they all do that. Sorry, my bad. Yeah, so the input doesn't actually spend much time on the duplicator calcifier, and that just kind of allows this, like, turn-taking thing to happen. Where in between grabs of inputs, it, like, you know...
Oh, yeah, it pulls the next input before one of them is, like, before your current input is output.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's how it decreases rate. And I think we'll be seeing a lot more of this, because it's very hard to get below 5, get below 6 pseudo period without her output, without doing that.
Yeah.
Pulling outputs.
Yeah.
So, like, it's kind of almost doing parallel processing with the duplication.
That's a good way of putting it.
Yeah.
Parallel processing, I like that.
It's kind of like those cycles times glyph solves.
Yeah, like, this metric to me was like min glyph cycles in a trench coat. That's how that was the name of my first solution.
So, yeah, it, oh, fuck,
so you're gonna have to try to use the duplication, the calc, like, basically every cycle.
It's almost, you can almost think, or in this particular puzzle, the analogy fits, but it's like, you know how in the past we've had bonkles or triplex cycles? This is like that, but with every glyph.
So you want the glyph to be used as much as possible. Well, it's mostly duplication and calcification that matter a bit more.
That's
Maybe
true.
the triplex, so they bonder not so much.
That is very much true. So, like, yeah, I guess the spirit of the metric is kind of like duplicals.
Yeah.
Duplicals. All right, moving on. In 11th...
Except you also have the restriction of it being cramped.
Oh, yeah, it's just, yeah. And, like, you don't actually have just, like, you can't just swing atoms for free. You need to, like, make sure they don't clip over unused textures. And if it is unused, you can just put a fucking arm on it. So, maybe, yeah. In 11th place, at 139 cycles, is John John. Funny metric.
John.
Okay, so checking the spiritual shampoo the shadow cluster.
Those are two very, very different people.
Their names are next to each other on the spreadsheet. That does not mean spiritual shampoo is next, by the way, but they just submitted at the same time. Anyway, the shadow cluster notes for John John Solve, it simply reads doesn't fit convention and doesn't give me any numbers. So.
Oh.
We are on our own with this one.
Oh boy.
There's like 4 things on the board at the same time.
Yeah, there's so much fire on the board.
That is parallel processing indeed.
That is extremely parallel processing. So what's particularly I think why this one just defied convention is because I don't think there's much rhyme or reason about the ordering. Other than Earth first. Looks like Earth first is pretty baked in. I'm seeing water done.
Earth first, then water.
Okay, so there is water to
those
it.
two outputs. So those 2 output spaces can be used to put something there. Yeah. And it does the fire and then the air. And it does have a pretty decent order.
The fire and air is very weird. Like, that part's definitely weird. In terms of, like, when does it output fire versus when does it output air. But other than that, it's extremely parallel. Yeah.
It's mostly just the fire and air that are a bit weird. The water and earth seem pretty normal.
Water and earth, I could probably almost give that a pseudo rate of, like... Wait.
Just count how many per output it takes before outputting it.
That looks like 5 or 6. That looks like 5. It's like sometimes it's 5, sometimes it's 6. Yeah, okay, it's a bit weird. The timing's not consistent.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
what we sorry.
This solves the problem of needing to have everything close together by instead doing parallel processing, because that triplex is a mile away from calcification and duplication.
Yeah.
Right. That's really what sells the out of the way triplex on this one, because of how everything's on the board at once. That's a cool point. That's a cool point. Everything's like, yeah, it slid very carefully over that debonder after the duplication process to allow for all this parallel processing to happen. What a funny little solve. I could say that about the last 10 solves, to be fair. Oh, this has been fun. I don't know about you guys, but like, I don't know. From my perspective, this is all really cool to watch. This must be a lot cooler to watch than it is to program.
Yes, that's very true. I like looking at the GIF, but not looking in game.
All right, we hit our top 10. At 10th place, at 138 cycles, is Ebonov. Alright, so
The annoying part isn't programming it. The annoying part is you notice to shave and then you have to change absolutely everything and reprogram everything. It gets tedious after a while.
Yeah, that's probably the big problem, eh? Because, like, programming it once is fine. It's just that if you want to micro-optimize, you got to do it over and over again.
Basically all over again.
Yeah. Nah, TBH, this was so fun to program. Oh, awesome. Hey, I'll take a disagreeing opinion on this one, because shit, if you found this one fun to program, then there's absolutely nothing wrong with it. Great metric.
Oh, it's
Also,
using the next
interesting
output
that
as
it's using the output as a
Yeah.
catalyst. Yeah.
That's smart.
That is very... Oh yeah. It just...
You don't just have to do that at the start, you can also do it at the end on top of this output.
And it does most of the duplicating. That's cool.
It provides most of the fire. Yeah.
And this makes... Oh, and this helps justify debonder first, because duplicator, you don't need that you don't need the hot input anywhere near duplicator, because it's duplicator and then it goes calc, duplicate, and then triplex is like way over here, and then your outputs are all like intermingled in between to give yourself extra space, and pathing's not very difficult because they're all mostly around the triplex bonder. This is a cool fucking layout. Killer idea here with this output catalyst. Okay, so Evanov writes in the solution notes, steady state has 21 rates, which grabs 4557 away. With grabs 4557 away. So that's probably the rate cadence right there. A key thing in this design, in the design idea, is to squeeze fire duplication of the next molecule in between fire duplication and non-fire duplication of the previous molecule. So calc's dupe glyphs aren't forced to be idle while the triplex is doing its work. This then comes with a downside that fire has to have a buffer space, which in turn makes explosive delivery block the input of the next set. So that's the biggest drawback, apparently. Which I guess does track, yeah.
The soft sure does track. There's a lot of it.
Definitely got into flow state on this one, even though objectively the programming should have been tedious. Yeah, it's like... Sorry.
Lawrence. There's just, the solution space is so big, and it's so much bigger than even you imagine it. And you imagine it to be pretty big.
100%. It happens with a lot of these puzzles. Like sometimes, like I try my best to imagine the solution space, but as a puzzle designer, you have to just accept the fact that you'll miss it sometimes, and like there'll just be shit you didn't know about.
Yeah.
All right.
Sometimes you just make things and like that expand the solution space.
All right, moving on. In 9th place, we'll drop down 6 cycles to 132 with Kevalan. No name solution.
Oh, it's just blank.
Just blank.
Oh no, it says no name.
No
No, it says
name.
no. It's doing the earth first,
So this is a very segmented layout.
then it's doing the water.
All right, I'm going to turn arms back on here because I think there are some cool swings here.
Oh, holy that.
Whoa.
That air.
So Kevalan was the person who mentioned that 24 hours before deadline, he had a length 3 hex arm.
A what?
A length 3 hex arm. It might have been a hex arm
I'd
track.
like to see that solve.
Anyway.
Did he fill everything else with that? Like everything, all the other area that it's supposed to take up with arms?
Yeah, it could potentially save 1 cycle on the reset. Yeah. still has the like free swing energy on that air output.
You have to pick in Discord. I want to look at it.
This is alright. So this is not a layout I'm used to. So all right, let me read the solution notes. Kevalan writes, "I wanted to get in the
amazing. Holy shit.
This is so good." Alright, Kevalan writes, "I wanted to get in the 130s, and by God, we did it. I think the theoretical min here is just over 100. Would love to see it. Period 5 for Earth, period 5 for Water, period 6 for Air because the arm jams itself in while duplicating air. And period 5 for Explosive. Period 4 is possible for most of these, but it requires a non-track move as both the first and last action of the input grabbing track loop. Every layout I explored with this property had to make significant sacrifices elsewhere. Order is extremely important on this solve. Earth duplication is extremely, quote-unquote creative, and putting it first means there's no downtime setting it up later. Explosive has a lower latency than the other two, so it goes last. In all, there's only one cycle wasted in between products here, which is between water and air. Oh yeah, how was June Part 2? Goodbye Galaxy.
It's Goodbye Galaxy back.
Yeah.
Didn't run a 3-hour movie and the stream continues. Yeah.
We tried. I thought we did a pretty good job with getting the solutions done fast. It's just
no, we're still approaching 5 hours.
Oh.
Well, there's still showcase.
There is still.
Maybe not then.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't know how much showcase there's gonna be.
Oh, good. It's really good. Because June Part 1 is like...
June Part 1.
June Part 1 is like the start of a really good movie, but then it finishes, and you're like, where's the rest of the movie? So hopefully June Part 2 is the rest of the movie. Because then it would be really good.
How many parts are there gonna be? How many parts will there be?
Is there going to be a Part 3?
This feels like a trilogy kind of thing.
Okay. There might be a Part 3. Alright. In 8th place, we dropped...
It's Space Lord of the Rings.
We dropped down 6 cycles to Morokonda. 8th place.
Well,
Well, that's small.
I saved 7 cycles at the end, and that was 1 place.
Wow, that's I still have to turn arms off, but that's small.
Yeah, it's 20.
So the previous solution was double this gold, and then the save made it easier, which was unusual. And that's why I did it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have done it. This just put all the glyphs together, program it. This is basically an iteration of my first layout.
So this is, in other words, this is...
Does ARM 19 do anything?
Yeah, ARM 19 has to pull the fire triplex with ARM 18 because that's
okay, I wasn't sure if it was the
every
bottom arms that did that.
Oh, okay, ARM 19 outputs Earth. Okay.
Because ARM 19 looks like a perfect place to just put a swing space arm.
Yeah. So I guess this is fire and earth are every 4, but air and water are every 6. So I knew that this could be improved. Like, I put practical min at every output every 4, which caps out at around 100 cycles, as Kevlan was saying.
Your second pass over the duplicator, like before it outputs, is very tight.
Yeah, and that's what causes the air to be slow, because everything is so jammed together. It feels like you can do everything 1 cycle faster, but something one or another collides, and this is not, like, conducive to tinkering.
This Earth one in particular impresses me. So I like how you've got this set up so that, like, first kind of it gets out, it duplicates itself, and then just rests on the debonder, waits for the next one to dupe, and then yeah, actually does its triplex and duping job. But as you pointed out, air is frustratingly slow.
Yeah.
Because of the way that the angle of the triplex bonder doesn't mesh well with the calcifier.
so I imagine better solves might make this less awkward by just having a little more space between the glyphs, because this makes parallel processing really hard, as there's barely any space between the glyphs for a new alphabet to be pulled. I'm curious what better solves look like.
Alright. In 7th place, at 124 cycles, is Fiesta 618.
We shaving.
We shaving, also slightly cheaper than Morris, which I'm a little surprised by. Alright, so pretty long notes here, so I'm going to get cracking immediately. New metric, who dis?
Oh yeah, this is an identical layout, but you do the fast output instead of a slow output last. I knew I could have saved latency there, and I wasn't programming it.
Oh yeah, it's a similar idea, actually.
Like, this layout is identical.
Yeah, your cost is still more, right?
Oh,
you still have more cost.
It was close, but yes. Alright, anyway, so Fiesta writes, my interpretation of this novel metric applied to this puzzle is that glyph throughput is the name of the game. In pursuit of that, I tried to arrange a layout that facilitates a simple clockwise flow of atoms, where the calcifier and duplicator are easily accessible from both the input and the triplex bonder. That's why it's like smack in the middle. And it works, more or less. This machine produces all of the firework outputs at 5R and explosives at 4R. I consider it only a partial success though, because 4R for everything is staring us square in the face. In each of the 3 cases, the retracting catalyst blocks either pulling the next input or swinging fire off the debonder. A problem so small, it seems veritably certain that someone else will find a way around it. If not via superior layout, then some method of batching fire then elements, which seems entirely too annoying for me to contemplate. I'll stick to my small brain strategies, please and thank you. One of my proudest achievements here was finding a way to swap catalysts with only a 3-cycle delay. As a result, I think my latency is quite good. Oh, it is. Small brain strategy or not, I feel confident that this is a strong implementation of it. If folks can unlock big-brained methods for 4R or less across the board, I expect the top solves to clock in under 110 cycles. Oh, and about the solve name, when I was debugging the last products, my wife commented that the sound of the mechanism during the construction of explosives reminded her of the Capybara song. Triplex music is real.
What is the Capybara song?
I actually don't know what the Capybara song is. I feel uncultured. It's like, oh, it's fucking...
Is this an American thing we're too un-American to understand?
No, I was like this last year with, Bad Apple. I know about that one now. But,
yeah.
Everyone...
Bad Apple is popular. I didn't know, I don't know the Capybara song. It's Russian, okay. More are your closest in proximity to Russia?
Yeah.
That definitely means everything.
That means a lot, right?
Yeah.
Well, technically, I'm not that far away as well, but I'm close to the side of Russia where nobody lives.
Actually, Taiwan is closer to Russia than England.
Is it?
Actually, it actually might be.
Yeah, but, you know, it's on site. It's closer to Siberia. Nobody lives there.
Okay, keeping things moving. At 6th place, at 120 cycles, we have Goodbye Galaxy. Oh yay, I have to 6p this, so... Oh,
that's attractive.
Yay! So some people had fun with this metric. Goodbye Galaxy was not one of those people. But
Yeah,
it's a really good song.
On the first, just handle all the inputs atoms individually.
Okay, so very clear order of operations here. We're doing debonder first, but it really widens up as you get to triplex and duplicator. Also, really cool pivot here. I'll lodge this one for pivot of the week. How it, like, has to continue pivoting in that direction and flip itself around to make way for the next fire. And so it, like, does earth and water alternatively. That's a really cool feature. Alright, so this one falls more towards the parallel processing camp, I think. If we do I'll do a rate breakdown for this one. Okay, so pseudo rate of 19. The cadence, I've got it listed here as, so this is 1p, which is pretty cool. So at least you had that. Oh no, you still had to 6p, that's right. The cadence is 2, 1, 11, 5, so that's an odd cadence. It's very stop-start, but like when it starts, it's really fucking quick. Also, it does like all of its duplication at the end. Also, it just like gets all the triplex out of the way, like immediately. Yeah, okay.
This is another triplex, quote-unquote, out the way, so you can have a load of inputs, or in this case, outputs that are waiting to just dupe. Calcify and duplicate.
So most of the shit is like on the board at once already. Like here, like you got all three of the non...
You're just waiting for a chance to duplicate, yeah.
Yeah, because, yeah, you do have to... The calcifier is still a little out of the way, but that's not the biggest problem here because of the way it does... It gets triplex out of the way.
I think this might be the secret to unlocking this coveted 4R every output. Will we see it?
So we're close. We're at pseudo rate of 19.
Yeah.
I had to switch which arms do what on the second largest track loop. Ugh. I'm so... Yeah, yeah, I'm sorry. Goodbye, Galaxy. This is like, as I said this earlier, but this managed to annoy players like Biggie and Spiritual Shampoo. So I imagine players like you and me, like I know I made the fucking puzzle, but yeah, we suffer on this kind of thing. I'll cop that.
We can blame Shadow Cluster. He suggested Amarms.
Yeah. Yosh made the comment earlier that there was a metric that was almost to be. I think he was referring to width. I had these two metrics locked in for quite a while. Cost was always a lock. Oh no, the other one was triplex time cycles. That's right. We were gonna do something like that, but then we realized Amarms is just like that, but weirder.
Yeah, and it's cool, but
That,
probably
better.
won't be seen in a tournament again just because of this.
I like Rebec's name of triplex time cycles, tricycles.
Tricycles is, I think that should be the canon name for that metric. Zorflax, I enjoyed every single second of this puzzle. I did not have a gun pointed at my head. I believe you. So, this was the final primary tie. And you will not believe how close it was on secondaries.
Primary tie?
Beating this solve by a grand total of 5 Gilda. Biggie.
Mattered.
5, that is a single piece of track. Jesus, that is a bad beat. That's a
track loop inside a track loop. Oh god.
Track loop.
That sounds like a biggie thing to do. Track loops inside track loops.
So we have a new leader for biggest track loop. How many hexes is that?
It?
Well, I'm just gonna declare it. If someone wants to prove me wrong, you go for it. 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 20 or 21. Nice. That's a track loop.
So that only even uses like 4 hexes of track, but because of the track loop below it has to go all the way around to loop.
Yuck! Oh no.
Yuck. But yeah, it is very similar to Goodbye Galaxies Solve Otherwise. We see this like conga line of glyphs
Yeah.
and output space with outputs that are waiting to be duped.
Haven't had much solution convergence at all on this metric, but this might finally be that. Biggie writes in the solution...
I mean, we saw Maracanda and Fiestas converge as well.
They also had the same idea, that's fair. Biggie writes in the solution notes, it's probably improvable, but this is a nightmare to program. And that's coming from someone who did min cost 6p. It's 19R in the inner loop, with 2 cycles saved at the start and 6p to save headache because the main track loop would need to be 10p to loop. Ew.
What is this numbering inside the long track loop? What the hell?
Biggie mentioned in chat that she made odd and even numbers in that track loop do different things.
Oh my god! Oh my...
That's why.
Oh, Oh no!
That makes sense why they're numbered that way, but damn.
Yeah, like some of these solves, like Moras and Fiestas, were like, oh, that's a cool idea. Maybe this was a really banger metric after all. And then there are these solves. And like, they're awesome to look at. They are awesome to look at. But, oh man. I'm sorry I did this to you guys. Alright.
It's fun.
Biggie continues to write, I had a prior solution at 25R and did only one redesign to get to this. If I always had a grab point right where I want it, 17R seems doable. But that means synchronizing the stop points on all relevant track loops, and I needed some sacrifices to make it work. Hopefully, everyone ran into similar problems. Kinda?
Somewhat, yeah.
Somewhat.
We'll see, there's 4 more people.
Yeah. Zorflex, remember when I DM'd you asking if Arms on Tracks was legal because it felt like cheating? Yeah. I had to clarify it's legal because you can do this shit, yeah.
It's the point of the
Yeah, it was almost the point. This is what Amarms mains have demanded your respect for. In 4th place, we drop a single cycle. It's a bit of a logjam here, actually, in the 120s. At 119 cycles, we have Karzian. Why would you do this, Karzian? Amarms sucks. Written in return instructions. You bastard. You absolute bastard. Wow.
Oh, this is the return of the
Which
layout.
arms are those? Do they do it? They don't. They obviously don't do anything. But
1, 2,
are
3,
they at
4.
least swing space arms?
I think they're swing space. They're just swing space arms.
They're not just extra arms just to write something.
Nah, I actually do enjoy that kind of ribbing. By the way.
But yeah, back to debonder, like after everything, just tight movement and duplication. And this is somehow one rate better than all of us, which there was a way to do it, but Karzian has found it.
Okay, so I'm going to slow this down as I read Karzian's notes. Karzian writes, Sir, you are describing a production cabinet. When an alchemist graduates from the Imperial University, they are mostly doomed to house politics, using suggestions and alliances within alliances to enact plans to get resources. And oh my, one is near the end of their life and taking vitae before they can even begin work on their Opus Magnum. It's tempting to decline it all and become freelance. I understand, you want a very small machine, but are willing to make concessions for the physical manipulators of the transmutation engine. That is a production cabinet. Tempting, but an illusion. One serves a master as harsh and fickle as any House Noble, the almighty Gilder. Without house resources, you are at mercy of whoever requires your services that day. I know that you want a very fast machine. Alchemists can still do that in a production cabinet, and it's worth noting that other clients do not contact me for my skill in speed. In which case, no? Very well. Area minus machinery, if you insist. It brings me here, to an almost nonsensical machine, which I must do because that is the client's wish. And the client's wish is what the almighty Gilder asks of me. And so I build. We are taught that by mastering transmutations of the alchemical primes, the alchemist masters the universe. But while I sit in the dark, placing unprogrammed arms, I have to wonder if that is true. Maybe I am not the master, but the servant. Party tricks for scraps of Gilder. But I did just turn a shadow of a shiver and a whisper of warmth into a huge box of fireworks, so maybe I am overthinking it. Alchemist Kazian, still not a brick.
Kazian's notes are always great.
Those are wonderful. I think those might have been some of my favorite Kazian notes. And it...
Alright, who's in podium?
And it was essentially just like a jab at me directly, because I was the one that made him do this.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we have Calioresis, we have Spiritual Shampoo. Who else is left?
Who is left, huh? No, Rebix doesn't submit.
Rebix already
Yeah,
submitted.
we already seen Rebix all the
Rebix.
way down there in 41st.
He didn't submit for costs. I imagine they didn't submit for this either.
Who?
Sergi D.
Sergi D
Oh, yeah,
did not.
who?
No.
Oh, who is there?
Who's already
Surgery did submit, yeah.
Same with Spect, didn't submit.
Yeah.
Is Witch Push? No, Witch Push was down somewhere below.
I will let you continue to speculate, but in third place, we do take a bit of a drop. We drop 12 cycles.
Is it gonna get... Oh, is it gonna get cursed?
Okay. Does it go below 100? I'd be very surprised.
At 107 cycles. Caleuresis.
Oh. We have a new winner then.
So no, we do not have a double winner. Good lord. Caleuresis double won this metric.
Like, the people remaining have... Like, the people who have won before have not shown up yet. Oh, have all shown up before. So...
Does it take the L? No, it does not. Alright.
Oh wait, no, Spiritual Shampoo won before.
What's that air doing over there?
Oh, he's chilling. It does eventually get... Yeah, it just moves to the other side and continues to chill.
Oh, right. It's just, you need it to, it's a catalyst. Okay.
Yeah, now you catalyze it. Yeah. So he grabs it way at the beginning to use as a catalyst, and it's a single atom catalyst at the end.
Yeah. Because having a double atom just screws everything over.
Okay, so let me... Alright, no solution notes. So I'm going to do a breakdown of this one, because this one is complicated. Okay, so it's 6P'd out. So it's earth first, then fire, then water, then air. Let me just get it back to slow-mo. So the earth is at a pseudo rate of 4, so is the fire and the air. It's the water, the third one, is the only one that is a pseudo rate of 5.
I figured out who was left.
I'm glad someone got it. I'd have been disappointed if no one did.
I mean, I think Fate...
It's our CA main, yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Find it and someone else.
Spiritual shampoo.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's Fadir. It's Fadir experiential shampoo, and yes, Fadir makes sense because CA.
It's our CA main, yeah.
Nobody got first place. No, correct.
They're tied in second.
But yeah, no, just
So
that
this is
single atom catalyst just, I guess, gives enough space.
whoever wins, we all lose. Well, Spiritual Shampoo described himself as the bad guy one time, so if he wins, you know, maybe we'll all be taking the L. So, trying to give this solve a bit more analytical justice here because it is very complicated. So it does this like triangle movement, which I find is interesting, which is like, so it's not just like triplex that it's doing this triangle movement over to get its like double calcify, double duplicate happening, but that movement is a big reason this manages to unlock 4R mostly.
Yeah, doing that but with regrabs is your 5R, and that's what we've seen for about the past 5 solutions. Doing that with no regrabs gets you a 4R.
It's kind of really cool because the fire can spend a bit more time on triplex, whereas the other, like, the fire atom sits on the duplicator, sorry, on the debonder waiting a bit, while the air atom gets its, like, turn conversion into a fire. It gets load over, and only after fire outputs does it do its other fire. So that's also a cool rate reduction thing that happens here. Callie Reeses made separate submissions here. 111, 100 and... What was it, like 111, 109, 108, 107, but no. None of the secondary improvements actually mattered.
None of those shit. Yeah, none of those shapes matter.
This was another week where there was a clear top 3. Speaking of which, in second place, at 104 cycles, it is Faindir. Which means congratulations.
No Faindir win.
Spiritual Shampoo.
What is that supposed to be?
Oh, this is small. Oh, diamond.
That diamond looks wicked.
Diamond. That's what the solution title is supposed to be.
Diamond. That diamond is
this
wicked.
This is 1p.
1p in second place.
Is this just a straight
Amazing.
up 6? This is a 16 cycle loop. 1p. What the heck?
Once again, diamonds are OP, even in this metric.
But
oh, it's doing the thing where you have triplex far away, so you can pull more inputs, and then has that clutch length 3 swing.
Check out that length 3 swing. That like
sexy.
Damn, there are some cool ass swings in this. Wow, I have none of the other souls have had nearly as many cool swings.
Just gives you so much more space to not have things colliding. Like, there's a very clear path. Like, you can see how Faindir tried to plan out the solution. Just have these things go in a clockwise loop, but it's just so clean.
God, I love how this outputs too. Like, the Earth outputs a length 2 swing. Water's a length 1 swing, and air's just a pivot. And they're all the same 1 latency away, while the fire can just be done on its own, way off to the side. How fucking cool is that?
Kevalan's also requested that we can see arms, because this one is a much smaller solution than the previous one, so maybe...
Still a mess.
Oh, there's a lot of ghost pivots, but maybe not.
Yo, fucking hell! They're all just when they're not doing anything, they're just pivoting. Okay, there's a few that are just straight up swing arms, mostly on the top here, and in the side
Yeah.
here. No, those arms don't do anything.
Wait, are those... No, those arms... What swing space are they covering? I think you could probably remove them.
There's probably
Wait a
swing
second.
space and there's
That
probably
arm's not
arm
doing
space.
anything.
Yeah, the top ones.
That one is
there's
not- that-
nothing-
None of these take up swings. Oh no, wait, the last two did.
Oh no, there's arm space.
Those
arm
two-
swing
Two of them
space.
did.
Alright, but that one
There's a reset
definitely
space,
didn't.
yeah.
Oh, my game just crashed.
Oh dear.
Oh,
Right, you're not supposed to edit when you have
Yeah.
instructions,
oh. Alright. Well, that was probably the world telling me to move on as well.
Yeah. First place doesn't exist, actually.
Oh, that's
You're,
a shame.
you're not supposed to edit the solution when you have the instructions optimizing mod on.
Oh, that's why I crashed it.
Yeah.
But, you know, I'm like genuinely quite curious if Finder just optimized the first layout and made this in about an hour or something. 'Cause I could believe it. This doesn't look too awful.
Actually doesn't. It's just he's really good at like cycles
Yeah,
area
Finder just-
likes.
Yeah. Cycle area brained, I guess.
It's 1D. This looks so easy to program. Look at
Yeah.
how short the tape. Look at how short the tape is. It's just 16.
Oh, it's not even gonna let me play it. All right, no, I really will just move on.
Yeah, delete the solution. Move on. Tinker proof. Yeah, Zorflex, stop tinkering.
Anti-tinker measures activated. He put in an arm that did nothing just for shits and giggles. What was I meant to do?
I mean, that might not be for shits and giggles. That might just be, oh, it was from an earlier version of the solution and you didn't bother to optimize it.
Remove it. Yeah.
Alright, well, I'm pleased to
Who
announce
cares about tertiary?
I'm pleased. Oh, yeah, ask Goodbye Galaxy. Well, I'm pleased to announce Fendi did not lose by like 20 Gilda. He lost by 12 cycles. Wasn't fucking
Someone
close.
100?
Yeah.
That's like
92.
14
92 cycles. Bro thought he came 20th place. With a 92 cycle solve.
What does this do differently? Deep on the
Excuse me?
first.
So I mentioned this is like a annoying to program metric, and Spiritual Shampoo is kind of the perfect player for this metric because he's almost immune to annoying programming. He's a cycles main, like, and he's not taking the L. Alright, so let's slow this one down a bit. So I'm not actually that surprised that he wins, but I am surprised that he got it down to fucking 92.
Yeah. God damn.
Okay, so dupe is down there, way out the way, which makes sense because you don't want that in the way.
Okay, so
The
it...
90. Yeah.
Sorry. So it does like 2 of them at a time. So it's not full. It's like half batching. So it does both the earth and the water. And then it does the air and the fire at the end. And the air and the fire at the end is really, really quick, apparently. And this is already pretty quick. This is like at a cadence of 4.
Yeah, it's 4R for earth and 4R for water.
So wait till the air fire one starts. Because I think the pace picks up, if you can believe it. Alright, so here it comes.
Oh, I see what this solve does differently. It dupes fire separately. Like, that's why it pulls the fire from the start. The fire duping is completely separate from the input. And that's just one less thing that's in the way. And that was what was, like, keeping a lot of solves to 4R or 5R per output.
Yo!
So you have to reuse that duplicator, but you don't have to do that. Because it's just not in the way anymore.
Yes, bit at the end here. Key. This was, dare I call it, sauce.
Oh, and length free swing, of course.
Oh yeah, yeah, casual, oh yeah, we get that fire onto the triplex with a length 3 swing that's in the way of everything. No problemo. So watch it play through one more time. unless we enjoy it, then we can just watch it again if we want. Pseudo rate of 14.
We can watch it again with all the arms.
Yeah, 14. This
Just for
looks
shits
like
and giggles.
4433. Wow. Huh. Well-deserved win.
Oh, yeah. This was a winning idea. Absolutely.
Yeah, because yeah, the obvious
According
thing
to
to do
Spiritual
is
Shampoo, it's
okay.
a 20th place idea.
But like, you have your fire, and it's bonded to something. Okay, let's calcify the thing, and then you duplicate the thing. But this does the duplicating way later, and it just gives you way more space.
Imagine if
Lets
we...
you do shit like this swing.
Imagine if we couldn't watch the first place solve because of overclocking. Ah, that would be a problem.
I would imagine this is hard to overclock.
Oh yeah, no, yeah, overclock this one. Go for it. No, don't go for it. That's a terrible idea. Yeah, use that troll sparingly. Just if you know you're gonna do shit, like not very well, yeah, then it's funny. But yeah, if it's a serious competitive solve, it won't be funny. And I will get legit annoyed and may have to start doing something about it. So this is one of those we can have a nice thing as long as no one ruins it for everyone.
Also, I'm gonna need the CSV.
True. Anyway. I would like to announce... So I don't have the website set up yet, but I would like to announce that there will be a break week puzzle.
Yo.
I just straight up have not set up the website yet. So...
Do we get to see it? Like, here on stream?
You get to watch me, like, manually recreate it.
Do you not have it? Do you not even have the puzzle file?
I don't know which puzzle file it is without checking, but, the region... See if I can get this first try. Alright, this is gonna be a little... Okay, I remember now.
It's already looking cursed.
This is the input, by the way. Alright, this is all bonded up.
I see.
Okay,
It's the clover shape from Film Crystal.
It's not that cursed yet.
And that's the output. There's the puzzle. And dupes on.
I see. What's it called?
Plastic. There you go.
That's it.
I'd recommend against preparing your own solves ahead of time, unless you like using Merge Tool. But I will drop this when the stream is done on the website, so keep an eye on the Discord channel. This is a break week puzzle. The recommended metric is shit posting.
Yes.
That is
Good metric.
Please go nuts. Might not do a stream, but I don't know. Maybe if the shit posts are really good.
It doesn't look that hard.
Like you can just post.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is free for discussion, like, right?
Yeah. Open discussion. Just post your shit posts all over the Discord. As
It's
soon as I get the
once again, big surprise.
All right. So
make microplastics. Yeah, that's basically what we're doing. We're breaking down the big plastic into small plastic.
okay, let me send Biss the CSV, and then we'll take a short.
I'll upload it onto this. I'll upload it onto the spreadsheet, but I'll do the total scores later. I'm taking a nap after this.
Yeah.
Valid.
With that, I'm gonna take off. But thanks for having me.
Thank you very much, Marconda.
Yeah, very worth it to see that solve at the end.
We can make this a computational puzzle since Zorflax won't give us one. Yeah, go for it. Go for it. If you want to program Bad Apple again, I'm not. I won't judge. I might even do like a shitpost stream, like impromptu, if it proves to be funny enough. If we feel like it. I'm not gonna make myself commit to it just yet. Alright, so I'm gonna take like a quick breather. I'm gonna grab some like water and shit, and then I'm gonna be back and we'll do showcase and knock out the stream. We just hit the 5-hour mark, so
Yippee!
Yay!
5 hours.
Another 5-hour stream. Oh man. But no, it's cool. I had a lot of fun.
Mm. Wait a minute, where's the scores on this?
Sorry? Oh, did I not?
Oh, wait, no, I was just scrolled to the side. Never mind.
No.
Alright, scores up. Also, I've been noticing you've been changing spiritual shampoo to spiritual shampoo shambles in the final standings. I think Zorflax isn't here right now. Oh no, I can hear myself slightly echoing through Zorflax's mic. With this week, Cali Races is probably pulling way ahead again.
I think hopes of catching up Cali Races got dashed this week. Podiumed both metrics. Nearly clean swept. He probably wouldn't have clean swept. I don't think anyone was catching Spiritual Shampoo, but goddamn.
Spiritual Shampoo might catch up a bit, but you know he's in 6th place before this week.
The only one that seems to be gaining on Cali Races after week 1 was Biggie, but
yeah,
kind of pulled back ahead now.
Cali Races won big in both metrics this week, right?
Yeah.
Did Cali Races be big in both? Yeah.
Yeah.
That'll do it.
Biggie still did really well this week. 5th or 4th? No, 5th in 5th in Amarms, 8th in cost. That's like a fucking, compared that to practically anyone else this week. That's a great fucking week.
Well, anyone else but Cali Races who has a 3rd and
first.
Calories is just on another level. He's the new Pentapig.
Well, Pentapig apparently is going to be back next year. Is Pentapig going to be able to stop him? It would have been cool to see the two of them.
I'm excited to see those two face each other down.
Yeah. Hopefully Cali Races is back next year.
Last year he was just charging up.
Yeah, he was common, but this year. Yeah, hopefully they're both around next year. It would be really cool.
Mm-hmm.
You're a credit to this community, both of you.
I wonder if we're ever gonna do a weekly gang hosts a tournament thing. I still want to do that.
Maybe. I think the current trajectory is at least
27.
I talked briefly.
Maybe.
I talked to RPO briefly about this, and I think he's gonna want to try and go as long as possible without a repeat host. So it could be a while before you or I host again, which I don't mind hearing that because
But who else is lined up though, other than Haxton?
Other than Haxton, I can't really think of anyone. I could think of players who will probably one day want to host, like Like Yosh is getting better as a puzzle designer by the day. I can see him wanting to host. Other players like maybe Gecko and Kazian or something. That'd be cool to see, but I don't want to put like I don't want
I haven't
pressure
seen
him to.
many people like. Yeah, I don't see many other people doing much puzzle designs. Submit to the weeklies. That's your best entry.
I was thinking of letting someone take my spot in the weekly crew. Actually, if someone wants to like take it like in the next couple of years, like I think I've done my
Feel
time
free
a
to
bit.
submit your
So.
puzzles to the weeklies.
Oh, Yosh wants to say something different. That's valid. Yeah.
Yeah. So basically, Haxton is lined up next, and then we can. Kazian would be a great host.
But I
If
don't want to
only
like.
just for the lore.
If he doesn't want to, like, yeah, I don't want to pressure him to.
Maybe Nathaniel.
If Nathaniel wants to host, bro, I am down. I'm fucking down for a Nathaniel tournament. Wait, is Zorlike's gonna join back playing in tournaments? The answer is no if Haxton hosts, because he'll want me as a playtester. But after that,
He's been playtester enough.
yeah, he needs.
It's time to return the favor.
We all have a Haxton except for Haxton, right? So I think he's gonna.
Haxton has himself.
Yeah, he has himself, but he has told me like he wants me to help out if he hosts a tournament.
Yeah,
so
that's fair.
that's fair. All right, let me re-download the solves.
I guess you'd be able to do the streams as well.
And I could step in and do the streams. That's a good point. Yeah. But assuming that all goes ahead, after that, you bet I'm going to come back to like competing, because like I want to go back to competing. Like,
unless nobody's lined up and we're gonna do the weeklies game.
Unless no one else wants to host a tournament, then yeah.
I'd be down to pick it up, to be honest.
I know you talked about you sound like you're open to hosting another tournament.
I love puzzle designing. I'm totally down.
I love puzzle designing too. I'm just a bit tapped out at the moment because I've had the tournament, I've had reductive metallurgy, I've had weeklies, and it's like, ooh, that's a lot.
It's been a while for me. I'm ready to try my hand out again.
Yeah.
Get some even more cursed shit going for y'all.
Okay. We have... Alright, we have like 17... We got a fair few showcases.
Is there going to be a stream for the break week, by the way, or is that just...
if there's demand.
Just post it?
If there is demand, I'm happy to have a stream. There wasn't a plan to, but we can just come back this time next week and stream plastic. If you want to like hang on yourselves, not post them into the Discord, go for it. But that is when I get the solution website up, which I don't have yet because I didn't really...
Yeah.
Because it's break week. But yeah, if you guys want me to, I'm down
It's
to like
Icelandic lava salt and salt packaging factory.
I can just like bring like a bunch of commentators in and we can shoot shit while some solves play in the background. That sounds like fun to me.
I'm probably gonna have D&D next week.
Yeah, that's fair. I might not be able to have Bist around for the rest of the tournament, which is why I wanted you in this week.
I am playing a kitty. I'm playing a 4-foot tall tabaxi rogue.
Last time I played a... Oh, right, I still have that on. Last time I played a D&D campaign... Oh, I should have had Zoom tool, because Showcase solves need Zoom. Oh, well. Last time I played a D&D campaign... Yeah, I played a
Does Mr. Royal Spade not have the Discord? Mr. Royal Spade is asking for the Discord link. Does he not have it?
Who?
Huh. Mr. Royal Spade.
Oh, you're not on Discord? Oh, bro. Let me hook you up. I think I just post the link into the Twitch channel.
Yeah, Panic posted it.
Oh, easy. Yeah, no, come in. Yeah, absolutely, dude. So, starting us off in the showcases, no longer breathed in with another RP solve. This one's fast and uses no periods doubling tricks. Why not RP?
Another role-playing song.
Roleplay.
Ah, yes, Burlo.
It exists. I do like this roundabout trip that the water actually does take. This doesn't seem like too bad of a solid puzzle to RP. A lot of
you just have to loop back around.
Yeah,
they don't have the proper catalyst.
They all have their own pipelines because of how they have to loop back around, except for except for the explosive, which can just like triplex. Lol.
Yeah, except for that's the one that dupes off Burlow for some reason. Oh no. No, the one that dupes off Burlow is the water one.
Yeah, just for reasons.
Still uses buddy duping for the water, and not even the fire. But all right.
No, it actually makes sense. Because the other one that uses the cold region, buddy dupes off the triplex of the fire pipeline, the explosive, and this is nowhere near that. So it does actually make sense to have Bellow. Next up.
Jamie was asking if you re-downloaded the showcases.
Yes, I did. Yes, your showcase will be coming up, Jamie. But before that, we have an 1100G solve by Eggsocket 888, who also RP, but this one has slightly better secondaries. Oh, it's not trackless, but this is also RP. But Eggsocket here has taken the liberty of using multi-arms and tracks, so yeah. And bricking, obviously. Also, most of the outputs are at the bottom because Burlow wheel. Apparently we're now allergic.
Burlow wheel doesn't move.
Apparently we're allergic to rotating the Burlow now.
That sounds like a pain if every pipeline does what they need.
Pretty cool. Nice, simple bricking initialization by turning everything to fire and having multi-arms on track go through.
Why is Burlow in this puzzle? Is it just bait?
It was bait. It's technically possible to do min Amarms with a Burlow, but not a single scoring solve did it. Genius 42 was the closest.
Genius 42 did it, yeah.
He did, and then he realized it was bad. So this is Jammu's showcase.
What is this supposed to be?
A quick try on buffering sort of failing. So I think he watched the stream and was like, "Hey, wait, my cycle count can go down." I think.
Yeah, it doesn't do the track loops yet, but
yeah,
you can track loop those arms.
Track loop's a big key to getting like this buffering thing and like working without like stuff.
It has like arms on tracks that don't have more arms on it, so this hasn't done the Amarms thing yet.
Jamie writes, a quick try on buffering sort of failing. That would have been good to like do that. Just like don't bother. Oh no, never mind. Programming's still annoying. If I succeeded, I feel like my cycles would drop a lot, but I didn't have enough time to do so. Had to grind Geometry Dash. Wow.
I actually said that I had a friend on Steam start playing Geometry Dash.
Has she stopped playing Geometry Dash yet?
I don't know.
She's been playing for like 50 hours straight or something. I hear it does that to you. Alright. Next solve is an 880G solve by Mr. Puzzle. Uh-oh. Done. Min Amarms.
Why is it 880? Is it the glyphs? Press M maybe. Oh yeah, there's O. It's probably the glyphs. Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's a lot of glyphs.
Oh my god, that's a lot of duplicators. Oh my god. It just keeps duplicating.
Yeah, yeah, you have to spread the love.
Oh, and most of them are actually double arms. You just can't tell.
They actually grab.
Oh, they do. True Amarms. We just needed extra inputs and overlap.
Zero Amarms, amazing.
What is there to grind in Geometry Dash? Isn't the game literally just grind? Isn't that the whole game?
Grind until you beat it.
Oh, my Twitch chat just got cursed really quickly.
Yeah, they're talking about like completing the level called White Woman.
What's a terrible name for a level? What the fuck were they thinking?
It's probably the name of the song?
Oh.
Question mark.
Oh, okay. Oh, maybe. All right.
That's usually how it goes.
All right. Moving on.
There's a level called Ingrown Toenail. I see.
I beat Ingrown Toenail. Nice.
All I know about Geometry Dash is the recent meme that comes up that's popped up recently saying it's unreadable.
Speaking of unreadable, we bricking Zorflax's machine with this one.
Spiritual shampoo. Hi.
Ooh.
You might need that area mod.
Nah, we're not bricking Zorflax's machine. Skill issue. Does the new zoom tool zoom out further? I will be getting new zoom tool for if we stream plastic. No question. It's long
It's
past.
shitpost, you gotta.
Oh, shitpost, yeah. If new zoom tool zooms out further, that actually would be helpful for streamers such as myself.
Is this a TI solve?
There are only
Press 6.
There are only 6 arms.
Yeah, press 6. That's the instructions.
Oh, that doesn't work because I'm using an old version of Forget Screw.
Damn.
4, 7,
Oh no, it's not
14...
because it's because you're using Zoom mod.
Oh, is it? Oh, okay. Never mind.
Yeah.
No. Alright, 20 instructions.
Old Zoom mod, that is.
That's okay. So 20 instructions is pretty low. I suppose this is the best way to do it. Yeah.
Exactly.
Pretty well TI'd. Or if if there's a lower instruction way to do this, then it comes down. But other than that, it probably doesn't come down. Outside of that. Alright.
Well, yeah, Zorflax's mods are very outdated. He installs them and never touches them again.
That is exactly what I do. It's so much effort.
I guess the obligatory instruction solve. 3i.
This doesn't seem like a bad one to 3i, actually.
Yeah, it doesn't seem that hard at all.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's a cavalcade of glyphs. The world is not ready for tournament free space I. The world was hardly ready for Amarms.
I mean, free space I is just...
How the hell do you design a puzzle for
solution
that?
space is just not that big.
Yeah, the solution.
Designing a puzzle for it is hard.
It's really hard. Spiritual Shampoo sent me one for the weeklies once, and the puzzle looked fucking monstrous.
It's just like trying to get the metric to work just doesn't work so cleanly.
I did. So my one free space I record is water purifier. You'll make me moderately sad if you break it. Anyone watching this, but yeah, that's the one time I tried my hand at Free Space I, and, like, it's not that bad conceptually. It's just, like, you gotta chop and change a lot, and it's annoying. It's annoying to program. But not program in the traditional sense. It would have to be Chapter 1 levels. It would have to be both So, Purified Gold, it would be like, if I can make a Free Space I puzzle like Purified Gold, then I would, like, yeah, weeklies, no question.
Yeah, but Purified Gold already exists.
But Purified Gold already exists, and how do I make another puzzle that's like Purified Gold? I can't. So, like...
Well, hey, reductive metallurgy is coming to,
Maybe!
coming to vanilla.
Maybe we could do a reductive metallurgy Free Space I thing? Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright.
Because it's new, and you can make simple puzzles from... Well, assuming they're not already in the campaign.
So, we have a Bestagon, and it's not by series. It's by Alex, who I don't think is a name that's popped up before.
Alright, it's the person with the She-Ra profile picture that we talked about.
Yeah! Burlow in the middle is pretty nice. Oh,
And
so there's
then
some
Biggie
pretty...
sent Adora pics. Adora is adorable.
Adora. This one actually has some cool lore notes. Alex writes, I was contracted to design a cabinet producing what are commonly known as Latch-Hook fireworks. For one reason or another, I was given a chamber of size 5 with a Van Berlo's wheel fixed to the center, and I had to fit in all of my machinery around it. Additionally, I was instructed to make it as fast as possible. I attempted to point out that a larger chamber or one with a different placement of the wheel would allow for a faster machine, but without any success. I did my best to make it aesthetically pleasing and fast because, after all, a pretty machine is always better than an ugly one. Alchemist Alex.
You don't need Burlow, by the way.
Well, apparently Alex here was forced to use a Burlow in the middle.
I see.
Which, yeah, is a shame because it makes the whole thing more annoying to work around.
Yeah.
I do like this solve though. I like how there's like 2 different pipelines around the Burlow wheel. And as we all know, the canon secondary for Bestagon is aesthetics. Alright.
It will be way slower.
Alright, well we do have a series Bestagon coming up, but there's the Bestagon competition. Alright, we have a Grimmy showcase coming up.
Yo. Where's the Grimmy submit for? And the blind. Is this OA?
This is definitely
Right? It's OC.
It's OC, it's OA.
OC.
OI, you can do it in one instruction. I think you just not have the Burlow rotate back. So that would be OI.
This looks like 6 cycles looks like OC.
Yeah,
Like,
I'm pretty sure
6 cycles. That's 1 output every cycle.
this is OC. It might also be OA.
No, we have smaller OA with Mr. Puzzles one, right?
Oh no, he used extra inputs.
Oh yeah, he used extra inputs, right? Never mind.
Oh, Amarms. What does Oh, Amarms? Oh, it just Mr.
People are
Puzzles.
calling it Ori.
Ori? Ori, oh, of course. Oh, alright. Yeah, that one went over my head. Well done. Okay, sixth solution title name. I'll pay that one. Alright.
Oh, that's what the solution is for.
That's good. That's clever. Alright. Mr. Puzzle up next with a 395. This is some sort of overlap.
Is it?
Whoa!
Oh yeah, I see the.
Oh, we got warp. We have warping track.
It's quantum track.
18 Amarms, if you'll pardon the quantum track. Also, it's not actually overlap.
I guess it's Burlow Amarms.
It's
I suppose.
It's technically not overlap. Because it's warp tracks.
Yeah.
Sorry, quantum tracks.
So I guess this is a way to use less area for Burlow.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, min Amarms, but lol over. Yeah, so we're talking about Burlow. Burlow technically takes up 0 area if you have quantum tracks. That's a little fun fact. That is 0 area if it's Amarms.
Yeah, 1 area if it's not Amarms. How long have we been streaming for? 5 hours and 24 minutes, apparently.
Oh man, we have a lot of showcases as well this week. Speaking of which,
Yeah.
I'll try and move on pretty quickly. This is a Moriconda, possibly speed solve.
Okay.
Seh. Oh no, wait. These have the correct pronouns. That's sad.
I just like saying it. It's funny.
Seh. Okay. I think Moro won this speed solving contest, for the record.
For the correct puzzle.
For the correct I fucked up the upload. I talked about it early in the stream, but
How did that even happen? Was that an old version, or did you just like...
I don't even know where that version came from. It wasn't an old version.
What the hell then?
Well, alright, so the reason I screwed up was because, finally, it was the one week where I wasn't stressing out about the upload, so I didn't double check everything. I absolutely should have, but,
I upload everything like a week beforehand.
I do it the morning of, because I'm...
Yeah, I know you do.
Because I'm responsible.
Unless we made last minute changes, I do it the week beforehand.
No, I'm a hardcore procrastinator. You people people underestimate my procrastinating power.
I guess it was also because like I was basically the first person using the website and I wanted to try it out.
That's true.
So I uploaded things.
Alright. Moving on, we have a biggie speed solve. New solution 2, because new solution 1 was the wrong puzzle, maybe? Or maybe she had to redesign. Oh, there are notes for this one. Oh yeah, my new solution 1 was still on the old outputs because of how the game handles live changes to the puzzle file. That is why my speed solve is new solution 2. I intended to have the big hex arm be a regular arm, but I wanted to make sure I was building all the triplex bonds correctly first. So I made it a hex arm so it could store stuff. Then I didn't...
The hex arm resets.
Oh my god, cursed. Then I didn't downgrade it, but also didn't replace its instruction tape, so you get the resetting hex arm. I guess because it's a speed solve. I always say speed solving is the one context where resets are okay. That's me.
You just press C instead of R because somehow that's better.
Well, it's because like usually I'm like, you know, get over. Usually my attitude is towards leans towards I would rather just figure out every arm's instruction so that I don't miss anything. But
yeah, except those resets aren't even resets. They're manual.
God fucking damn it.
Oh, another Moriconda set.
And this one doesn't place all the outputs.
Oh, this one's for the wrong puzzle.
Oh, and it just crashes the game. That's also cool. Okay.
Hell yeah.
Moving on from that one pretty quickly.
Is this the record for most crashes on a tourney stream?
This could... we're up to like 3 or 4 now. Okay, where are we at? I think...
I feel like I've had more of a weeklies, maybe?
Maybe.
Brooke also had quite a few crashes for some reason.
Okay, so we talked about it a fair amount, but here it is. Amarms with a Burlow. This is min primary, and the secondary is, where are we at? 645, so it would have beaten one, maybe two people. So, Genius42 writes, this was my proper solve for a while until I found a much faster way. Still, this uses a Burlo wheel that the Amarms can target. That is advanced medium-range air-to-air missiles. Huh. Not exactly a firework.
Yeah, Tech is silly like that. I imagine if I had everyone do Leave No Trace today, it'd probably get a lot more min areas.
Zorflex, you have nothing on my procrastination. Bro, you have no idea. It gets so much worse. You should have seen when I was at uni. Holy shit. Alright, moving on though. I think we go down to the series Bestagon. Yeah. Ooh.
No, that is aesthetics optimized. If I've ever seen one.
That is a beautiful layout. Oh, I see. It did a bunch of ghost grabs, but now it justifies the ghost grabs. Aha.
Those graph is set up for the catalyst, I assume.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, no last minute. I didn't make any last minute changes to this puzzle. I did it for Touchstone. I think that was the only one.
I did a week 3 is the last minute edit puzzle.
Took you long enough to respond to my comment. That's good. Series writes in the solution notes. Latch-Hook fireworks. A name that says everything, and yet nothing at all. The precise mechanism as to how these actually function is a mystery to me. But the fact is they're composed of some highly unstable structures. Partial triplex bonding to non-fire atoms is not the sort of thing sanctioned by reputable alchemists, and as such the properties of such a bond aren't exactly well known. Still, in this case, it seems they just produce some very pretty light shows when triggered by the included explosive. Due to the variety of products and the number of glyphs required to produce them, a smaller production chamber is non-viable. This actually is the smallest Bestagon, even though there's heaps of space.
Is it?
Yeah, it actually is. I think we worked it out earlier. You can't do the 19 hex one. It's like barely doesn't fit.
Oh right, because because Amarms is 20.
You can think of it as like the cost, the ADG cost solves. Pretty much we're already using the Bestagon, but we're still bleeding out. As such, I have instead opted for a highly pleasing solution aesthetically. In that regard, I believe I have succeeded. Please enjoy this example production and the fireworks themselves.
Pew pew.
Fireworks go brr.
Fireworks go brr. No, they're supposed to be parade rockets.
Parade rockets, of course.
I
should have just called them parade rockets, hey? Like, because we have parade rockets. We have the fuel.
Yeah, we have parade rocket fuel.
But we didn't get parade rockets. Oh, now I'm kicking myself. Yeah, I should have done that.
I've seen people mention it as should be parade rockets.
I would have just gotten rid of the Latch-Hook. I would have gotten rid of the Latch-Hook thing, but then the law would have been harder to write because the Latch-Hook thing is important for next week's law.
Boy.
But Parade Rocket would have just been like a cool-ass name for a puzzle. Yeah, this should have been Parade Rocket. Anyway.
Parade rockets.
Yeah, just Parade
Rocket.
Yeah.
There's 4.
Plural.
Because, just 4 outputs.
Okay, so just a few to go. Hopefully I didn't miss any. This first one is 100G solved by Egg Soccer. 22 area plus arms. It's actually an area solve. There was supposed to be an earth-shattering kaboom.
That's an area solve already.
Area is quite easy for this puzzle, yeah. Min primary. Yeah, this would be min. Yeah, this is min area.
I mean, yeah, I don't imagine can go lower than this.
I was actually
told... Oh, that's half axis. That's half partial axis triplex, of course.
Yeah. Also, partial axis duplicator and no axis calcifier, but to a veteran alchemist,
no axis calcifier is like nothing.
Oh, pff. Not even worth mentioning if you're a cost main.
Usually that's the first thing you roll out as having any form of axis.
That's like if you want to introduce no access as a concept to someone. You'll be like, see what you can do with this calcifier? Because it's really easy.
With a calcifier.
Yeah. And then you work your way up to duplicator. And then you work your way up to bonder.
And then you work your way up to like whatever we saw this week.
Whatever the fuck.
Zero access everything.
Whatever the fuck this week was. Alright. Couple left.
So we started talking about reach points instead of access points. That's what I'm calling them now.
Reach points.
Extended access points, reach points.
You have access points and then you have reach points. That's insane. Alright, couple to go. First off, we have Zanuck with a GAC solve. Although it's not min cost, unfortunately. We had a pretty mean GAC from Rebix, actually. I would not have...
Yeah.
This would have worked with... So, ADG would have worked with any secondary. I was actually told by a couple people maybe I should have done GI. But I don't mind just doing GC because it's a hard cost puzzle. And I think 90G and 95G have more interesting secondaries with cycles.
Plus, first place was amazing. You can't just roll that out.
No. I don't regret cycles as the secondary.
Cycles was a good option. Even though we had a lot of people had a 6P because of it.
That was probably the unfortunate part, but
first place was cool.
Oh, absolutely.
And that probably would not have won GI.
Zanuck writes, "This is my initial G solve, which obviously is not GCA." So yeah, that's right. Zanuck initially misread the metrics.
Yeah.
Is it min area though? I do not believe it is possible to save any more space with the debonder in the position relative to the track, and I did not try other layouts. So this might still be Pareto.
This looks pretty minimal. Yeah, it looks Pareto to me.
Yeah.
Unless somebody can come up with cycle shapes, because this looks like a 1P.
This hex right here might be savable. I don't see any other hex that are obviously savable. But that's about all.
There's probably could be cycle shapes that just out Paretos this with the same layout.
Yeah, because cycles. Yeah, there's always different layouts and reprogrammings to try.
You can there might be the same. There might be better cycles for the exact same layout.
Yeah. All right, last one by Calurasis. It's a 0G solve, apparently. Oh, so it doesn't solve? But, alright, so this is some of the cursed fucking shit you can do in Amarms. So this...
I see.
This does not collide.
I did not know that you could do... Holy shit.
This is the Amarms... This is Amarms tech.
Amazing.
It's just getting faster.
Like, you thought Pog Swing was cool. This shit, holy. Turtle mode it, yeah.
Actually, that's probably the best one. I like the idea that you need
Can't believe that's possible.
I like the idea that you need a Pac-Man track to pull this non-collision off.
This would do well on the Reddit.
Just find a way to solve the rest of the puzzle.
Probably with a different puzzle where it's just like input a single atom, input a single atom, output.
Alright.
Or Indiana Jones and the Goblet of Fire.
And the Goblet of Fire. Alright. I think that'll do us for the stream. So, after the stream, first thing we can do is get this shit uploaded. Feel free to shitpost to your heart's content. And we might do a stream for plastic. Who knows? If people want me to, then
I'm looking forward to seeing week 6, finding out what it is.
But then 5 days from now, we actually get to drop week 6.
I hear week 6 is gonna be good because we play Simulacrum.
Yeah, no, week 6. I'm looking forward to week 6, and also
week 6 sounds like the fun week.
And then
week 7, I'm excited to find out what that would be.
Week 7 will be a hell of a week. Because that'll drop just a week after week 6. And then that'll be it for tournament puzzles reveals. And then it's just we're
just wait for week 7 to finish on March 30th.
Yeah. And then so we're about to enter the final leg of the tournament. So I thought about it in my head internally as like 3 legs. So we had the first bit, week 0, 1, and 2, then the break week, then we had 3, 4, 5, and we've just capped that off. Now, second break week.
And then 6, 7, 7.
Yeah. So, yeah.
7 is a double length week.
7 is a double length week. You'll probably need it.
Well, almost double. Yeah. We will probably... boy. Will it also be like the... Will it also be like computation where you get free 10 points just for solving, or do you have some other method?
I've got something else.
Yeah. Will there be 2? Will the total points be 20?
Yes.
Okay, good. I'm just thinking of spreadsheet-wise what I'm going to do.
You might actually still have problem with the spreadsheet. But we'll get to that when I drop the puzzle a week and a half from now. All right. Thanks for coming, Bist. You sacrificed a D&D session for me.
It's all right. There wasn't a lot of people at the session today.
Oh, okay.
Since 2 of them went on a date.
That's cute. All right. But you'll probably be doing that for future weeks. So thank you for your commentary.
Yeah, no problem.
Thanks, Maura.
It's always nice to be on stream. Mara is probably in bed right now.
Mara is absolutely... There is no chance Mara's awake right now.
Who knows? Maybe she's lying in bed just browsing her phone.
Okay, yeah. Oh, it's really late in England, though. It's like fucking... Would be like 3 a.m., 4 a.m. for them. Sub 6 hours! Yeah, I know, right?
Sub 6 hours. Let's go.
I had high hopes. We got through we got through most of cost quickly, and then top 10 happened.
And then ADG happened.
And then Amarms happened. Man. All right. See you all back here. Maybe
next week, perhaps.
Maybe next week. Just if there's
next weeks for sure.
Yeah. Catch you later.
Yeah.